A collection of Old English plays, Volume 3. In 4 volumes. Edited by H. Bullen. 1882 to 1889. Preface. I have not been able to give in the present volume the unpublished play of Heywood's to which I referred in the preface to Volume 1. When I came to transcribe the play, I found myself baffled by the villainous scrawl. But I hope that, with the assistance of some expert in old handwriting, I may succeed in procuring an accurate transcript of the piece for the 4th volume. One of the plays here presented to the reader is printed for the first time, and the others have not been reprinted. I desire to thank Alfred Henry Huth, Esq., for the loan of books from his magnificent collection. It is pleasant to acknowledge an obligation when the favor has been bestowed courteously and ungrudgingly. To my friend F. G. Flea, Esq., I cannot adequately express my gratitude for the great trouble that he has taken in reading all the proof sheets, and for his many valuable suggestions. Portions of the former volume were not seen by him in the proof, and to this cause must be attributed the presence of some slight but annoying misprints. One serious fault, not a misprint, occurs in the first scene of the first act of Barneveldt's tragedy, page 213. In the margin of the corrected proof, opposite the lines, "And you shall find that the desire of glory was the last frailty wise men e'er put of," I wrote, "that last infirmity of noble minds." A Ms. quotation from Lycidas. The words were written in pencil and enclosed in brackets. I was merely drawing Mr. Flea's attention to the similarity of expression between Milton's words and the playwright's, but by some unlucky chance my marginal penciling was imported into the text. I now implore the reader to expunge the line. On page 116, L. 12, in the same volume, for with read wit, page 125 L. 2, for he read I'll, page 128 L. 18, for pardu read perdu, page 232, for is read in, page 272 L. 3, for base read haste, page 336 L. 6, the speaker should evidently be not do. The reading of the MS. But Cis, and noble Sir Richard should be noble Sir Francis, page 422, L. 12 del. Comma between Gaston and Paris. Some literal errors may, perhaps, still have escaped me, but such words as anatomy for anatomy, or deity for deity must not be classed as misprints. They are recognized though erroneous forms, and instances of their occurrence will be given in the index to Volume 4. 5 Willow Road, Hampstead, N.W. January 24, 1884. Introduction to Sir Giles Guscap. This clever, though somewhat tedious, comedy was published anonymously in 1606. There is no known dramatic writer of that date to whom it could be assigned with any great degree of probability. The comic portion shows clearly the influence of Ben Jonson, and there is much to remind one of Lilly's court comedies. In the serious scenes the philosophizing and moralizing, at one time expressed in language of inarticulate obscurity, and at another attaining clear and dignified utterance, suggest a study of Chapman. The unknown writer might have taken as his motto a passage in the dedication of Ovid's Banquet of Sense. Obscurity in affection of words and indigested conceits is pedantical and childish, but where it shroudeth itself in the heart of his subject, uttered with fitness of figure and expressive epithets, with that darkness will I still labor to be shrouded. Chapman's Gentleman Usher was published in the same year as Sir Giles Guscap, and I venture to think that in a passage of Act 3, Scene 2, our author had in his mind the exquisite scene between the wounded Strazza and his wife Sinanche. In Strazza's discourse on the joys of marriage occur these lines: "If he lament, she melts herself in tears; if he be glad, she triumphs; if he stirs, she moons his way, in all things his sweet ape." The charming fitness of the expression, sweet ape, would impress any capable reader. I cannot think that by mere accident the anonymous writer lighted on the same words. Do women bring no help of soul to men? Why, friend, they either are men's souls themselves, or the most witty imitatrixes of them, or prettiest sweet apes of humane souls. From a reference to Queen Elizabeth in Act I, Scene I, it is clear that Sir Giles Guscap was written not later than 1603. The lines I have quoted may have been added later, or our author may have seen the Gentleman Usher in manuscript. Chapman's influence is again, me Judy's, apparent in the eloquent but somewhat strained language of such a passage as the following. Alas, my noble lord, he is not rich, nor titles hath, nor in his tender cheeks the standing lake of impudence corrupts, hath not in all the world, nor not would have to grace him in the prostituted light. But if a man would consort with a soul where all man's sea of gall and bitterness is quite evaporate with her holy flames, and in whose powers a dove-like innocence fosters her own deserts, and life and death runs hand in hand before them, all the skies clear and transparent to her piercing eyes, then would my friend be something, but till then a cipher, nothing, or the worst of men. Sir Giles Guscap is the work of one who had chosen the fallentis semita vitae, who was more at home in academic cloisters than in the crowded highways of the world. None of the characters bears any impression of having been drawn from actual life. The plot is of the thinnest possible texture, but the fire of verbal quibbles is kept up with lively ingenuity, and plenty of merriment may be drawn from the humors of the affectate traveller and the foolish knight by all who are not of such vinegar aspect that they'll not show their teeth in way of smile, though Nestor swear the jest be laughable. The romantic friendship between the noble Lord Montfort and the thoughtful Clarence is a pleasing study, planned and executed with a grave, sweet sincerity. It is not improbable that Clarence was the prototype of Charles and Fletcher's elder brother. The finest passage in the present play, where Clarence's modesty and Montfort's nobility are portrayed in language of touching charm, was selected by Charles Lamb, whose judgment was never at fault, for quotation in the extracts from the Garrick plays. A second edition of Sir Giles Guscap was issued, after the author's death, in 1636, and the following dedication was appended by Hugh Perry, the publisher. To the worshipful Richard Young of Wooley Farm in the county of Berks, Esquire. Worthy Sir, underscore the many favors and courtesies that I have received from you, and your much honored father, have put such an obligation upon me, as I have been long cogitating how to express myself by the requital of some part of them. Now this play having diverse years since been thrust into the world to seek its own entertainment, without so much as an epistle, or under the shelter of any generous spirit, is now almost become worn out of memory, and coming to be pressed to the public view. Again, it having none to speak for it, the author being dead, I am bold to recommend the same to your worship's protection. I know your studies are more propense to more serious subjects, yet vouchsafe, I beseech you, to recreate yourself with this at some vacant time when your leisure will permit you to peruse it, and deign me to be underscore your worship's bounden servant, H.V.G.H. Perry. Sir Giles Guscap, Knight. A comedy presented by the Cheel of the Chapel at London, printed by Ian Windet for Edward Blunt. 1606. Eugenia, a widow and a noble lady. Hippolyta, Penelope, lady virgins and companions to Eugenia. Winifred, gentlewoman to Eugenia. Montfort, a nobleman, uncle to Eugenia. Clarence, gentleman, friend to Montf. Falweather, a French affected travailer, and a captain. Sir Giles Guscap, a foolish knight. Sir Cuthbert Rudsby, a blunt knight. Sir Clement Kincobb, a knight, Lord Tales. Lord Furnifall. Bullaker, a French page. Iac Will pages. Sir Giles Guscap, knight. Actus prims. Scena prima. Enter Bullaker with a torch. Bullaker. This is the Countess Eugenia's house, I think. I can never hit of ties same English city houses, though I were born here. If I were in any city in France, I could find any house there at midnight. Enter Iac and Will. Iac. Ties two strange hungry knights, Will, make the leanest trenchers that ever I waited on. Will. A plague on them, Iac, they leave us no fees at all, for our attendance. I think they used to set their bones in silver they pick them so clean. See, Iac, what's that? Iac. My word, Will, 'tis the great baboon, that was to be seen in Southwark. Will. Is this he? God's my life, what beasts were we, that we would not see him all this while. Never trust me if he look not somewhat like a man. See how prettily he holds the torch in one of his forefeet. Where's his keeper Tro? Is he broke loose? Iac. Hast ever an apple about thee, Will? Will take him up, Sure, we shall get a monstrous deal of money with him. Will. That we shall, I faith, boy. And look thou here, here's a red-cheeked apple to take him up with. Aye. Excellent fit of my credit. Let's lay down our provant, and to him. Bull. I'll let them alone a while. Aye. Give me the apple to take up Iac, because my name is Iac. Will. Hold thee, Iac, take it. Aye. Come, Iac, come, Iac, come, Iac. Bull. I will come to you, sir, I'll Iac ye my word, I'll Iac ye. Will. God's me he speaks, Iac. Oh, pray pardon us, sir. Bull. Out, ye moppy monkeys, can ye not know a man from a marmoset, entice Frenchified days of ours? Nay, I'll Iacify you a little better yet. Both. Nay, good sir, pardon us. Bull. Pardon us. Out, ye homebred peasants, plain English, pardon us? If you had parled, and not spoken, but said pardon moi, I would have pardoned you, but since you speak and not parley, I will cudgel ye better yet. Ambo. Oh, pardon moi, Mounser. Bull. Bien je vous remercie. Does pardon for vous, sir, now. Will. Why, I thank ye for it, sir. You see me to be a squire of our order, sir. Aye. Whose page might you be, sir? Bull. I am now the great French Chevalier's page. Will. Or rather the French Chevalier's great page, sir, on. Bull. Hight Captain Fallweather, alias Commendations, whose valors within here at supper with the Count's Eugenia, whose proper eaters I take you to be. Will. You mistake us not, sir. Aye. This Captain Fallweather, alias Commendations. Will. Is the gallant that will needs be a suitor to our counts. Bull. 1. Faith, and if Fallweather be a welcome suitor to a fair lady, has good Lukey. Aye. Oh, sir, beware of one that can show her into the laps of ladies. Captain Fallweather? Why, he's a captainado, or captain of captains, and will lie in their joints that give him cause to work upon them so holily, that he will make their hearts ache, I warrant him. Captain Fallweather? Why, he will make the cold stones sweat for fear of him, a day or two before he come at them. Captain Fallweather? Why, he does so domineer, and reign over women. Will. A plague of Captain Fallweather, I remember him now, Iac, and know him to be a dull, moist-brained assy. Aye. A southern man, I think. Will. As fearful as a hare, and will lie like a lapwing, too, and I know how he came to be a captain, and to have his surname of Commendations. Aye. How, I prithee, Will? Will. Why, sir, he served the great Lady King Cobb and was yeoman of her wardrop, and because it could brush up her silk as lustily, she thought he would curry the enemy's coats as soundly, and so by her commendations, he was made captain in the Low Countries. Aye. Then being made captain only by his lady's commendations, without any worth also of his own, he was ever after surnamed Captain Commendations. Will. Right. Bull. Aye, sir, right, but if he had not said right, my captain should have taken no wrong at his hands, nor yours neither, I can tell ye. Aye. What are those two knights' names, that are thy captain's comrades, and within at supper with our lady? Bull. One of their names, sir, is Sir Giles Guscap, the other's Sir Cut Rudsabai. Will. Sir Giles Guscap? What's he? A gentleman? Bull. Aye, that he is, at least if he be not a nobleman, and his chief house is in Essex. Aye. In Essex? Did not his ancestors come out of London? Bull. Yes, that they did, sir, the best Guscaps in England, come out of London, I assure you. Will. Aye, but sir, these must come into it before they come out ont, I hope. But what countryman is Sir Cut Rudsby? Bull. A northern man, or a western man I take him, but my captain is the emphatical man, and by that pretty word emphatical you shall partly know him, for 'tis a very forcible word in troth, and yet he forces it too much by his favour, marry no more than he does all the rest of his wards, with whose multiplicity oftentimes he travails himself out of all good company. Iac. Like enough, he travailed for nothing else. Will. But what qualities haunt Sir Giles Guscap now, sir? Bull. Sir Giles Goosegap has always a death's head, as it were, in his mouth, for his only one reason for everything is, because we are all mortal, and therefore he is generally called the Mortal Knight. Then hath he another pretty phrase too, and that is, he will tickle the vanity ant. Still in everything, and this is your summa totalis of both their virtues. Aye. 'Tis enough, as long as they have land enough, but now muster your third person afore us, I beseech you. Bull. The third person and second knight, blunt Sir Cutwoodsby, is indeed blunt at a sharp wit, and sharp at a blunt wit, a good bustling gallant, talks well at rovers, he is 2 parts soldier, as slovenly as a Switzer, and somewhat like one in face too, for he wears a bush beard, will dead a cannon shot better than a wool pack, he will come into the presence like your Frenchman in Foulée Baudi's, and dares eat garlic as a preparative to his courtship. You shall know more of him hereafter, but good wags, let me win you now for the geographical parts of your ladies in requital. Will. That you shall, sir, and the hydrographical too, and you will. First, my lady the widow, and Countess Eugenia, is in earnest, a most worthy lady, and indeed can do more than 1,000 other ladies can do, I can tell you. Bull. What's that, I pray thee? Aye. Marry, sir, he means she can do more than sleep, and eat, and drink, and play at not at 3, and help to make herself ready for. Bull. Can she so? Will. She is the best scholar of any woman but 5 in England, she is wise and virtuous. Aye. Nay, she has one strange quality for a woman besides, though these be strange enough that he has reconed. Bull. For God's sake, what's that? Aye. She can love reasonable constantly, for she loved her husband only, almost a whole year together. Bull. That's strange indeed, but what is your fair lady, sir? Aye. My lady, sir, the Lady Hippolyta. Will. That is as chaste as ever was Hippolytus. Aye. True, my pretty parenthesis, is half a maid, half a wife, and half a widow. Bull. Strange tale to tell, how canst thou make this good, my good Assumpsit? Aye. Thus, sir, she was betrothed to a gallant young gentleman that loved her with such passion and admiration that he never thought he could be so blessed as to enjoy her in full marriage, till the minister was marrying them, and even then when he was saying I Charles take thee Hippolyta with extreme joy, he began to look pale, then going forward saying, to my wedded wife, he looked paler, and then pronouncing, for richer for poorer as long as we both shall live, he looked extreme pale. Now, sir, when she comes to speak her part, and said I Hippolyta take thee Charles, he began to faint for joy, then saying to my wedded husband, he began to sink, but then going forth too, for better for worse, he could stand no longer, but with very conceit, it seemed, that she whom he read as the best of all things, should pronounce the worst, and for his sake too, he sunk down right, and died suddenly, and thus being half married, and her half husband wholly dead, I hope I may with discretion affirm her, half a maid, half a wife, and half a widow, do ye conceive me, sir? Bull. O Lord, sir, I devour you quick, and now, sir, I beseech you open unto me your Tatha lady, what is she? Will. I'll answer for her, because I know her ladyship to be a perfect maid indeed. Bull. How canst thou know that? Will. Passing perfectly, I warrant ye. Aye. By measuring her neck twice, and trying if it will come about her forehead, and slip over her nose. Will. No, sir, no, by a rule that will not slip, so I warrant you, which for her honour's sake I will let slip unto you. God, so Iac, I think they have supped. Aye. Bur lady, we have waited well the while. Will. Well, though they have lost their attendants, let not us lose our supper, Iac. Aye. I do not mean it. Come, sir, you shall go in, and drink with us, I faith. Bull. Pardon moi, Mounser. Both. No pardoning in truth, sir. Bull. I vous remercie de bon, sir. Excellent. Skeena 2. Enter Goosegap, Roodsby, Foulweather, Eugenia, Hip Pole, Penelope, Win. Rudd. A plague on you, sweet ladies, 'tis not so late. What needed you to have made so short a supper? Goose. In truth, Sir Cut. We might have tickled the vanity and an hour longer, if my watch be trustable. Foul. Aye, but how should tice beauties know that, Sir Giles? Your watch is mortal, and mayera. Go. That sooth, Captain, but do you hear, honest friend, pray take a light, and see if the moon shine. I have a sun-dial will resolve presently. F.O. Howsoever believe it, ladies, 'tis unwholesome, uncourtly, unpleasant to eat hastily, and rise so dainly. A man can shew no discourse, no wit, no stirring, no variety, no pretty conceits, to make the meat go down emphatically. EU. Winfred. Win. Madam. EU. I prithee go to my uncle the Lord Montford, and entreat him to come quicken our ears with some of his pleasant spirit. This same foul weather has made me so melancholy. Prithee make haste. Win. I will, madam. Exit. Hip. We will bid our guests good night, madam. This same foul weather makes me so sleepy. Pen. Fie upon it. For God's sake shut the casements. Hayrace, such a fulsome air comes into this chamber. In good faith, madam, you must keep your house in better reparations. This same foul weather beats, and so filthily. EUG. I'll take order with the porter for it. Lady, good night, gentlemen. Are you? Why, good night, and be hanged, and you'll needs be gone. Goose. God give you good night, madams. Thank you for my good cheer. We'll tickle the vanity and no longer with you at this time, but I'll indite your law to supper at my lodging one of these mornings, and that ere long too, because we are all mortal, you know. EU. Light the Lady Penelope and the Lady Hippolyta to their chambers. Good night, fair ladies. Hip. Good night, madam. I wish you may sleep well after your light supper. EUG. I warrant you, lady, I shall never be troubled with dreaming of my French suitor. Exeunt. Are you? Why, how now, my Frenchified Captain Foulweather? By Cod's Lud, thy surname is never thought upon here. I perceive here's nobody gives thee any commendations. F.O. Why, this is the unterveiled runs of our gross English ladies now. Would any French lady use a man thus, think ye? Be they any way so uncivil and fulsome? They say they wear foul smocks, and coarse smocks. I say they lie, and I will die in't. Rud. I do so, pray thee, thou shalt die in a very honourable cause, thy country's general quarrel right. Foul. Their smocks, quoth you? On my word, you shall take them up so white, and so pure, so sweet, so emphatical, so moving. Rud. I marry, sir, I think they be continually moving. Foul. But if their smocks were coarse or foule? Rud. Nay, I warrant thee thou carest not, so thou wert at them. Foul. As death they put not all their virtues in their smocks, or in their mocks, or in their stood cocks as our ladies do. Rud. But in their stood pocks does all their gentility. Goose. Nay, good Sir Cut, do not aggravate him no more. Foul. Then they are so kind, so wise, so familiar, so noble, so sweet in entertainment, that when you shall have cause to discourse or sometimes to come nearer them, if your breath be ill, your teeth ill, or anything about you ill, why they will presently break with ye, in kind sort, good terms, pretty experiments, and tell you plain this. Thus it is with your breath, sir, thus it is with your teeth, sir, this is your disease, and this is your medicine. Goose. As I am true mort all night, it is most superlatively good, this. Foul. Why, this is courtly now, this is sweet, this plain, this is familiar, but by the court of France, our peevish dames are so proud, so precise, so coy, so disdainful, and so subtil, as the Pomonian serpent, mort Dieu, the punk of Babylon was never so subtil. Rud. Nay, do not chafe so, Captain. Foul. Your Frenchman would ever chafe, Sir Cut, being thus moved. Rud. What? And play with his beard so? Foul. I and bristle, it doth express that passion of anger very full and emphatical. Goose. Nay, good night, if your French would bristle, let him alone. In troth, our ladies are a little too coy and subtil, Captain, indeed. Foul. Subtil, Sir Giles Gascap? I assure your soul, they are as subtil with their suitors, or loves, as the Latine dialect, where the nominative case, and the verb, the substantive, and the adjective, the verb, and the adverb stand as far asunder, as if they were perfect strangers one to another, and you shall hardly find them out. But then learn to conster and purse them, and you shall find them prepared and acquainted, and agree together in case, gender, and number. Goose. I detest 6 Sir Cut. I did not think he had been half the quintessence of a scholar he is. Foul. Soydd, there's not one of them truly emphatical. Goose. Yes, I'll assure you, Captain, there are many of them truly emphatical, but all your French ladies are not fat. Are they, sir? Foul. Fat, sir? Why do you think emphatical is fat, Sir Giles? Rudd. God's my life, brother knight, didst thou think so? Hard, I know not what it is myself, but yet I never thought it was fat, I'll be sworn to thee. Foul. Why, if any true courtly dame had had but this new-fashioned soot, to entertain anything indifferently stuffed, why you should have had her more respective by fare. Rudd. Nay, there's some reason for that, Captain. Methinks a true woman should perpetually dote upon a new fashion. Foul. Why are eyethrites Sir Cut? In nova fert animus mutatas dicera formas 7. 'Tis the mind of man and woman to affect new fashions, but to our mincitives 8. Forsooth, if he come like to your Bisonio 9, or your boor, so he be rich, or emphatical, they care not. Would I might never excel a Dutch skipper in courtship, if I did not put distaste into my carriage of purpose. I knew I should not please them. Laque? Alum la torche. Rudd. Slydd, heres neither torch, nor laque, methinks. Foul. O mon Dieu. Rudd. O do not swear, Captain. Foul. Your Frenchman ever swears, Sir Cut, upon the lacquer of his laque, I assure you. Goose. See, here he comes, and my lady's 2 pages, they have been tickling the vanity onti faith. Skina tertia. Enter to them Iac Belaker, Will. Aye. Captain Foulweather, my lady the Count's Eugenia commends her most kindly to you, and is determined tomorrow morning really, if it be a frost, to take her coach to Barnet to be nipped, where if it please you, to meet her, and accompany her homeward, joining your wit with the frost, and help to nip her. She does not doubt but though you had a sad supper, you will have a joyful breakfast. Foul. I shall indeed, my dear youth. Rudd. Why, Captain, I abuse thee, I see. I said the ladies respected thee not, and now I perceive the widow is in love with thee. Foul. Sblood, knight, I knew I had struck her to the quick. I wondered she departed in that extravagant fashion. I am sure I passed one passado of courtship upon her, that has heretofore made a lane amongst the French ladies like a culvering shot, I'll be sworn, and I think, Sir Giles, you saw she fell under it. Goose. Oh, as clear as candlelight by this daylight. Rudd. Oh, good night of the post, 10, he'll swear anything. Will. The other 2 ladies commend them no less kindly to you 2 nights too, and desire your worships would meet them at Barnet ith morning with the captain. Foul. Goose. Rudd. Oh, good sir. Goose. Our worships shall attend their ladyships thither. Aye. No, Sir Giles, by no means, they will go privately thither, but if you will meet them there. Rudd. Meet them? We'll die for't, but we'll meet them. Foul. Let's go thither tonight, knights, and you be true gallants. Rudd. Content. Aye. How greedily they take it in, sirrah? Goose. No, it is too far to go tonight. We'll be up betimes this morning, and not go to bed at all. Foul. Why, it's but 10 miles, and a fine clear night, Sir Giles. Goose. But 10 miles? What do you talk o', Captain? Rudd. Why? Dost think it's any more? Goose. Aye, I'll lay £10 it's more than 10 miles, or 12 aether. Rudd. What, to Barnet? Goose. Aye, to Barnet. Rudd. Slydd, I'll lay £100 with thee, if thou wilt. Goose. I'll lay 500 to 100. Slight, I will not be outborne with a wager, in that I know. I am sure it was 4 years agone 10 miles thither, and I hope 'tis more now. Slydd, do not miles grow, think you, as well as other animals? Aye. O wise knight! Goose. I never in the town but once, and then they lodged me in a chamber so full of these ridiculous fleas, that I was fain to lie standing all night, and yet I made my man rise, and put out the candle too, because they should not see to bite me. Fowl. A pretty project. Bull. In truth, Captain, if I might advise you, you should tarry, and take the morning afore you. Fowl. How? Oh mon Dieu! How the villain poltroun dishonors his travail! You befalmly muchroun, are you so mere rude, and English to advise your captain? Rud. Nay, I prithee, Foulweather, be not tempestuous with thy poor lackway. Foul. Tempestuous, Sir Cut? Will your Frenchman, think you, suffer his lackway to advise him? Goose. O God, you must take heed, lackey, how you advise your captain. Your French lackway would not have done it. Foul. He would have been pox first. Alum la torche, sweet pages, commend us to your ladies, say we kiss their white hands, and will not fail to meet them. Knights, which of you leads? Goose. Not we, sir, you are a captain and a leader. Rud. Besides, thou art commended for the better man, for thou art very commendations itself, and captain commendations. Foul. Why? What though I be captain commendations? Rud. Why, in captain commendations, is hearty commendations, for captains are hearty, I am sure, or else hang them. Foul. Why, what if I be hearty commendations? Come, come, sweet knights, lead the way. Rud. O Lord, sir, always after my hearty commendations. Foul. Nay, then you conquer me with precedent, by the authentical for me of all Iestus letters. Aloun. Excellent. Aye. Here's a most sweet gudgeon swallowed, is there not? Will. Aye, but how will they digest it, thinkest thou, when they shall find our ladies not there? Aye. I have a von currying, 11, devise shall make them digest it most healthfully. Excellent. Scena corda. Enter Clarence, musicians. CLA. Work on, sweet love. I am not yet resolved to exhaust this troubled spring of vanities and nurse of perturbations, my poor life, and therefore, since in every man that holds this being dear, there must be some desire, whose power to enjoy his object may so mask the judging part, that in her radiant eyes his estimation of the world may seem eve bright and worthy. I have chosen love to blind my reason with his misty hands and make my estimative power believe I have a project worthy to employ what worth soever my whole man affords. Then sit at rest, my soul, thou now hast found the end of thy infusion. In the eyes of thy divine Eugenia look for heaven. Thanks, gentle friends. A song to the viols. Is your good lord and mine gone up to bed yet? Enter Montfort. Mom. I do assure ye not, sir, not yet, nor yet, my deep and studious friend, not yet, music-hall Clarence. CLA. My lord? Mom. Nor yet, thou sole divider of my lordship. CLA. That were a most unfit division, and far above the pitch of my low plumes. I am your bold and constant guest, my lord. Mom. Far, far from bold, for thou hast known me long, almost these 20 years, and half those years hast been my bedfellow, long time before this unseen thing, this thing of naught indeed, or a tome called my lordship shined in me, and yet thou makest thyself as little bold to take such kindness, as becomes the age and truth of our indissoluble love, as our acquaintance sprung but yesterday, such is thy gentle and too tender spirit. CLA. My lord, my want of courtship makes me fear I should be rude, and this my mean estate meets with such envy and detraction, such misconstructions and resolute misdoings of my poor worth, that should I be advanced beyond my unseen loins, but one hair, I should be torn in pieces with the spirits that fly in ill-lung tempests through the world, tearing the head of virtue from her shoulders if she but look out of the ground of glory. Twixt whom and me, and every worldly fortune there fights such sour and cursed antipathy, so waspish and so petulant a star, that all things tending to my grace or good are ravished from their object, as I were a thing created for a wilderness, and must not think of any place with men. Mom. Oh, hark you, sir, this wyward mood of yours must sifted be, or rather rooted out. You'll no more music, sir? CLA. Not now, my lord. Mom. Begone, my masters, then to bed, to bed. CLA. I thank you, honest friends. Excellent musicians. Mo. Hence with this book, and now, Mounser Clarence, methinks plain and prose friendship would do excellent well betwixt us. Come thus, sir, or rather thus, come. Sir, 'tis time I trow that we both lived like one body, thus, and that both our sides were slit, and concorporate with organs fit to effect an individual passage even for our very thoughts. Suppose we were one body now, and I charge you believe it, whereof I am the heart, and you the liver. CLA. Your lordship might well make that division, 12, if you knew the plain song. Mo. Oh, sir, and why so, I pray? CLA. First, because the heart is the more worthy entrail, being the first that is born, and moves, and the last that moves, and dies, and then being the fountain of heat too, for wheresoever our heat does not flow directly from the heart to the other organs their action must of necessity cease, and so without you I neither would nor could live. Mom. Well, sir, for these reasons I may be the heart, why may you be the liver now? CLA. I am more than ashamed to tell you that, my lord. Mom. Nay, nay, be not too suspicious of my judgment in you, I beseech you, ashamed friend? If your love overcome not that shame, a shame take that love, I say. Come, sir, why may you be the liver? CLA. The plain and short truth is, my lord, because I am all liver and turned lover. Mom. Lover? CLA. Lover, I faith, my lord. Mom. Now I prithee let me leap out of my skin for joy. Why thou wilt not now revive the sociable mirth of thy sweet disposition? Wilt thou shine in the world anew? And make those that have slight thy love with the austerity of thy knowledge, dote on thee again with thy commanding shaft of their humors? CLA. Alas, my lord, they are all far out of my aim, and only to fit myself a little better to your friendship, have I given these full reins to my affections. Mom. And I faith is my sower friend to all worldly desires. O you're taken with the heart of the world, love. I shall be monstrous proud now, to hear she's every way a most rare woman, that I know thy spirit and judgment hath chosen. Is she wise? Is she noble? Is she capable of thy virtues? Will she kiss this forehead with judicial lips where psalmic judgment and virtue deserves it? Come, brother twin, be short, I charge you, and name me the woman. CLA. Since your lordship will shorten the length of my folly's relation, the woman that I so passionately love is no worse lady than your own niece, the too worthy Countess Eugenia. Mom. Why so, you are a worthy friend, are you not, to conceal this love mine in your head, and would not open it to your heart? Now beshrow my heart, if my heart dance not for joy, though my heels do not, and they do not, because I will not set that at my heels that my friend sets at his heart. Friend, and nephews both? Nephew is a far inferior title to friend, I confess, but I will prefer thee backwards, as many friends do, and leave their friends worse than they found them. CLA. But my noble lord, it is almost a prodigy, that I being only a poor gentleman, and far short of that state and wealth that a lady of her greatness in both will expect in her husband. Mom. Hold thy doubt, friend, never fear any woman, unless thyself be made of straw, or some such dry matter, and she of lightning. Audacity prospers above probability in all worldly matters. Dost not thou know that fortune governs them without order, and therefore reason the mother of order is none of her counsel? Why should a man desiring to aspire an unreasonable creature, which is a woman, seek her fruition by reasonable means? Because thyself binds upon reason, wilt thou look for congruity in a woman? Why? There is not one woman amongst 1,000, but will speak false Latine, and break Priscian's head. Attempt nothing that you may with great reason doubt of, and out of doubt you shall obtain nothing. I tell thee, friend, the eminent confidence of strong spirits is the only witchcraft of this world, spirits wrestling with spirits as bodies with bodies. This were enough to make thee hope well, if she were one of these painted communities, that are ravished with coaches, and upper hands, 13, and brave men of it. But thou knowest, friend, she's a good shoaler, and like enough to bite at the rightest reason. And reason evermore ad optima hortator, to like that which is best, not that which is bravest, or rightest, or greatest, and so consequently worst. But prove what she can, we will turn her, and wind her, and make her so pliant, that we will draw her Thorog a wedding ring, I faith. CLA. Would to God we might, my lord. Mom. He warrant thee, friend. Enter messenger. Yes. Here is Mistress Winifred from my Lady Eugenia desires to speak with your lordship. Mom. Marie, enter, Mistress Winifred, even here I pray thee, from the Lady Eugenia, do you hear, friend? CLA. Very easily on that side, my lord. Mom. Let me feel. Does not thy heart pant apace? By my heart, well-labored Cupid, the field is yours, sir. God. And upon a very honorable composition. I am sent for now, I am sure, and must even trust, and to her. Enter Winifred. Witty Mistress Winifred, nay, come near, woman. I am sure this gentleman thinks his chamber the sweeter for your dear presence. Win. My absence shall thank him, my lord. Mom. What, rude? Mistress Winifred? Nay, faith, you shall come to him, and kiss him, for his kindness. Win. Nay, good, my lord, I'll never go to the market for that ware, I can have it brought home to my door. Mom. O Winifred, a man may know by the market folks how the market goes. Win. So you may, my lord, but I know few lords that think scorn to go to that market themselves. Mom. To go to it, Winifred? Nay, to ride to it, I faith. Win. That's more than I know, my lord. Mom. You'll not believe it till you are then a horseback, will ye? Win. Come, come, I am sent of a message to you, will you hear it? Mom. Stop, stop, fair Winifred, would you have audience so soon? There were no state in that, I faith. This fair gentlewoman, sir. Win. Now we shall have a fiction, I believe. Mom. Had 3 suitors at once. Win. You'll leave out none, my lord. Mom. No more did you, Winifred, you interfered with them all in truth. Win. O monstrous lord, by this light. Mom. Now, sir, to make my tale short, I will do that which she did not, viz. Leave out the 2 first. The 3rd coming, the 3rd night for his turn. Win. My lord, my lady does that nobody else does, desires your company, and so fare you well. Mom. Oh, stay a little, sweet Winifred, help me but to truss my points again, and have with you. Win. Not I, by my truth, my lord, I had rather see your hose about your heels, than I would help you to truss a point. Mom. O witty Winifred? For that jest, take thy passport, and tell thy lady, 14, thou left'st me with my hose about my heels. Win. Well, well, my lord, you shall sit till the moss grow about your heels, ere I come at you again. Exit. Mom. She cannot abide to hear of her 3 suitors, but is not this very fit, my sweet Clarence? Thou sayest my rare niece cannot sleep without me, but for thy company's sake, she shall tonight, and in the morning I will visit her really, when do thou but stand in that place, and thou mightest chance here, but art sure to see, in what subtil, and far-fetched manner I'll solicite her about thee. CLA. Thanks, worthy lord. Exeunt. Finus actus primi? Actus secundi? Scena prima. Clarence Solus. CLA. I that have studied with world-scorning thoughts the way of heaven, and how true heaven is react to know how mighty, and how many are the strange affections of enchanted number, how to distinguish all the motions of the celestial bodies, and what power doth separate in such from me this massive round, what is his essence, efficacies, beams, footsteps, and shadows, what eterness, 15, is, the world, and time, and generation, what soul, the world soul is, what the black springs and unrevealed original of things, what their perseverance, what's life, and death, and what are certain restoration, and with the staid heads of this time employed to watch with all my nerves a female shade. Enter Winifred, Annabel, with their sewing works and sing, after their song enter Lord Montfort. Mom. Witty Mistress Winifred, where is your countess, I pray? Win. Faith, your lordship is bold enough to seek her out, if she were at her urinal? Mom. Then sh has done, it seems, for here she comes to save me that labor. Away, wenches, get you hence, wenches. Exeunt. EU. What, can you not abide my maids, uncle? Mom. I never could abide a maid in my life, niece, but either I draw away the maid, or the maidenhead with a wet finger. 16. EUG. You love to make yourself worse than you are still. Mom. I know few men in this world, madam. For the worse the better thought on, the better the worse spoken on ever amongst women. EU. I wonder where you have been all this while with your sentences. Mom. Faith, where I must be again presently. I cannot stay long with you, my dear niece. EU. By my faith, but you shall, my lord. Cod's pity, what will become of you shortly, that you drive maids afore you, and offer to leave widows behind you, as mankindly as if you had taken a surfeit of our sex lately, and our very sight turned your stomach? Mom. Cod's my life, she abuses her best uncle. Never trust me if it were not a good revenge to help her to the loss of her widowhead. EU. That were a revenge, and a half, indeed. Mom. Nay, 'twere but a whole revenge, niece, but such a revenge as would more than observe the true rule of a revenger. EU. I know your rule before you utter it, vciscra inimico, sic, sed sine tua incommodo. Mom. O rare niece, you may see, what 'tis to be a scholar now. Learning in a woman is like weight in gold, or luster in diamonds, which in no other stone is so rich or refulgent. EUG. But say, dear Venkel, how could you find in your heart to stay so long from me? Mom. Why, alas, niece, why are so smeared with this full widow's 3 years black weed, that I never come to you, but I dream of course, and sepulchres, and epitaphs, all the night after, and therefore adieu, dear niece. EUG. Beshrew my heart, my lord, if you go tice 3 hours. Mom. 3 hours? Nay, niece, if I dance attendance 3 hours, alone in her chamber, with any lady so near allied to me, I am very idle, I faith. Marry with such an other I would dance 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, though it cost me 10 shillings. And now I am in, have at it. My head must devise something, while my feet are piddling thus, that may bring her to some fit consideration of my friend, who indeed is only a great scholar, and all his honors and riches lie in his mind. EU. Come, come, pray tell me, uncle, how does my cousin Momford? Mom. Why, well, very well, niece, and so is my friend Clarence well too, and then is there a worthy gentleman well as any is in England, I can tell ye. He daunces speaking. EUG. But when did you see my cousin? Mom. And 'tis pity but he should do well, and he shall be well too, if all my wealth will make him well. EUG. What means he by this, Tro? Your lord is very dancetive, methinks. Mom. Aye, and I could tell you a thing would make your ladyship very dancetive, or else it were very duncetive, I faith. Oh, how the skipping of this Christmas block of ours moves the blockhead heart of a woman, and indeed anything that pleaseth the foolish eye, which presently runs with a lying tale of excellence to the mind. EUG. But I pray tell me, my lord, could you tell me of a thing would make me dance, say you? Mom. Well, farewell, sweet niece, I must needs take my leave in earnest. EU. Lord bless us, hey, raise such a stir with your farewells. Mom. I will see you again within these 2 or 3 days, a my word, niece. EUG. Cod's precious, 2 or 3 days? Why, this lord is in a meruala strange humor. Sit down, sweet Vinkel, I faith I have to talk with you about great matters. Mom. Say then, dear niece, be short, utter your mind quickly now. EUG. But I pray tell me first, what's that would make me dance, I faith? Mom. Dance, what dance? Heather to your dancer's legs bow forsooth, and caper, and jerk, and firk, and dandle the body above them, as it were their great child. Though the special jerker be above this place, I hope here lies that should fetch a perfect woman over the coals, I faith. EUG. Nay, good Venkel, say what's the thing you could tell me of? Mom. No matter, but let me see a passing prosperous forehead of an exceeding happy distance betwixt the eyebrows, a clear lightning eye, a temperate, and fresh bloud in both the cheeks, excellent marks, Most excellent marks of good fortune. EUG. Why, how now, Winkle, did you never see me before? Mom. Yes, niece. But the state of these things at this instant must be specially observed, and these outward signs being now in this clear elevation, show your untroubled mind is in an excellent power, to prefer them to act forth then a little, dear niece. EUG. This is excellent. Mom. The crises here are excellent good, the proportion of the chin good, the little aptness of it to stick out good, and the ward above it most exceeding good. Never trust me, if all things be not answerable to the prediction of a most divine fortune towards her. Now if she have the grace to apprehend it in the nick, there's all. EUG. Well, my lord, since you will not tell me your secret, I'll keep another from you, with whose discovery you may much pleasure me, and whose concealment may hurt my estate. And if you be no kinder than to see me so endangered, I'll be very patient of it, I assure you. Mom. Nay, then it must instantly forth. This conjuration even fires it out of me, and to be short, gather all your judgment together, for here it comes. Niece, Clarence, rather my soul than my friend Clarence, of too substantial a worth, to have any figures cast about him, notwithstanding, no other woman with empires could stir his affections, is with your virtues most extremely in love, and without your requital dead. And with it fain shall sound this golden distich through the world of you both. Non illo melior quisquam, nec amantur equi vir fiut, aut illa reverentur ola deorum. 17. EUG. I me poor dame, O you amaze me, Winkle, is this the wondrous fortune you presage? What man may miserable women trust? Mom. O peace, good lady, I come not to ravish you to anything. But now I see how you accept my motion, I perceive, how upon true trial you esteem me. Have I rid all this circuit to levy the powers of your judgment, that I might not prove their strength too sodanely with so violent a charge? And do they fight it out in white blood, and show me their hearts in the soft crystal of tears? EUG. O uncle, you have wounded yourself in charging me that I should shun judgment as a monster, if it would not weep. I place the poor felicity of this world in a worthy friend, and to see him so unworthily revolted, I shed not the tears of my brain, but the tears of my soul. And if ever nature made tears th effects of any worthy cause, I am sure I now shed them worthily. Mom. Her sensual powers are up, I faith, I have thrust her soul quite from her tribunal. This is her seds vacans when her subjects are privileged to libel against her, and her friends. But weeps my kin niece for the wounds of my friendship? And I touched in friendship for wishing my friend doubled in her singular happiness? EUG. How am I doubled? When my honor and good name, two essential parts of me, would be less, and lost? Mom. In whose judgment? EUG. In the judgment of the world. Mom. Which is a fool's bolt. Nihil avertut nec of veritate remotius, quam vulgaris opinio. But my dear niece, it is most true that your honor and good name tendred, as they are the species of truth, are worthily two essential parts of you, but as they consist only in airy titles, and corruptible bloud, whose bittern sanitas and non nobilitas efficit, and care not how many base and execrable acts they commit, they touch you no more than they touch eternity. And yet shall no nobility you have in aether be impaired neither. EUG. Not to marry a poor gentleman? Mom. Respect him not so, for as he is a gentleman he is noble, as he is wealthily furnished with true knowledge, he is rich, and therein adorned with the exactest compliments belonging to everlasting nobleness. EUG. Which yet will not maintain him a week, such kind of nobleness gives no coats of honor nor can scarce get a coat for necessity. Mom. Then is it not substantial knowledge, as it is in him, but verbal and fantastical for omnia and illa al complexa tenet. EUG. Why seeks he me then? Mom. To make you joint partners with him in all things, and there is but a little partial difference betwixt you, that hinders that universal jointure. The bigness of this circle held too near our eye keeps it from the whole sphere of the sun, but could we sustain it indifferently betwixt us, and it would then without check of one beam appear in his fulms. EUG. Good Winkle, be content, for now shall I never dream of contentment. Mom. I have more than done, lady, and had rather have suffered an alteration of my being, than of your judgment. But, dear niece, for your own honor's sake repair it instantly. Enter Hippolyta. Penelope. Iac. Will. See, here comes the ladies. Make an April day on't, 18, dear love, and be so dainty cheerful. God save you, more than fair ladies, I am glad you're come, for my Bucines will have me gone presently. Hip. Why, my Lord Montfort, I say. Will you go before dinner? Mom. No remedy, sweet beauties, for which rudeness I lay my hands thus low for your pardons. Pen. O courteous low. Montfort, 19. Mom. Niece, mens estque sola quietos, sola facit claros, mentem honoribus ornit. 20. Eug. Virus hanos juvat, at mendax infamia territ. 21. Mom. Mine own dear nephew? CLA? What success, my lord? Mom. Excellent, excellent. Come, I'll tell thee all dot. Excellent. Hip. Do you hear, madam? How are you this here have gold our 3 suitors? Eug. Not I, lady. I hope our suitors are no fit meat for our pages. P. No, madam, but they are fit sauce for any man's meat, I'll warrant them. Eug. What's the matter, Hippolyta? Hip. They have sent the knights to Barnet, madam, this frosty morning to meet us there. Eug. I's true, youths. Are knights fit subjects for your knaveries? Will. Pray pardon us, madam, we would be glad to please anybody. Aye, indeed, madam, and we were sure we pleased them highly, to tell them you were desirous of their company. Hip. Oh, tea was good, Eugenia, their livers were too hot, you know, and for temper's sake they must needs have a cooling cardé, 22, plied upon them. Will. And besides, madam, we would have them know that your 2 little pages, which are less by half than 2 leaves, have more learning in them than is in all their 3 volumes. Aye, faith, will, and put their great Pagical index to them, too. Hip. But how will ye excuse your abuses, wags? Will. We doubt not, madam, but if it please your ladyship to put up their abuses. Aye. Trusting they are not so dear to you, but you may. Will. We shall make them gladly furnish their pockets with them. Hip. Well, children and foals, agree as you will, and let the world know now, women have nothing to do with you. P. Come, madam, I think your dinner be almost ready. Enter Tails, King Cobb. Hip. And see, here are 2 honorable guests for you, the Lord Tails, and Sir Cuthbert King Cobb. Ta. Lack you any guests, madam? Eu. Aye, my lord, such guests as you. Hip. There's as common an answer as yours was a question, my lord. King. Why? All things should be common betwixt lords and ladies, you know. P. Indeed, Sir Cuthbert King Cobb, I have heard, you are either of the family of love, 23, or of no religion at all. Eug. He may well be said to be of the family of love, he does so flow in the loves of poor overthrown ladies. King. You speak of that I would do, madam, but in earnest I am now suing for a new mistress. Look in my hand, sweet lady, and tell me what fortune I shall have with her. Eug. Do you think me a witch, Sir Cuthbert? King. Pardon me, madam, but I know you to be learned in all things. Eug. Come on, let's see. Hip. He does you a special favor, lady, to give you his open hand, for 'tis commonly shut, they say. King. What find you in it, madam? Eug. Shut it now, and I'll tell ye. King. What now, lady? Eug. Why, of the worst hand that ever I saw knight have. When 'tis open, one can find nothing in it, and when 'tis shut one can get nothing out on't. King. The age of letting go is past, madam, we must not now let go, but strike up men's heels, and take 'em as they fall. Eug. A good Cornish principle, believe it, Sir Cuthbert. Tails. But I pray tell me, Lady Penelope, how entertain you the love of my cozen Sir Giles Goosecap? Peen. Are the Goosecaps akin to you, my lord? Ta. Even in the first degree, madam. And Sir Giles, I can tell ye, though he see me something simple, is compassed of as many good parts as any knight in England. Hip. He should be put up for concealment then, for he shews none of them. Pen. Are you able to reckon his good parts, my lord? Ta. I'll do the best I can, lady. First, he dances as comely and lightly as any man, for upon my honour, I have seen him dance upon eggies, and it has not broken them. Peen. Nor cracked them neither. Ta. That I know not, indeed I would be loath to lie though he be my kinsman, to speak more than I know by him. Eug. Well, forth my lord. Ta. He has an excellent skill in all manner of perfumes, and if you bring him gloves from 40 pence to 40 shillings a pair, he will tell you the price of them to 2 pence. Hip. A pretty sweet quality, believe me. Tails. Nay, lady, he will perfume you gloves himself most delicately, and give them the right Spanish titillation. Peen. Titillation, what's that, my lord? Tell. Why, lady, 'tis a pretty kind of term new come up in perfuming, which they call a titillation. Hip. Very well expounded, my lord. Forth with your kinsman's parts, one pray. Tell. He is the best sempster of any woman in England, and will work you needlework edgings, and French pearls, from an angel to 4 angels a yard. Eug. That's precious ware indeed. Tell. He will work you any flower to the life, as like it as if it grew in the very place, and being a delicate perfumer, he will give it you his perfect and natural savour. Hip. This is wonderful. Forth, sweet Lord Tales. Tell. He will make you flies and worms of all sorts most lively, and is now working a whole bed embroidered with nothing but glow worms, whose lights it has so perfectly done that you may go to bed in the chamber, do anything in the chamber, without a candle. Peen. Never trust me, if it be not incredible. Forth, my good lord. Tell. He is a most excellent turner, and will turn you wassail bowls, and posset cups carried with libards' faces, and lions' heads with spouts in their mouths, to let out the posset ale, most artificially. Eug. Forth, good Lord Tales. Peen. Nay, good my lord, no more. You have spoken for him thoroughly, I warrant you. Hip. I lay my life Cupid has shot my sister in love with him out of your lips, my lord. Eug. Well, come in, my lords, and take a bad dinner with me now, and we will all go with you at night to a better supper with the Lord and Lady Furnifall. King. Tale. We attend you, honourable ladies. Exeunt. Actus tertii. Scena prima. Enter Rudsby, Guskap. Rudd. Bullacre. Bull. Aye, sir. Rudd. Ride, and catch the captain's horse. Bull. So I do, sir. Rudd. I wonder, Sir Giles, you would let him go so, and not ride after him. Goose. Would I might never be more tall, Sir Cut, if I rid not after him, till my horse sweat, so that he had near a dry thread on him, and hollowed to him to stay him, till I had thought my fingers' ends would have gone off with hollowings. I'll be sworn to ye, and yet he ran his way like a Diogenes, and would never stay for us. Rudd. How shall we do to get the lame captain to London, now his horse is gone? Goose. Why? He is but a lame jad neither, Sir Moyle, we shall soon take him, I warrant ye. Rudd. And yet thou saidst thou gallopst after him as fast as thou couldst, and couldst not catch him. I lay my life some crabfish has bitten thee by the tongue, thou speakest so backward still. Goose. But hey race all the doubt, Sir Cut, if no body should catch him now, when he comes at London, some boy or other would get up on him, and ride him hot into the water to wash him. I'll be sworn I followed one that rid my horse into the Thames, till I was up to th' knees hitherto, and if it had not been for fear of going over shoes, because I am troubled with the rheum, I would have taught him to wash my horse when he was hot, I faith. Enter Falwither. How now, sweet captain, dost feel any ease in thy pain yet? Rudd. Ease in his pain, quoth you, has good Lukey if he feel ease in pain, I think, but would any assie in the world ride down such a hill as Highgate is, in such a frost as this, and never light? Foul. Cod's precious, Sir Cut, your Frenchman never lights, I tell ye. Goose. Light, sir, cut. Slight, and I had my horse again. There's ne'er a paltry English frost in them all should make me light. Rud. Go to, you French zanies, you will follow the French steps so long, till you be not able to set one sound step off ground all the days of your life. Goose. Why, sir, cut, I care not if I be not sound, so I be well, but we were justly plagued by this hill, for following women thus. Foul. Aye, and English women too, Sir Giles. Rud. Thou art still prating against English women. I have seen none of the French dames, I confess, but your greatest gallants, for men in France, were here lately, 24, I am sure, and methinks there should be no more difference betwixt our ladies, and theirs, than there is betwixt our lords, and theirs, and our lords are as far beyond them, I faith, for person, and courtship, as they are beyond ours for fantasticality. Foul. O Lord, Sir, cut. I am sure our ladies hold our lords' tack for courtship, and yet the French lords put them down. You noted it, Sir Giles. Goose. O God, sir, I stood, and heard it, as I sat at presence. Rud. How did they put them down, I pray thee? Foul. Why, for wit, and for courtship, Sir Moyle. Rud. 25, as how, good left-handed Francois. Foul. Why, sir, when Monsieur Lambois came to your mistress the Lady Hippolyta as she sate in the presence, sit down here, good Sir Giles Goosecap, he kneeled me by her thus, sir, and with a most cant French start in his speech of Ah Bellissime, I desire to die now, says he, for your love that I might be buried here. Rud. A good pick hatch, 26, compliment, by my faith. But I prithee, what answered she? Foul. She, I scorn to note that, I hope. Then did he vie, 27, it again with another ha. Rud. That was ha ha, I would have put the third ha to it, if I had been as my mistress, and ha ha hht him out of the presence, I faith. Foul. Ha, says he, tice fair eyes, I would not for a million they were in France, they would renew all our civil wars again. Goose. That was not so good, methinks, Captain. Rud. Well judged, I faith. There was a little wit in that, I must confess, but she put him down far, and answered him with a question, and that was whether he would see me a lover, or a jester? If a lover, I must tell her far more likelier than those, or else she was far from believing them. If a jester, she could have much more ridiculous jests than his of 20 fools that followed the court, and told him she had as lieve be courted with a brush faggot as with a Frenchman, that spent itself all in sparks, and would sooner fire one's chimney than warm the house. And that such sparks were good enough yet to set thatched dispositions afire, but hers was tilled with slight, and respected them as slightly. Goose. Why so, Captain, and yet you talk of your great Frenchmen. Would, to God, little England had never known them, I may say. Foul. What's the matter, Sir Giles? Are you out of love with Frenchmen now of a Sodaine? Goose. Slydd, Captain, would not make one, I'll be sworn? I'll be sworn, they took away a mast-eyed dog of mine by commission. Now I think on't, makes my tears stand in my eyes with grief. I had rather lost the dearest friend that ever I lay withal in my life be this light. Never stir if he fought not with great Seckerson, 28, 4 hours to 1, foremost take up hindmost, and took so many loaves from him, that he stared him presently. So at last the dog could do no more than a bear could do, and the bear being heavy with hunger, you know, fell upon the dog, broke his back, and the dog never stirred more. Rud. Why, thou say'st the Frenchmen took him away. Goose. Frenchmen, aye, so they did too, but yet, and he had not been killed, 'twould ne'er aggrieved me. Foul. O excellent unity of speech. Enter Will, and Iac at Sir all doors. Will. Save ye, knights? Aye. Save you, Captain? Foul. Pages, welcome, my fine pages. Rud. Welcome, boys. Goose. Welcome, sweet Will, good Iac. Foul. But how chance you are so far from London now, pages? Is it almost dinner time? Will. Yes, indeed, sir, but we left our fellows to wait for once, and could not choose in pure love to your worships, but we must needs come, and meet you, before you met our ladies, to tell you a secret. Omnes. A secret, what secret, I pray thee? Aye. If ever your worships say anything, we are undone forever. Omnes. Not for a world believe it. Will. Why then this it is, we overheard our ladies as they were talking in private say, they refested to meet you at Barnet this morning of purpose, because they would try which of you were most patient. Aye. And some said you, Sir Giles, another you, Sir Cut, and the third you, Captain. O.M. This was excellent. Will. Then did they swear one another not to excuse themselves to you by any means, that they might try you the better. Now if they shall see you say nothing in the world to them what may come of it, when ladies begin to try their suitors once, I hope your wise domes can judge a little. Foul. Oh ho, my little knave, let us alone now, I faith. Would I might be cashiered, if I say anything. Rud. Faith, and I can forbear my tongue as well as another, I hope. Goose. Would I might be degraded, if I speak a word, I'll tell them I care not for loosing my labor. Foul. Come knights, shall we not reward the pages? Rud. Yes, I prithee do, Sir Giles, give the boys something. Goose. Never stir, Sir Cut, if I have ever a groat about me but 1/3. Foul. Well, knights, I'll lay out furs all, here, my fine pages. Will. No, indeed, and please your worship. Foul. O pages, refuse a gentleman's bounty? Aye. Cry you mercy, sir, thank you, sweet captain. Foul. And what other news is stirring, my fine viliacos? Will. Marry, sir, they are invited to a great supper tonight to your lord's house, Captain, the Lord Furnifall, and there will be your great cosin Sir Giles Guscap, the Lord Tales, and your Venkel, Sir Cut. Rudsby, Sir Cuthbert Kingcob. Foul. The Lord Tales, what countryman is he? Aye. A Kentish lord, sir, his ancestors came forth off Canterbury. Foul. Out of Canterbury. Will. Indeed, sir, the best tales in England are your Canterbury tales, I assure ye. Rud. The boy telephones the true captain. Aye. He writes his name, sir, Tales, and he being the 10th son his father had, his father christened him Deesome Tales, and so his whole name is the Lord Deesome Tales. Goose. A my mortality, the boy knows more than I do of our house. Rud. But is the Lady Furnifall, Captain, still of the same drinking humor she was wont to be? Foul. Still of the same, knight, and is never in any sociable vein till she be tipsy, for in her sobriety she is mad, and fears my good little old lord out of all proportion. Rud. 29, and therefore, as I hear, he will earnestly invite guests to his house, of purpose to make his wife drunk, and then dotes on her humor most profanely. Foul. 'Tis very true, knight. We will sup with them tonight, and you shall see her. And now I think on't, I'll tell you a thing, knights, wherein perhaps you may exceedingly pleasure me. Goose. What's that, good captain? Foul. I am desirous to help my lord to a good merry full, and if I could help him to a good merry one, he might do me very much credit, I assure ye. Rud. Sploud, thou speakest to us as if we could serve thy turn. Foul. O France, Sir Cut. Your Frenchman would not have taken me so for a world, but because fools come into your companies many times to make you merry. Rud. As thou doest. Goose. Nay, good Sir Cut. You know fools do come into your companies. Rud. Aye, and thou know'st it too, no man better. Foul. Bear off with colas, Sir Giles. Will. But would you help your lord to a good full so fain, sir? Foul. Aye, my good page, exceeding fain. Aye. You mean a wench, do you not, sir? A foolish wench? Foul. Nay, I would have a man full, for his lord, page. Will. Does his lord love a fool so well, I pray? Foul. Assure thyself, page, my lord loves a fool, as he loves himself. Aye. Of what degree would you have your fool, sir? For you may have of all manner of degrees. Foul. Faith, I would have him a good emphatical full, one that would make my lord laugh well, and I carde not. Will. Laugh well, then we must know this, sir, is your lord costive of laughter, or laxative of laughter? Foul. Nay, he is a good merry little lord, and indeed sometimes laxative of laughter. Will. Why then, sir, the less wit will serve his lordship's turn. Marry, if he had been costive of laughter, he must have had 2 or 3 drams of wit the more in his full, for we must minister according to the quantity of his lordship's humour, you know, and if he should have as much wit in his full, being laxative of laughter, as if he were costive of laughter, why he might laugh himself into an epilepsy, and fall down dead sodanely, as many have done with the extremity of that passion, and I know your lord cares for nothing but the health of a full. Foul. Thardeth right, my notable good page. Aye. Why, and for that health, sir, we will warrant his lordship, that if he should have all bacon 30, desonitate to and read to him, it should not please his lordship so well as our full shall. Foul. Remercy, my more than English pages. Goose. A my word, I have not seen pages have so much wit, that have never been in France, captain. Foul. 'Tis true indeed, Sir Giles. Well then, my almost French elixirs, will you help my lord to a full so fit for him as you say? Will. As fit, I'll warrant you, captain, as if he were made for him, and he shall come this night to supper, and full where his lord sits at table. Foul. Excellent fit, fail not now, my sweet pages. Aye. Not for a world, sir, we will go both and seek him presently. Foul. Doze so, my good wags. Will. Save you, knights. Aye. Save you, captain. Excellent. Foul. Farewell, my pretty knaves. Come, knights, shall we resolve to go to this supper? Rud. What else? Goose. And let's provide torches for our men to sit at door withal, captain. Foul. That we will, I warrant you, Sir Giles. Rud. Torches? Why, the moon will shine, man. Goose. The moon, Sir Cut, I scorn the moon, I faith. Slidd, sometimes a man shall not get her to shine, and if he would give her a couple of capons, and one of them must be white too. God forgive me, I could never abide her since yesterday, she served me such a trick t'other night. Rud. What trick, Sir Giles? Goose. Why, Sir Cut. 'Cause the days be more tall, and short now, you know, and I love daylight well. I thought it went away faster than it needed, and run after it into Finsbury Fields at calm evening to see the windmills go, and even as I was going over a ditch, the moon by this light of purpose runs me behind a cloud, and lets me fall into the ditch by heaven. Rud. That was ill done in her, indeed, Sir Giles. Goose. Ill done, Sir Cut? Slidd, a man may bear, but, and she have no more good manners, but to make every black slovenly cloud a pearl in her eye. I shall ne'er love English moon again, while I live, I'll be sworn to ye. Foul. Come, knights, to London, horse, horse, horse. Rud. In what a case he is with the poor English moon, because the French moons, their torches, will be the less in fashion, and I warrant you the captain will remember it too, though he say nothing, he secons his resolute chase so, and follows him. I'll lay my life you shall see them the next cold night, shut the moonshine out of their chambers, and make it lie without doors all night. I discredit my wit with their company, now I think on't, plague a god on them, I'll fall a beating on them presently. Exit. Scene 2. Enter Lord Montfort, and Clarence. Clarence, Horatio. CLA. Sing good Horatio, while I sigh, and write. According to my master Plato's mind, the soul is music, and doth therefore joy in accents musical, which he that hates with points of discord is together tied, and barks at reason, consonant in sense. Divine Eugenia bears the ocular for me of music, and of reason, and presents the soul exempt from flesh inflammed. 31. Who must not love her then, that loves his soul? To her I write, my friend, the star. 32. Of friends will needs have my strange lines greet her strange eyes, and for her sake I'll pour my poor soul forth in floods of ink. But did not his kind hand bar me with violent grace, I would consume in the white flames of her impassionate love, ere my harsh lips should vent the odorous blaze. For I am desperate of all worldly joys, and there was never man so harsh to men. When I am fullest of digested life, I see me a liveless embryon to all, each day racked up in night-like funeral. Sing, good Horatio, whilst I sigh and write. Canto. The letter. Suffer him to love that suffers not loving. My love is without passion, and therefore free from alteration. Prose is too harsh, and verse is poetry. Why should I write then? Merit 33, clad in ink, is but a mourner, and as good as naked. I will not write, my friend shall speak for me. Sing one stave more, my good Horatio. Canto. I must remember I know whom I love, a dame of learning, and of life exempt from all the idle fancies of her sex, and this, that to another dame would see me perplexed and foul dead in a rootless 34 veil, will be more clear than ballads to her eye. I'll write, if but to satisfy my friend. Your third staunch sweet Horatio, and no more. Canto. How venial though I offer my strange love! I marry, and bid states, and entertain ladies with tales, and jests, and lords with news, and keep a house to feast Actaeon's hounds that eat their master, and let idle guests draw me from serious search of things divine? To bid them sit, and welcome, and take care to soothe their palates with choice kitchen stuff, as all must owe that marry, and keep house, and then look on the left side of my yoke, or on the right perhaps, and see my wife draw in a quite repugnant course from me, busied to starch her French pearls, and her puffs, when I am in my anima reflexa. Quid est felicitas? Quae origo rerum? And make these beings that are known to be the only serious object of true men see me shadows, with substantial stir she keeps about her shadows, which if husbands love they must believe, and thus my other self brings me another body to dispose, that have already much too much of one, and must not look for any soul of her to help to rule two bodies. Mom. Fie for shame, I never heard of such an antedame. 35. Do women bring no help of soul to men? Why, friend, they either are men's souls themselves, or the most witty imitatrixes of them, or prettiest sweet apes of humane souls, that ever nature framed, as I will prove. For first they be substantiae lucidi, and purer than men's bodies, like their souls, which men's harsh hairs both of their breast and chin occasion by their grows and ruder heat plainly demonstrates. Then like souls they do, movere corpora, for no power on earth moves a man's body, as a woman does. Then do they dare formas corpori, or add a fair forms to men, as their souls do, for but for women, who would care for forms. I vow I never would wash face, nor hands, nor care how ragged, or slovenly I went, art not for women, who of all men's pampas are the true final causes. Then they make men in their seeds immortal, like their souls, that else would perish in a span of time. Oh! They be soul-like creatures, and my niece the soul of 20 rare souls stilled in one. Cla. That it is, my lord, that makes me love. Mom. Oh, are ye come, sir? Welcome to my niece, as I may say, at midnight. Gentle friend, what have you wrought, I pray? Cla. Strange stuff, my lord. Mom. Indeed, the way to believe is to love, he reads and comments. And the right way to love is to believe. This I will carry now with pen and ink, for her to use in answer. See, sweet friend, she shall not stay to call, but while the steel of her affection is made soft and hot, I'll strike, and take occasion by the brow. Blessed is the wooing that's not long a-doing. Exit. Cla. Had ever man so true and noble friend? Or would men think this sharp world's freezing air to all true honor and iodicial love, would suffer such a flourishing pine in both to overlook the box trees of this time? When the learned mind hath by impulsion wrought her eye's clear fire into a knowing flame, no elemental smoke can darken it, nor northland coldness nip her Daphnean flower. O sacred friendship, thanks to thy kin power, that being reterred from all the faithless world, appears to me in my unworldly friend, and for thine own sake let his noble mind, by moving precedent to all his kind, like just Deucalion, averse stony bones repair the world with humane blood and flesh, and dying virtue with new life refresh. Exit. Actus quartus. Enter Tales, King Cobb, Eugenia, Hippolyta, Penelope, Winifred. King. 'Tis time to leave your chests, ladies. 'Tis too studious an exercise after dinner. Tell. Why is it called chests? Hip. Because they lean upon their chests that play at it. Tell. I would have it called the strife of wits, for 'tis a game so witty, that with strife for mastery, we hunt it eagerly. Eug. Specially where the wit of the goose-gaps are in chase, my lord. Tell. I am a goose-gap by the mother's side, madam, at least my mother was a goose-gap. Peen. And you were her white 36th son, I warrant, my lord. Tell. I was the youngest, lady, and therefore must be her white son, ye know, the youngest of 10 I was. Hip. And the wisest of 15. Tell. And sweet lady, will ye cast the kind eye now upon my cozen, Sir Giles Goosecap? Peen. Pardon, my lord, I have never a spare eye to cast away, I assure ye. Tell. I wonder you should count it cast away, lady, upon him. Do you remember those few of his good parts one rehearsed to you? Peen. Very perfectly, my lord, amongst which one of them was, that he is the best sempster of any woman in England. Pray let's see some of his work? Hip. Sweet lord, let's see him so a little. Tell. You shall, a mine honour, lady. Eug. He's a goodly great knight indeed, and a little needle in his hand will become him prettily. King. From the Spanish pike to the Spanish needle, he shall play with any knight in England, lady. Eug. But not a converso, from the Spanish needle to the Spanish pike. King. I think he be too wise for that indeed, madam, for he has 20 miles length and land lies together, and he would be loath to bring it all to the length of a pike. Hip. But no man commends my blunt servant Sir Cut. Ridsby, methinks. King. He is a kin gentleman, lady, though he be blunt, and is of this humour, the more you presume upon him without ceremony, the more he loves you. If he know you think him kin once, and will say nothing but still use him, you may melt him into any kindness you will. He is right like a woman, and had rather, you should bluntly take the greatest favour you can of him, than shamefastly entreat it. Eug. He says well to you, Hippolyta. Hip. Aye, madam, but they say, he will beat one in jest, and bite in kindness, and tear one's ruffs in courtship. King. Some that he makes sport withal perhaps, but none that he respects, I assure ye. Hip. And what's his living, Sir Cudbeard? King. Some 2,000 a year, lady. Hip. I pray do not tell him that I asked, for I stand not upon living. King. O good lady, who can live without living? Enter Montford. Mom. Still here, lordings? Good companions, I faith. I see you come not for victuals. Tell. Victuals, my lord? I hope we have victuals at home. Mom. Aye, but sweet lord, there is a principle in the politician's physic, eat not, 37, your meat upon other men's trenchers, and beware of surfeits of your own cost. Many good companions cannot abide to eat meat at home, ye know. And how fares my noble niece now, and her fair lady Fires, 38? Eug. What wind blows you hither, trow? Mom. Hark you, madam, the sweet gale of one Clarence's breath, with this his paper sail blows me hither. Eug. I me still, in that humour? Beshrew my heart, if I take any papers from him. Mom. Kin bosom do thou take it then? Eug. Nay then never trust me. Mom. Let it fall then or cast it away, you were best, that every body may discover your love suits. Do, there's somebody near, you note it. And how have you spent the time since dinner, nobles? King. At chests, my lord. Mom. Read it, niece. Eug. Here, bear it back, I pray. Mom. I bear you on my back to hear you. And how play the ladies, Sir Cuthbert? What men do they play best withal, with knights or rooks? Tell. With knights, my lord. Mom. 'Tis pity their board is no broader, and that some men called gulls are not added to their game. King. Why, my lo? It needs not, they make the knights gulls. Mom. That's pretty, Sir Cuthbert. You have begun, I know, niece, forth I command you. Eug. O Yara, sweet uncle. Mom. I have brought here a little Greek, to help me out withal, and she's so coy of her learning forsooth, She makes it strange. Lords and ladies, I invite you all to supper tonight, and you shall not deny me. All. We will attend your lordship. Tell. Come, ladies, let's into the gallery a little. Excellent. Mom. And now what says mine own dear niece Faith? EUG. What should she say to the backside of a paper? Mom. Come, come, I know you have bewine of the belly side. EUG. Now was there ever lord so prodigal of his own honored bloud and dignity? Mom. Away with these same horsefair allegations. Will you answer the letter? EUG. God's my life, you go like a cunning spokesman. Answer, uncle. What, do you think me desperate of a husband? Mom. Not so, niece, but care less of your poor Winkel. EUG. I will not write, that's certain. Mom. What, will you have my friend and I perish? Do you thirst our blouds? EUG. Oh, y'are in a mighty danger, no doubt on't. Mom. If you have our blouds, beware our ghosts, I can tell ye. Come, will ye write? EUG. I will not write, Faith. Mom. Faith, dame, then I must be your secretary, I see. Hey, raise the letter, come, do you dictate, and I'll write. EUG. If you write no otherwise than I dictate, it will scarce prove a kind answer, I believe. Mom. But you will be advista, I trust. Secretaries are of counsel with their countesses. Thus it begins, suffer him to love, that suffers not loving. What answer are you to that? EUG. He loves extremely that suffers not in love. Mom. He answers you for that presently. His love is without passion, and therefore free from alteration, for Patty, you know, is an alterationum labi. He loves you in his soul, he telephones you, wherein there is no passion. Say, dame, what answer you? EUG. Nay, if I answer anything. Mom. Why? Very well, I'll answer for you. EUG. You answer? Shall I set my hand to your answer? Mom. Aye, by my faith shall ye. EUG. By my faith, but you shall answer as I would have you then. Mom. Always put in with advice of your secretary, niece, come, what answer are you? EUG. Since you needs will have my answer, I'll answer briefly to the first and last part of his letter. Mom. Do so, niece, and leave the midst for himself a God's name. What is your answer? EUG. I cannot but suffer you to love, if you do love. Mom. Why, very good, there it is, and will requite your love, say you so? He writes, and she dictates. EUG. Beshrow my lips then, my lord. Mom. Beshrow my fingers, but you shall. What, you may promise to requite his love, and yet not promise him marriage, I hope, well, and will requite your love. EUG. Nay, good my lord, hold your hand, for I'll be sworn, I'll not set my hand to't. Mom. Well, hold off your hand, good madam, till it should come on, I'll be ready for it anon, I warrant ye. Now forth, my love is without passion, and therefore free from alteration. What answer are you to that, madam? EUG. Even this, my lord, your love, being mental, needs no bodily requital. Mom. I am content with that, and here it is, but in heart. EUG. What but in heart? Mom. Hold off your hand yet, I say. I do embrace, and repay it. EUG. You may write, uncle, but if you get my hand to it. Mom. Alas, niece, this is nothing, is't anything to a bodily marriage, to say you love a man in soul, if your hearts agree, and your bodies meet not? Simple marriage rites, now let us forth, he is in the way to felicity, and desires your hand. EUG. My hand shall always signa the way to felicity. Mom. Very good, may not any woman say this now? Conclude now, sweet niece. EUG. And so God prosper your journey. Mom. Charitably concluded, though far short of that love I would have shown to any friend of yours, niece, I swear to you. Your hand now, and let this little stay his appetite. EUG. Read what you have writ, my lord. Mom. What needs that, madam? You remember it, I am sure. EUG. Well, if it wants sense in the composition, Let my secretary be Blandford, there's my hand. Mom. Thanks, gentle niece, now I'll read it. EUG. Why now more than before I pray? Mom. That you shall see straight. I cannot but suffer you to love if you do love, and will requite your love. EUG. Remember that requital was of your own putting in, but it shall be after my fashion, I warrant ye. Mom. Interrupt me no more. Your love being meant all needs no bodily requital, but in heart I embrace, and repay it. My hand shall always signal the way to felicity, and myself knit with you in the bands of marriage ever walk with you in it, and so God prosper our journey. Eugenia. EUG. God's me life, 'tis not thus I hope. Mom. By my life but it is, niece. EUG. By my life but 'tis none of my deed then. Mom. Do you use to set your hand to that which is not your deed, your hand is at it, niece, and if there be any law in England, you shall perform it too. EUG. Why? This is plain dishonored deceit. Does all your truest kinds end in law? Mom. Have patience, niece, for whatsoe'er I say, only the laws of faith, and thy free love shall join my friend and thee, or not at all. By my friend's love, and by this kiss it shall. EUG. Why, thus did false a conscious snare sedip. Mom. Indeed, dear love, his wile was something like, and then 'tis no unheard of treachery, that was enacted in a god's eye, a conscious worthy love feared not Diana before whom he contrived this sweet deceit. EUG. Well, there you have my hand, but I'll be sworn I never did think so against my will. Mom. 'T will prove the better, madam, doubt it not. And to allay the billows of your bloud, rise with my motion bold and opposite, dear niece, sup with me, and refresh your spirits. I have invited your companions, with the 2 guests that dined with you today, and will send for the old Lord Furnifall, the captain, and his mates, and though at night, we will be merry as the morning lark. EUG. No, no, my lord, you will have Clarence there. Mom. Alas, poor gentleman, I must tell you now, he's extreme sick, and was so when he writ, though he did charge me not to tell you so, and for the world he cannot come abroad. EUG. Is this the man that without passion loves? Mom. I do not tell you he is sick with love, or if he be, 'tis with full passion, which he doth choose to suffer for your sake, and could restrain his sufferance with the thought, upon my life, he will not trouble you, and therefore, worthy niece, fail not to come. EUG. I will on that condition. Mom. 'Tis performed. For were my friend well, and could comfort me, I would not now entreat your company, but one of you I must have, or I die. Oh, such a friend is worth a monarchy. Exeunt. Scene 2. Enter Lord Furnifall, Rudsby, Guscap, Foulweather, Blaker. Fur. Nay, my gallants, I will tell you more. All. Forth, good my lord. Fur. The evening came, and then our waxen stars sparkled about the heavenly court of France, when I then young and radiant as the sun gave lustre to those lamps, and curling thus my golden foretop stepped into the presence, where set with other princely dames I found the Countess of Lancollier, and her niece, who as I told you cast so fixed an eye on my behaviors, talking with the king. All. True, my good lord. Fur. They rose when I came in, and all the lights burned dim for shame, when I stood up, and shinned. Foul. O most passionate description, Sir Cut. Rud. True of a candle's end. Goose. The passing's description of a candle that ever lived, Sir Cut. Fur. Yet aimed I not at them, nor seemed to know what grace they did me, but found courtly cause to talk with an accomplished gentleman new come from Italy. In quest of news I spake Italian with him. Rud. What so young? Fur. O rarissime volti cadono nel parlar nostro familiar. Foul. Slid, I could speak it, knight, at 3 years old. Fur. Nay, gentle captain, do not set me forth. I love it not, in truth I love it not. Foul. Slight, my lord, but truth is truth, you know. Goose. I dare ensure your lordship, truth is truth, and I have heard in France, they speak French as well as their mother tongue, my lord. Fur. Why, 'tis their mother tongue, my noble knight. But as I tell you, I seemed not to note the lady's notes of me, but held my talka with that Italianate Frenchman, and took time, still as our conference served, to shew my courtship in the 3/4 leg, and set led Luke, the quick kiss of the top of the forefinger, and other such exploits of good accost, all which the ladies took into their eyes with such attention that their favours swarmed about my bosom, in my heart, mine ears, in scarfs about my thighs, upon mine arms, thick on my wrists, and thicker on my hands, and still the less I sought, the more I found. All this I tell to this notorious end, that you may use your courtship with less care to your coy mistresses, as when we strike a goodly salmon, with a little line, we do not tug to hale her up by force, for then our line would break, and our hook lost, but let her careless play alongst the stream, as you had left her, and she'll drown herself. Foul. On my life, a most rich comparison. Goose. Never stir if it be not a richer comparison than my lord my cozen wore at tilt, for that was broadred with nothing but moonshine at the water, and this has salmons in't. By heaven, a most edible comparison. Are you? Odious, thou wouldst say, for comparisons are odious. Foul. So they are indeed, Sir Cut, all but my lord's. Goose. Be comparisons odious, Sir Cut, what, like flowers? Rud. O assy, they be odorous. 39. Goose. A bots of that stinking word odorous, I can never hit on't. Fur. And how like you my court counsel, gallants, ha? Foul. Out of all proportion excellent, my lord, and believe it, for emphatical courtship, your lordship puts down all the lords of the court. Fur. No, good captain, no. Foul. By France you do, my lord, for emphatical courtship. Fur. For emphatical courtship indeed I can do somewhat. Foul. Then does your merry entertainment become you so festively, that you have all the bravery of a Saint George day about ye, when you use it. Fur. Nay, that's too much, in sadness, captain. Goose. Oh good, my lord, let him praise you, whatsoe'er it costs your lordship. Foul. I assure your lordship, your merry behavior does so festively show upon you, that every high holiday, when ladies would be most beautiful, every one wishes to God she were turned into such a little lord as you, when we are merry. Goose. By this fire they do, my lord, I have heard am. Fur. Marry, God forbid, knight, they should be turned into me. I had rather be turned into them, a mine honor. Foul. Then for your lordship's quips, and quick jests, why gesta Romanorum were nothing to them, a my virtue. Fur. Well, 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 I will hear thee no more, I will hear thee no more, good captain. Thou's an excellent wit, and thou shalt have crowns, a mine honor, and now knights, and captain, the fool you told me off, do you all know him? Goose. I know him best, my lord. Fur. Do you, Sir Giles? To him then, good night, and be here with him, and here, and here, and here again. I mean, paint him unto us, Sir Giles, paint him lively, lively now, my good knightly boy. Goose. Why, my good lord? He will ne'er be long from us, because we are all mortal, you know. Fur. Very true. Goose. And as soon as ever we go to dinner and supper together. Rud. Dinner and supper together, when's that, tro? Goose. Will come you in amongst us, with his cloak buttoned loose under his chin. Rud. Buttoned loose, my lord? Goose. I'm my lord, buttoned loose still, and both the flaps cast over before both his shoulders afore him. Rud. Both shoulders afore him? Fur. From before him he means, forth, good Sir Giles. Goose. Like a potentate, my lord? Rud. Much like a potentate indeed. Goose. For all the world like a potentate, Sir Cut. Ye know. Rud. So, sir. Goose. All his beard nothing but hair. Rud. Or something else. Goose. Or something else, as you say. Foul. Excellent, good. Goose. His melons, or his apricots, oranges always in an unclean handkerchief, very cleanly, I warrant you, my lord. Fur. A good neatful, Sir Giles, of mine honor. Goose. Then his fine words that he sets them in, concatical, a fine aniseed wench full, upon ticket, and so forth. Fur. Passing strange words, believe me. Goose. Not every man at the table, though he never saw him before, by sight, and then will he fool you so finely, my lord, that he will make your heart ache, till your eyes run over. Fur. The best that ever I heard, pray mercy, good night, for thy merry description. Captain, I give thee 20 companies of commendations, never to be cashiered. Enter Iac, and Will on the other side. Save your lordship. Fur. My pretty cast of merlins 40, what prophecies with your little mesterships? Aye. Things that cannot come to pass, my lord, the worse our fortunes. Foul. Why, what's the matter, pages? Rudd. How now, my lady's foisting, 41 hounds? Goose. Iac I. How do ye William? Frolic? Will. Not so frolic, as you left us, Sir Giles. Fur. Why, wags, what news bring you a God's name? Aye. Heavy news indeed, my lord, pray pardon us. Fur. Heavy news? Not possible your little bodies could bring him then. Unload those your heavy news, I beseech ye. Will. Why, my lord, the fool we took for your lord, is thought too wise for you, and we dare not present him. Goose. Slyd pages, you'll not cheats of our fool, will ye? Aye. Why, Sir Giles, he's too dogged, and bitter for you in truth. We shall bring you a fool to make you laugh, and he shall make all the world laugh at us. Will. Aye indeed, Sir Giles, and he knows you so well too. Giles. Know me? Slight, he knows me no more than the beggar knows his dish. 42. Aye. Faith, he begs you to be content, Sir Giles, for he will not come. Goose. Beg me? Slight, I would I had known that, t'other day, I thought I had met him in polls, and he had been anybody else but a pillar, I would have run him through by heaven. Beg me? Foul. He begs you to be content, Sir Giles, that is, he prays you. Goose. Oh, does he praise me, then I commend him. Fur. Let this unsuitable fool go, Sir Giles. We will make shift without him. Goose. That we will, my word, my lord, and have him too for all this. Will. Do not you say so, Sir Giles, for to tell you true that fool is dead. Goose. Dead? Slight, that cannot be, man. I know he would ha writ to me and had bewined so. Fur. Quick or dead, let him go, Sir Giles. Aye. Aye, my lord, for we have better news for you to hearken after. Fur. What are they, my good novations? Aye. My Lord Montfort entreats your lordship, and these knights and captain to accompany the Countess Eugenia, and the other 2 ladies, at his house at supper tonight. Will. All desiring your lo, to pardon them, for not eating your meat tonight. Fur. With all my heart, wags, and there's amends, my hearts, now set your courtship of the last, of the tainters, and prick up yourselves for the ladies. Goose. O brave Sir Cut, come let's prick up the ladies. Fur. And will not the knights 2 noble kinsmen be there? Aye. Both will be there, my lord. Fur. Why, there's the whole knot of us then, and there shall we knock up the whole triplicity of your nuptials. Goose. I'll make my lord my cosin speak for me. Foul. And your lordship will be for me, I hope. Fur. With tooth and nail, captain, my lordship. Rudd. Hang tytts. I'll pommel myself into Aye. Your cosin, Sir Giles, has promised the ladies they shall see you so. Goose. Gods me, would I might never be more tall, if I do not carry my work with me. Fur. Do so, Sir Giles, and withal use means to taint their high blouds with the shaft of love. Sometimes a finger's motion wounds their mindies, a jest, a gesture, or a pretty laugh, a voice, a present, things doneth nick wound deep, and sure, and let fly your gold, and we shall nuptials have, hold, belly, hold. Goose. O rare Sir Cut. We shall eat nutshells, hold, belly, hold. Excellent. Aye. O pitiful night, that knows not nuptials from nutshells. Will. And now come port vous, monsieur. Bull. Port bien vous remercie. Aye. We may see it indeed, sir, and you shall go afore with us. Bull. No good, messieurs. Will. Another crash in my lady's cellar, I faith, monsieur. Bull. Remercie de bon sir, messieurs. Exeunt. Scene 3. Enter Clarence Momford. Mom. How now, my friend? Does not the knowing beams, that through thy common sense glance through thy eyes, to read that letter through thine eyes retire and warm thy heart with a triumphant fire? CLA. My lord, I feel a treble happines mix in one soul, which proves how eminent things in less are above things temporal, that are in bodies needfully confined. I cannot suffer their dimensions pierced, where my immortal part admits expansure, even to the comprehension of two more commixed substantially with her mere self. Mom. As how, my strange and riddle-speaking friend? CLA. As thus, my lord, I feel my own mind's joy, as it is separate from all other powers, and then the mixture of an other soul and in direction to one end, like it, and thirdly the contentment I enjoy, as we are joined, that I shall work that good in such a noble spirit as your niece, which in myself I feel for absolute. Each good man doubles his own free content, when in an other's use they give it vent. Mom. Said like my friend, and that I may not wrong thy full perfections with an emptier grace than that which show presents to thy conceits, in working thee a wife worse than she seems, I'll tell thee plain a secret which I know. My niece doth use to paint herself with white, whose cheeks are naturally mixed with red, either because she thinks pale looks moves most, or of an answerable nice effect to other of her modest qualities, because she would not with the outward blaze of tempting beauty tangle wanton eyes, and so be troubled with their tromperies, which construe as thou wilt. I make it known, that thy free comment may examine it, as willinger to tell truth of my niece, than in the least degree to wrong my friend. CLA. A jealous part of friendship you unfold, for was it ever seen that any dame would change of choice a well-mixed white and red for bloodless Pellines, if she strived to move? Her painting then is to shun motion, but if she mended some defects with it, breeds it more hate than other ornaments, which to supply bare nature ladies wear? What an absurd thing is it to suppose, if nature made us either lame or sick, we would not seek for sound limbs, or for health by art the rector of confused nature. So in a face, if nature be made lame, then art can make it. Is it more offense to help her want there than in other limbs? Who can give instance where dames' faces lost the privilege their other parts may boast? Mom. But our most court-received poet says, that painting is pure chastity's arbiter. CLA. That was to make up a poor rhyme to nature. And fare from any judgment it conferred, for lightness comes from hearts, and not from looks, and if in chastity possess the heart, not painting doth not race it, nor being clear doth painting spot it, omni bonum naturaliter pulchrum. For outward fairings bears the divine for me, and moves beholders to the act of love, and that which moves to love is to be wished, and each thing simply to be wished is good. So I conclude mere painting of the face a lawful and a commendable grace. Mom. What paradox dost thou defend in this? And yet through thy clear arguments I see thy speech is far exempt from flattery, and how illiterate Castone grossly errs almost in all traditions she prefers. Since then the doubt I put thee of my niece checks not thy doubtless love, forth my dear friend, and to add 43 force to those impressions that now have carried her fantasy with love, I have invited her to supper here, and told her thou art most extremely sick, which thou shalt counterfeit with all thy skill. CLA. Which is exceeding smale to counterfeit. Mom. Practice a little, love will teach it thee, and then shall Dr. Versey the physician come to thee while herself is in my house, with whom as thou conferst of thy disease, he bring my niece with all the lords and ladies within your hearing, under feigned pretext to shew the pictures that hang near thy chamber, where when thou hearst my voice, know she is there, and therefore speak that which may stir her thoughts, and make her fly into thy open arms. Ladies, whom true worth cannot move to ruth, true lovers must deceive to shew their truth. Exeunt. Finus actus cordi. Actus quinti. Sheena prima. Enter Montfort, Furnifal, Tales, King Cobb, Roodsby, Goosecap, Foulweather, Eugenia, Hippolyta, Penelope, Winifred. Mom. Where is Sir Giles Goosecap here? Goose. Here, my lord. Mom. Come forward, knight. Tease you that the ladies admire at working, a mine honor. Goose. A little at once, my lord, for idle's sake. Fur. Sir Cut, I say, to her captain. Pennell. Come, good servant, let's see what you work. Goose. Why, look you, mistress, I am making a fine dry sea, full of fish, playing in the bottom, and here I'll let in the water so lively, that you shall hear it roar. Eug. Not hear it, Sir Giles? Goose. Yes, in sooth, madam, with your eyes. Tell. Ay, lady, for when a thing is done so exceedingly to the life, as my knightly cosin does it, the eye oftentimes takes so strong a heed of it, that it cannot contain it alone, and therefore the ear seems to take part with it. Hip. That's a very good reason, my lord. Mom. What a jest it is, to hear how serious-ly he strives to make his foolish kinsman's answers wise ones. Peen. What shall this be, servant? Goose. This shall be a great whale, mistress, at all his bigness spouting huge hills of salt water afore him, like a little water squirt, but you shall not need to fear him, mistress, for he shall be silka, and gould, he shall do you no harm, and he be ne'er so lively. Peen. Thank you, good servant. Tell. Do not think, lady, but he had need tell you this aforehand, for, a mine honor, he wrought me the monster Caucasus so lively, that at the first sight I started at it. Mom. The monster Caucasus? My lord, Caucasus is a mountain. Cacus you mean. Tell. Cacus indeed, my lord, cree you mercy. Goose. Here I'll take out your eye, and you will, mistress. Peen. No, by my faith, servant, 'tis better in. Goose. Why, lady, I'll but take it out in jest, in earnest. Peen. No, something else there, good servant. Goose. Why then here shall be a camel, and he shall have horns, and he shall look for all the world like a maid without a husband. Hip. O bitter Sir Giles. Ta. Nay, he has a dry wit, lady, I can tell ye. Peen. He bobbed me there indeed, my lord. Fur. Marry him, sweet lady, to answer a his bitter bob. King. So she might answer him with horns indeed. Eug. See what a pretty work he wears in his boot hose. Hip. Did you work them yourself, Sir Giles, or buy them? Goose. I bought 'em for nothing, madam, in th exchange. Eug. Bought 'em for nothing? Tell. Indeed, madam, in th exchange they so honor him for his work, that they will take nothing for anything he buys on 'em. But where's the rich nightcap you wrought, cosin? If it had not been too little for you, it was the best piece of work that ever I saw. Goose. Why, my lord, 't was biggy enough, when I wrought it, for I wore pantables then, you know. Tell. Indeed, the warmer a man keeps his feet, the less he needs wear upon his head. Eug. You speak for your kinsman the best that ever I heard, my lord. Goose. But I believe, madam, my lord my cosin has not told you all my good parts. Ta. I told him so, I warrant you, cosin. Hip. What do you think he left out, Sir Giles? Goose. Marry, madam, I can take tobacco now, and I have bought glowworms to kindle it withal, better than all the burning glasses i'th world. Eug. Glowworms, Sir Giles? Will they make it burn? Goose. Oh, good madam, I feed him with nothing but fire, a purpose, I'll be sworn they eat me 5 faggots a week in charcoal. Tell. Nay, he has the strangest devices, ladies, that ever you heard, I warrant ye. Fur. That's a strange device indeed, my lord. Hip. But your sewing, Sir Giles, is a most gentlewomanlike quality, I assure you. Peen. Oh, far away, for now, servant, you need never marry, you are both husband and wife yourself. Goose. Nay, indeed, mistress, I would fain marry for all that, and I'll tell you my reason, if you will. Peen. Let's hear it, good servant. Goose. Why, madam, we have a great match at football towards, married men against bachelors, and the married men be all my friends, so I would fain marry to take the married men's parts in truth. Hip. The best reason for marriage that ever I heard, Sir Giles. Goose. I pray will you keep my work a little, mistress? I must needs strain a little courtesy in truth. Exit Sir Giles. Hip. God's my life, I thought he was a little to blame. Rudd. Come, come, you re not me, dame. Purr. Well said, Sir Cut, to her now, we shall hear fresh courting. Hip. Alas, Sir Cut, you are not worth the hearing, everybody says you cannot love, howsoever you talk on't. Rudd. Not love, dame? Slid, what argument wouldst have of my love, Tiaro? Let me look as red as scarlet afore I see thee, and when thou com'st in sight of the sun of thy beauty, do not white me like a shepherd's holland, I am a ewe to my Creator. Hip. Oh, excellent! Rudd. Let me burst like a toad, if a frown of thy brow has not turned the very heart in my belly and made me ready to be hanged by the heels for a fortnight to bring it to the right again. Hip. You should have hanged longer, Sir Cut, 'tis not right yet. Rudd. Zounds, bid me cut off the best limb of my body for thy love, and I'll light in thy hand to prove it. Dost think I am no Christian, have I not a soul to save? Hip. Yes, 'tis to save, yet I warrant it, and will be while 'tis a soul if ye use this. Fur. Excellent courtship of all hands, only my captain's courtship is not heard yet. Good madam, give him favor to court you with his voice. Eug. What should he court me with all else, my lord? Mom. Why, I hope, madam, there be other things to court ladies withal besides voices. Fur. I mean with an audible sweet song, madam. Eug. With all my heart, my lord, if I shall be so much indebted to him. Fowl. Nay, I will be indebted to your ears, lady, for hearing me sound music. Fur. Well done, captain, prove as it will now. Enter messenger. Me. My lord, Dr. Versey the physician is come to see Master Clarence. Mom. Light, and attend him to him presently. Fur. To Master Clarence? What is your friend sick? Mom. Exceeding sick. Tell. I am exceeding sorry. King. Never was sorrow worthier bestowed than for the ill state of so good a man. Peen. Alas, poor gentleman, good my lord, let's see him. Mom. Thanks, gentle lady, but my friend is loath to trouble ladies since he cannot quit them. With anything he hath that they respect. Hip. Respect, my lord. I would hold such a man in more respect than any emperor, for he could make me empress of myself, and in mine own rule comprehend the world. Mom. How now, young dame? What's so dainty and spurred? This speech hath silver hairs, and reverence asks, and sooner shall have duty done of me, than any pompa in temporal empery. Hip. Good madam, get my lord to let us greet him. Eug. Alas, we shall but wrong and trouble him. His contemplations greet him with most welcome. Fur. I never knew a man of so sweet a temper, so soft and humble, of so high a spirit. Mom. Alas, my noble lord, he is not rich, nor titles hath, nor in his tender cheeks the standing lake of impudence corrupts, hath not in all the world, nor not would have, to grace him in the prostituted light. But if a man would consort with a soul where all man's sea of gall and bitterness is quite evaporate with her holy flames, and in whose powers a dove-like innocence fosters her own deserts, and life and death runs hand in hand before them, all the skies clear, and transparent to her piercing eyes, then would my friend be something, but till then a cipher, nothing, or the worst of men. Fowl. Sweet lord, let's go visit him. Enter Goosecap. Goose. Pray, good my lord, what's that you talk on? Mom. Are you come from your necessary business, Sir Giles? We talk of the visiting of my sick friend Clarence. Goose. Oh, good my lord, let's visit him, 'cause I know his brother. Hip. Know his brother, nay then Count do not deny him. Goose. Pray my lord, whether was eldest, he or his elder brother? Mom. Oh. The younger brother eldest while you live, Sir Giles. Goose. I say so still, my lord, But I am so borne down with truth, as never any knight i'th world was, I think. Ta! A man would think he speaks simply now, but indeed it is in the will of the parents, to make which child they will youngest, or eldest, for often we see the youngest in he right, wherein he is eldest. Eug. Your logical wit, my lord, is able to make anything good. Mom. Welcome, sweet lords and ladies, let us spend the time till supper time with some such sights, as my poor house is furnished withal, pictures, and jewels, of which implements, it may be I have some will please you much. Goose, sweet lord, let's see them. Exeunt. Scene 2. Enter Clarence and Doctor. Do. I think your disease, sir, be rather of the mind than the body. CLA. Be there diseases of the mind, doctor? Do. No question, sir, even as there be of the body. CLA. And cures for them too? Do. And cures for them too, but not by physic. CLA. You will have their diseases, Grace? Will you not? Do. Yes, oftentimes. CLA. And do not grapes ever rise out of passions? Do. Evermore. CLA. And do not passions proceed from corporal distempers? Do. Not the passions of the mind, for the mind many times is sick, when the body is healthful. CLA. But is not the mindy's sickness of power to make the body sick? Do. In time, certain. CLA. And the body's ill affections able to infect the mind? Do. No question. CLA. Then if there be such a natural commerce of powers betwixt them, that the ill estate of the one offends the other, why should not the medicines for one cure the other? Do. Yet it will not, you see. He mihi quod nullis amor est medicabilis herbis. 44. CLA. Nay then, doctor, since you cannot make any reasonable connection of these two contrarieties, the mind and the body, making both subject to passion, wherein you confound the substances of both, I must tell you there is no disease of the mind but one, and that is ignorance. Do. Why, what is love? Is not that a disease of the mind? CLA. Nothing so, for it springs naturally out of the blood, nor are we subject to any disease, or sorrow, whose causes or effects simply and natively concern the body, that the mind by any means partaketh, nor are there any passions in the soul, for where there are no affections, there are no passions, and affectus your master Galen refers part 1 Irasenti, for illic est anima sentiens ubis sunt affectus. Therefore the rational soul cannot be there also. Do. But you know we used to say, my mind gives me this or that, even in those addictions that concern the body. CLA. We used to say so indeed, and from that use comes the abuse of all knowledge and her practice, for when the object in question only concerns the state of the body, why should the soul be sorry or glad for it? If she willingly mix herself, then she is a fool, if of necessity, and against her will, a slave, and so far from that wisdom and freedom that the empress of reason and an eternal substance should comprehend. Do. Divinely spoken, sir, but very paradoxical I. Enter Ford, Tales, King Cobb, Furnif, Rudes, Goose, Fowl, Eugenia, Penelope, Hippolyta, Winifred. Mom. Who's there? I, my lord. Mom. Bring hither the key of the gallery, methought I heard the doctor, and my friend. I did so sure. Mom. Peace then a while, my lord, we will be bold to eavesdrop, for I know my friend is as respective in his chamber, and by himself, of anything he does as in a critic synod's curious eyes, following therein Pythagoras' golden rule, maxime omnium typsum reverer. CLA. Know you the Countess Eugenia, sir? Do. Exceeding well, sir, she's a good learned scholar. CLA. Then I perceive you know her well indeed. Do. Methinks you two should use much conference. CLA. Alas, sir, we do very seldom meet, for her estate and mine are so unequal, and then her knowledge passeth mine so far that I hold much too sacred a respect of her high virtues to let mine attend them. Do. Pardon me, sir, this humbleness cannot flow out of your judgment but from passion. CLA. Indeed I do account that passion the very high perfection of my mind, that is excited by her excellence, and therefore willingly and gladly feel it. For what was spoken of the most chaste queen of rich Pasiaca, may be said of her. Moribus antivenit sortem, 45, virtutibus annos, sexum animo, morum nobilitate genus. Do. A most excellent distich. Mom. Come, lords, away, let's not presume too much of a good nature. Not for all I have would I have him take knowledge of the wrong I rudely offer him. Come then, I'll shew a few rare jewels to your honored eyes, and then present you with a common supper. Goose. Jewels, my lord? Why is not this candlestick one of your jewels, pray? Mom. Yes, marry is it, Sir Giles, if you will. Goose. 'Tis a most fine candlestick in truth, it wants nothing but the languages. Peen. The languages, servant, why the languages? Goose. Why, mistress, there was a Latin candlestick heretofore, and that had the languages, I am sure. Tell. I thought he had a reason for it, lady. Peen. Aye, and a reason of the son too, my lord, for his father would have been ashamed on't. Exeunt. Do. Well, Master Clarence, I perceive your mind hath so incorporate itself with flesh and therein rarefied that flesh to spirit, that you have need of no physician's help. But, good sir, even for holy virtue's health and grace of perfect knowledge, do not make those groundworks of eternity you lay means to your ruin, and short being here, for the too strict and rational course you hold will eat your body up, and then the world, or that small point of it where virtue lives, will suffer diminution. It is now brought almost to a simple unity, which is, as you well know, simplicia puncto. And if that point fail once, why, then alas, the unity must only be suppositoried. Let it not fail then, most men else have sold it, though you neglect yourself, uphoot it. So with my reverend love I leave you, sir. Exit. CLA. Thanks, worthy doctor, I do amply quite you. I prop poor virtue, that am propped myself, and only by one friend in all the world. For virtue's only sake I use this while, which otherwise I would despise and scorn. The world should sink, and all the pompous she hugs close in her heart, and her ambitious gripe, ere I sustain it, if this slenderest joint mowed with the worth that worldlings love so well had power to save it from the throat of hell. He draws the curtains, and sits within them. Enter Eugenia, Penelope, Hippolyta. Eug. Come on, fair ladies, I must make you both familiar witnesses of the most strange part, and full of impudence, that ere I played. Hip. What's that, good madam? Eug. I that have been so more than maiden nice to my dear lord and uncle not to yield by his importunate suite to his friend's love and Luke, or almost thought, will of myself, fare past his expectation or his hope, in action and in person greet his friend, and comfort the poor gentleman's sick state. Peen. Is this a part of so much impudence? Eug. No, but I fear me it will stretch to more. Hip. Marry, madam, the more the merrier. Eug. Marry, madam? What should I marry him? Hip. You take the word methinks as though you would, and if there be a thought of such kind heat in your cold bosom, would to God my breath might blow it to the flame of your kind heart. Eug. God's precious lady, know you what you say, respect you what I am, and what he is, what the whole world would say, and what great lords I have refused, and might as yet embrace, and speak you like a friend to wish me him. Hip. Madam, I cast all this, and know your choice can cast it quite out of the Christ-all doors of your judicial eyes. I am but young, and be it said, without all pride I take to be a maid, I am one, and indeed yet in my mother's womb to all the whiles weed, 46, in the looms of greatness, and of state, and yet even by that little I have learned out of continual conference with you, I have cried harvest home of thus much judgment in my green sowing time, that I could place the constant sweetens of good Clarence Mind, filed with his inward wealth and noblines, Luke, madam, here, when others outward trash should be contented to come under here. Peen. And so say I upon my maidenhead. Eug. 'Tis well said, ladies, thus we differ then, I to the truth wife, you to worldly men. And now, sweet dames, observe an excellent jest, at least in my poor jesting. Tho my uncle will miss me straight, and I know his close drift is to make me, and his friend Clarence meet by some device or other he hath plotted. Now when he seeks us round about his house and cannot find us, for we may be sure he will not seek me in his sick friend's chamber, I have at all times made his love so strange, he straight will think, I went away displeased, or heartily carels of his heart is sweet. And then I know there is no grief on earth will touch his heart so much, which I will suffer, to quite his late good pleasure wrought on me, for I'll be sworn in motion, and progress of his friend's sweet. I never in my life wrastled so much with passion or was moved to take his firme love in such jalouse part. Hip. This is most excellent, madam, and will prove a niece-like, and a noble friend's revenge. Eug. Bold in a good cause, then let's greet his friend. Where is this sickly gentleman? At his book? Now in good truth I would tice books were burn that rap men from their friends before their time. How does my uncle's friend, no other name I need give him, to whom I give myself? CLA. O madam, let me rise that I may kneel, and pay some duty to your sovereign grace. Hip. Good Clarence, do not work yourself disease, my lady comes to ease and comfort you. Peen. And we are handmaids to her to that end. CLA. Ladies, my heart will break if it be held within the verge of this presumptuous chire. Eug. Why, Clarence, is your judgment bent to show a common lover's passion? Let the world, that lives without a heart, and is but show, stand on her empty, and empoisoned for me. I know thy kindness, and have seen thy heart cleft, in my uncle's free and friendly lips, and I am only now to speak and act the rites due to thy love. Oh, I could weep a bitter shore of tears for thy sick state, I could give passion all her blackest rites and make 1,000 vows to thy deserts. But these are common, knowledge is the bond, the seal, and crown of our united mindies, and that is rare and constant, and for that, to my late written hand I give thee this. See, heaven, the soul thou goust is in this hand. This is the knot of our eternity, which fortune, death, nor hell, shall ever loose. Enter Bullaker Iac Will. Aye. What an unmannerly trick is this of thy countess to give the noble count her uncle the slip thus? Will. Mannerly, you villains? Oh, that I were worthy to wear a dagger to any purpose for thy sake? Bull. Why, young gentleman, utter your anger with your fists. Will. That cannot be, man, for all fists are shut, you know, and utter nothing. And besides, I do not think my quarrel just for my lady's protection in this cause, for I protest she does most abominably miscarry herself. I protest, you saucy Iac, you. I should do my country, and courtship good service to bear thy colt's teeth out of thy head, for suffering such a reverend word to pass their guard. Why, the oldest courtier in the world, man, can do no more than protest. Bull. Indeed, page, if you were in France, you would be broken upon a wheel for it. There is not the best Duke's son in France dares say I protest, till he be 31 at least, for the inheritance of that word is not to be posseous before. Will. Well, I am sorry for my presumption then, but more sorry for my lady's, Marie most sorry for thee, good Lord Montfort, that will make us most of all sorry for ourselves, if we do not find her out. Aye. Why, alas, what should we do? All the stars of our heaven see, we seek her as fast as we can. If she be crept into a rush, we will seek her out or burn her. Enter Montfort. Mom. Villains, where are your ladies? Seek them out. Hence, home ye monsters, and still keep you there where levity keeps, in her inconstant sphere. Excellent pages. Away, you precious villains! What a plague of varied tortures is a woman's heart! How like a peacock's tail with different lights, they differ from themselves, the very air alter the aspen humours of their bloods. Now excellent good, now super excellent bad, some excellent good, some? But one of all, would any ignorant baby sorrow her friend such an uncivil part? Splud, what is learning? An artificial cobweb to catch flies, and nourish spiders? Could she cut my throat with her departure, I had bewyen her calf, and made a dish at supper for my guests of her kin charge. I am beholding to her. Puff, is there not a feather in this air a man may challenge for her? What? A feather? So easy to be seen, so apt to trace, in the weak flight of her unconstant wings? A mote, man, at the most, that with the sun, is only seen, yet with his radiant eye, we cannot single so from other motes, to say this mote is she. Passion of death, she wrongs me past a death. Come, come, my friend is mine, she not her own, and there's an end. Eug. Come, uncle, shall we go to supper now? Mom. Zounds, to supper? What a door is this? Eug. Alas, what ails my uncle? Ladies, see. Hip. Is not your lordship well? Peen. Good, speak, my lord. Mom. A sweet plague on you all, you witty rogues. Have you no pity in your villainous jests, but run a man quite from his 15 wits? Hip. Will not your lordship see your friend, and niece? Mom. Would I might sink if I shame not to see her tush tea was a passion of pure jealousy. I'll make her now amends with adoration. Goddess of learning, and of constancy, of friendship, and of every other virtue. Eug. Come, come, you have obliged to me now, I know, and now you place to me with flatteries. Peen. My lord, the contract is knit fast betwixt them. Mom. Now all heaven's choir of angels sing amen, and bless ties true-born nuptials with their bliss. And niece, though you have co-signed me in this, I'll uncle you yet in an other thing, and quite deceive your expectation. For where you think you have contracted hearts with a poor gentleman, he is sole heir to all my earldom, which to you and yours I freely and forever here bequeath. Call forth the lords, sweet ladies. Let them see this sodaine, and most welcome novelty. But cry you mercy, niece, perhaps your modesty will not have them partake this sodaine match. Eug. Oh, uncle, think you so? I hope I made my choice with too much judgment to take shame of any for me I shall perform it with. Mom. Said like my niece, and worthy of my friend. Enter Furnifal, Tal King, Goose, Rud, Fowl, I will, Bullaker. Mom. My lords, take winds of an absolute wonder, a marriage made for virtue, only virtue, my friend, and my dear niece are man and wife. Fur. A wonder of mine honor, and withal a worthy precedent for all the world. Heaven bless you for it, lady, and your choice. Ambo. Thanks, my good lord. Ta. An accident that will make policy blush, and all the compliments of wealth and state, in the successful and unnumbered race that shall flow from it, filed with fame and grace. Key. So may it speed, dear Countess, worthy Clarence. Ambo. Thanks, good Sir Cuthbert. Fur. Captain, be not dismayed, I'll marry thee, for while we live, thou shalt my consort be. Fowl. By France, my lord, I am not grieved a whit, since Clarence hath her. He hath been in France, and therefore merits her if she were better. Mom. Then, knights, I'll knit your hap-pie nuptial knots. I know the lady's mind's better than you, though my rare niece hath chose for virtue only, yet some more wise than some, they choose for both, virtue and wealth. Eug. Nay, uncle, then I plead this goes with my choice, some more wise than some, for only virtue's choice is truest wisdom. Mom. Take wealth and virtue both amongst you then, they love ye, knights, extremely, and Sir Cut, I give the chaste Hippolyta to you, Sir Giles, this lady. Pen. Nay, stay there, my lord. I have not yet proved all his knightly parts one here, he is an excellent poet too. Tell. That I forgot, sweet lady, good Sir Giles, have you no sonnet of your pen about ye? Goose. Yes, that I have, I hope, my lord, my cozen. Fur. Why, this is passing fit. Goose. I'd be loath to go without paper about me against my mistress. Hold my work again. A man knows not what need he shall have, perhaps. Mom. Well remembered a mine honor, Sir Giles. Goose. Pray read, my lord, I made this sonnet of my mistress. Rud. Nay, read thyself, man. Goose. No, in truth, Sir Cut, I cannot read mine own hand. Mom. Well, I will read it. 3 things there be which thou shouldst only crave, thou Pomeroy or thou apple of mine eye. 3 things there be which thou shouldst long to have, and for which 3 each modest dame would cree. 3 things there be that should thine anger swage, an English mastiff and a fine French page. Rud. Sblood, assy, there's but 2 things, thou shamst thyself. Goose. Why, Sir Cut. That's poetical licentia, The verse would have been too long, and I had put in the third. Slight, you are no poet, I perceive. Peen. 'Tis excellent, servant. Mom. Keep it, lady, then, and take the only knight of mortal men. Goose. Thank you, good my lord, as much as though you had given me 20 shillings in truth. Now I may take the married men's parts at football. Mom. All comforts crown you all, and you, captain, for Mary for me sake let the willow crown, a wreath of willow bring us hither straight. For not for a world should that have been forgot, captain, it is the fashion, take this crown. Foul. With all my heart, my lord, and thank you too, I will thank any man that gives me crowns. Mom. Now will we consecrate our ready supper to honored Hymen as his nuptial rite, in for me whereof first dance, fair lords and ladies, and after sing, so we will sing, and dance, and to the skies our virtuous joys advance. The measure. Now to the song and do this garland grace. _Canto. Willow, 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 our captain goes down, willow, 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 his valle doth crown. The rest with rosemary we grace. O Hymen, let thy light with richest rayas gild every face, and feast hearts with delight. Willow, 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 we chaunt to the skies, and with black and yellow give courtship the prize _. Finus. No dot. In a letter to the Athenaeum of June 9, 1883, Mr. Flea suggests that Sir Giles Goose Gap is the work of George Chapman. It was produced by the children of the chapel, and must therefore date between 1599 and 1601. The only other plays known to have been represented by the chapel children are Lily's Love's Metamorphosis and the 3 comical satires of Ben Jonson. The present play bears palpable marks of Jonson's influence. The author, then, must have been a stage writer at the end of the 16th century, probably a friend of Jonson's, and not surviving 1636. The only known playwrights who fulfill the time conditions are Marston, Middleton, and Chapman. Internal evidence, to say nothing of Jonson's enmity, is conclusive against Marston and Middleton. Chapman, on the other hand, fulfills the conditions required. He was Jonson's intimate friend, and died in 1634. In 1598 he was writing plays for Hensel at the Rose Theatre. On July 17, 1599, his connection with the Admiral's company there performing ceased, and his next appearance in stage history is as a writer for the Children of Her Majesty's Revels, the very company that succeeded, and was, indeed, founded on that of the Children of the Chapel at Blackfriars. If Chapman was not writing for the chapel boys from 1599 to 1601, we do not know what he was doing at all. The external evidence, then, clearly points to Chapman. The internal is still more decisive. To say nothing of metrical evidence, which seems just now out of fashion, probably on account of the manner in which it has been handled, can there be any doubt of the authorship of such lines as these? According to my master Plato's mind, and C. 3. 2. And for the lower comedy, Act 4. SC1, in which Montfort makes Eugenia dictate a letter to Clarence, should be compared with The Gentleman Usher 3. 1 and Monsieur d'Olive 4. 1. These are clearly all from one mold. I, like Mr. Flea, had been struck by the resemblance to Chapman's style and parts of Sir Giles Goose Gap, but it seems to me that the likeness is stronger in the serious than in the comic scenes. If Chapman was the author, it is curious that his name did not appear on the title page of the second edition. The reference to the Marichal de Biron's visit 3. 1 proves conclusively that the play cannot have been written earlier than the autumn of 1601. Introduction to Dr. Dodipole. After reading the passages from Dr. Dodipole in Lamb's extracts from the Garrick plays, many students must have felt a desire to have the play in its entirety. I fear that in gratifying their desire I shall cause them some disappointment, and that, when they have read the play through, they will not care to remember much beyond what they knew already. Dr. Dodipole affords a curious illustration of the astounding inequality in the work of the old dramatists. The opening scene, between Lucilia and Lord Lassenberg, shows rich imagination and a worthy gift of expression. The writer, whoever he may have been, scatters his gold with a lavish hand. In the fine panegyric, 47, on painting, There is a freedom of fancy that lifts us into the higher regions of poetry, and dull indeed must be the reader who can resist the contagion of Lassenberger's enthusiasm. But this strain of charming poetry is brought too quickly to a close, and then begins the comic business. Hans, the serving man, is just tolerable, but the French doctor, with his broken English, is a desperate bore. Soon the stage is crowded with figures, and we have to set our wits on work to follow the intricacies of the plot. Florus, the jeweler, has 2 daughters, Cornelia and Lucilia. The elder of the 2, Cornelia, an ill-favored virgin, whose affections are fixed on the young Lord Albrecht, has 2 contending suitors in the doctor and the merchant. Albrecht is in love with Hyacinth, but he has a rival in the person of his own father, the Duke of Saxony, who had been previously contracted to the Lady Catherine. Meanwhile Lord Lassenberg, who is living disguised as a painter under Florus' roof, has gained the affections of Lucilia. In the conduct of the complicated plot no great dexterity is shown. There is a want of fusion and coherence. The reader jumbles the characters together, and would fain see at least one couple cleared off the stage in order to simplify matters. In making Earl Casimir marry the deformed Cornelia and share his estate with her father, the author, as Law Bain observed, has followed Lucian's story of Xenophaemus and Menecrates, in Toxaris, Vel de Amicitia, the 3rd scene of the 3rd act, where Lassenberg in the hearing of the enchanter chides Lucilia for following him, is obviously imitated from Midsummer Night's Dream, and in single lines of other scenes we catch Shakespearean echoes. But the writer's power is shown at its highest in the scene 3:6, where Lucilia's faltering recollection strives to pierce the veil of her spellbound senses, gains the light for an instant, and then is lost again in the tumult of contending emotions. The beauty of that scene is beyond the reach of any ordinary poet. And what shall be said of that exquisite description of the cameo in 2:1? Florus. See, then, my lord, this agate that contains the image of that goddess and her son, whom ancients held the sovereigns of love, see, naturally wrought out of the stone, besides the perfect shape of every limb, besides the wondrous life of her bright hair, a waving mantle of celestial blue embroidering itself with flaming stars. Albert. Most excellent, and see besides, my lords, how Cupid's wings do spring out of the stone as if they needed not the help of art. Is there in the whole Greek anthology anything more absolutely flawless? As to the authorship of Dr. Dodipole, I am unable to form a conjecture. We learn from Henslow's diary that a play called The French Doctor was popular in 1594, but we are not justified in identifying this piece with Dr. Dodipole. Stevens states that the present play was composed before 1596, but he gives no authority for the statement. The song on page 102, "What Thing is Love?" is found in William Drummond's MS. Extracts from Peele's Hunting of Cupid, Apud Dices Peele, 48. The Wisdom of Dr. Dodipole. As it hath been a sundry times acted by the children of Powell's. London, printed by Thomas Creed, for Richard Olieu, dwelling in Long Lane. 1600. The Wisdom of Dr. Dodipole. Actus Prima. A curtain drawn, Earl Lassenberg is discovered, like a painter, painting Lucilia, who sits working on a piece of cushion work. Lassenberg. 49. Welcome, bright morn, thou with thy golden rays revealst the variant colors of the world. Look here and see if thou canst find dispersed the glorious parts of fair Lucilia. Take, 50, them and join them in the heavenly spheres, and fix them there as an eternal light for lovers to adore and wonder at, and this, long since, the high gods would have done, but that they could not bring it back again when they had lost so great divinity. Lou. You paint your flattering words, Lord Lassenberg, making a curious pencil of your tongue, and that fair artificial hand of yours were fitter to have painted heaven's fair story than here to work on Antiochus and on me. Thus for my sake you, of a noble earl, are glad to be a mercenary painter. Lass. A painter, fair Lucy Lee. Why, the world with all her boat eye was by painting made. Look on the heavens colored with golden stars, the firmament all ground of it all blue. Look on the air where, with 100 changes, the watery rainbow doth embrace the earth. Look on the summer fields adorned with flowers, how much is nature's painting honored there. Look in the minds, and on the eastern shore, where all our metals and dear gems are drawn, thought fair themselves made better by their foils. Look on that little world, the twofold man, whose fairer parcel is the weaker still, and see what azure veins and stream-like for me divide the rosy boat eye of the skin. I speak not of the sundry shapes of beasts, the several colors of the elements, whose mixture shapes the world's variety in making all things by their colors known. And to conclude, nature, herself divine, in all things she hath made is a mere painter. She kisses her hand. Lou, now by this kiss, admirer of thy skill, thou art well worthy wonder thou hast given, with so sweet words, to thy eye ravishing art, of which my beauties can deserve no part. Lass. From 51 These base antics where my hand hath pierced thy several parts, if I uniting all had figured there the true Lucilia, then mightst thou justly wonder at mine art, and devout people would from far repair, like pilgrims, with their duteous sacrifice, adoring, 52, thee as regent of their loves. Here, in the center of this marigold, like a bright diamond I enchast thine eye. Here, underneath this little rosy bush, thy crimson cheeks peers forth more fair than it. Here Cupid, hanging down his wings, doth sit, comparing cherries to thy ruby lips. Here is thy brow, thy hair, thy neck, thy hand, of purpose all in several shrouds dispersed, least ravished I should dote on mine own work, or envy burning eyes should malice it. Lou. No more, my lord, see, here comes Haunts our man. Enter Haunts. Haunts. We have the finest painter here at board wages that ever made flower delice, and the best bedfellow, too, for I may lie all night triumphing from corner to corner while he goes to see the fairies. But I for my part see nothing, but hear, sick, a strange noise sometimes. Well, I am glad we are haunted so with fairies, for I cannot set a clean pump down but I find $1 in it in the morning. See, my mistress Lucilia, she's never from him. I pray God he paints no pictures with her, but I hope my fellow hireling will not be so saucy. But we have such a wench a-coming for you, lordings, with her worse, the finest wench. Wink, wink, dear people, and you be wise, and shut, oh shut, your weeping eyes. Enter Cornelia Sola, looking upon the picture of Alberdur in a little jewel, and singing. Enter the doctor, and the merchant following and hearkening to her. The song. What thing is love? For sure I am it is a thing, it is a prick, it is a thing, it is a pretty, pretty thing, it is a fire, it is a coal, whose flame creeps in at every hole, and as my wits do best devise love's dwelling is in ladies' eyes. Haunts. O rare wench! Cor. Fair prince, thy picture is not here impressed with such perfection as within my breast. Mar. Soft, Maester Doctor. Doctor. Cornelia, by gar dis paltry Martian be too bold, is too saucy by gar. Full, hold off hand, full, let de doctor speak. Han. Now my brave wooers, how they strive for a Jew's trump. Doctor. Madam, me love you, me desire to marry you. Me pray you not to say no. Cor. Maester Doctor, I think you do not love me, I am sure you shall not marry me, and in good sans, I must needs say no. Mar. What say you to this, Maester Doctor? Mistress, let me speak. That I do love you I dare not say, lest I should offend you. That I would marry you I had rather you should conceive than I should utter. And I do live or die upon your Manasseh, la blee, I or no. Doctor. By gar if you will see de Martian hang himself, say no, a good chasse by gar. Han. A filthy French jest as I am a Dutch gentleman. Mar. Mistress, I'll bring you from Arabia, Turkey, and India, where the sun doth rise, miraculous gems, rare stuffs of precious work, to beautify you more than all the paintings of women with their color-fading cheeks. Doctor. You bring stuff for her? You bring pudding. Me that 1, 2, 3 pence more den de price buy it from D and her too by gar dow sella dy fader for 2 pence more. Madam, me give you restorative, me give you tings, but tausch you, make you fair, me give you tings make you strong, me make you live 6, 7, 300 year, you know points so, Martian. Martian run from you 2, 3, 4 year together, who shall kiss you Dan? Who shall embrace you Dan? Who shall tausch your fine hand? Oh shall, oh sweet, by gar. Mar. Indeed, Doctor, your commodities are rare. A guard of urinals in the morning, a plaguey fellow at midnight, a fusty apothecary ever at hand with his fustian drugges, attending your episcopate worship. Doctor. By gar, scurvy Martian, me beat thee stark dead, and make thee live again for save de law. Han. A plaguey Martian by gar, make the doctor anger. Doctor. Now, madam, by my troth you be very fair. Cor. You mock me, Doctor, I know the contrary. Doctor. No? What you know? You know see yourself, by gar me see you, me speak that me see, you know point speak so. Han. Peace, doctor, I vice you. Do not court in my maester's hearing, you were best. Enter Florus. Flo. Where are these wooers here? Poor silly men, highly deceived to gape for marriage here only for gain. I have another reach more high than their base spirits can aspire, yet must I use this doctor's secret aid, that hath already promised me a drug whose virtue shall affect my whole desires. Doctor. O Monsieur Florus, me be your worship's servant, me lay my hand under your lordship's foot by my trot. Flo. O Maester Doctor, you are welcome to us, and you, Albertus, it doth please me much to see you vowed rivals thus agree. Doctor. Agree? By my trot she'll not have him. Ma. You find not that in your urines, Doctor. Doctor. Mounser Florus, come head a pray. Flo. What says Maester Doctor? Have you remembered me? Doctor. Aye, by gar, here be de powdre, you give de half at once. Flo. But are you sure it will work the effect? Doctor. Me be sure? By gar, she no sooner drink but she hang your neck about, she stroke your beard, she nippy your cheek, she bussy your lip, by gar. Flo. What, wilt thou eat me, doctor? Doctor. By gar, me must shew you de virtue by plain demonstration. Flo. Well, tell me, is it best in wine or no? Doctor. By gar de Martian, I think he kiss my sweet mistress. Flo. Nay, pray thee, doctor, speak, is best in wine or no? Doctor. Oh, good Lord! In wine, that else I pray you? You give de vench to love vatra? Begin me be ashame of you. Flo. Well, thanks, gentle doctor. And now, my friends, I look today for strangers of great state, and must crave liberty to provide for them. Painter, go leave your work, and you, Lucilia, keep you, I charge you, in your chamber close. Exeunt Cass. And Lucilia. Haunts, see that all things be in order set both for our music and our large carouse, that, after our best country fashion, I may give entertainment to the prince. Han. One of your hall boys, sir, is out of tune. Flo. Out of tune, villain? Which way? Han. Drunk, sir, and please you? Flo. Is night with him already? Well, get other music. Han. So we had need in truth, sir. Exit Hans. Doctor. Me no trouble you by my fate, me take my leave, see, de unmannerly Martian stay, by gar. Exit. Mar. Sir, with your leave I'll choose some other time when I may less offend you with my stay. Exit. Flo. Albertus, welcome. And now, Cornelia, are we alone? Luke first. Aye, all is safe. Daughter, I charge thee now, even by that love in which we have been party all towards thee, above thy sister, blessed with beauty's gifts, receive this virtuous powder at my hands, and having mixed it in a bowl of wine, give it unto the prince in his carouse. I mean no villainy herein to him, but love to thee wrought by that charmed cup. We are, by birth, more noble than our fortunes. Why should we, then, shun any means we can to raise us to our ancient states again? Thou art my eldest care, thou best deservest to have thy imperfections helped by love. Corn. Then, father, shall we seek sinister means forbidden by the laws of God and men? Can that love prosper which is not begun by the direction of some heavenly fate? Flo. I know not. I was near made bishop yet. I must provide for mine, and still prefer, above all these, the honor of my house. Come, therefore, no words, but perform my charge. Cor. If you will have it so, I must consent. Exeunt. Scene 2. Enter Alberdur, Hyanthe, Leander and Moth. Alber. My dear Hyanthe, my content, my life, let no new fancy change thee from my love, and for my rival, whom I must not wrong, because he is my father and my prince, give thou him honor but give me thy love. Oh, that my rival bound me not in duty to favor him, then could I tell Hyanthe that he already, with importance sweet, hath to the Brunswick Duchess vowed himself, that his desires are careless and his thoughts too fickle and imperious for love. But I am silent, duty ties my tongue. Hya. Why? Thinks my joy, my princely Alderbur, Hyanthe's faith stands on so weak a ground, that it will fall or bend with every wind. No storms or lingering miseries shall shake it, much less vain titles of commanding love. Moth. Madam, dispatch him then, rid him out of this earth-lied purgatory, for I have such a coil with him o' nights, grunting and groaning in his sleep, with, "Oh, Hyanthe! My dear Hyanthe!" And then he throbs me in his arms, as if he had gotten a great jewel by the ear. Alber. Away, you wag dot, and tell me now, my love, what is the cause old Casimir, your father, hath been so long importunate with me to visit Floris the brave jeweler? Hyan. My father doth so dote on him, my lord, that he thinks he doth honor every man whom he acquaints with his perfections. Therefore, in any wise, prepare yourself to grace and soothe his great conceit of him, for every gesture, every word he speaks, seems to my father admirably good. Lean. Indeed, my lord, his high conceit of him is more than any man alive deserves. He thinks the jeweler made all of jewels, who, though he be a man of gallant spirit, fair spoken and well furnished with good parts, yet not so peerlessly to be admired. Enter Casimir. Cass. Come, shall we go, my lord? I dare assure you shall behold so excellent a man, for his behavior, for his sweet discourse, his sight in music and in heavenly arts, besides the cunning judgment of his eye in the rare secrets of all precious gems, that you will sorrow you have stayed so long. Alber. Alas, why would not then your lordship's favor hasten me sooner? For I long to see him on your judicial commendation. Cass. Come, let's away then. Go you in, Hyanthe, and if my lord the duke come in my absence, see him, I pray, with honor entertained. Exeunt. Hya. I will, my lord. Leaned. I will accompany your ladyship, if you vouchsafe it. Hya. Come, good Leander. Exeunt. Scene 3. Enter Constantine, Catherine Knight Vandercleve, with others. Const. Lord Vandercleve, go Lord Ambassador from us to the renowned Duke of Saxon, and know his Highness reason and intent why being, of late, with such importunate sweet betrothed to our fair sister dowager of this our dukedom, he doth now protract the time he urged with such speed of late his honored nuptial rites to celebrate. Cath. But, good my lord, temper your embassy with such respective terms to my renown that I be cleared of all immodest haste to have our promised nuptials consummate, for his affects, perhaps, follow the season, hot with the summer then, now cold with winter, and dames, though ne'er so forward in desire, must suffer men to blow the nuptial fire. Vander. Madam, your name, in urging his intent, shall not be USD, but your right princely brothers, who, knowing it may breed in vulgar brains, that shall give note to this protraction, unjust suspicion of your sacred virtues, and other reasons touching the estate of both their famous dukedoms, sendeth me to be resolved of his integrity. Const. To that end go, my honorable lord, commend me and my sister to his love, if you perceive not he neglects our own, and bring his princely resolution. Cat. Commend not me by any means, my lord, unless your speedy grunt audience and kind entreaty make it requisite, for honor rules my nuptial appetite. Exeunt. Finus actus primi? Actus secundus. Enter Haunts, Lassingberg and others following, serving in a banquet. Han. Come, sir, it is not your painting alone makes your absolute man. There's as fine a hand to be required in carrying a dish, and as sweet arte to be shewed in't as in any masterpiece whatsoever. Better than as you painted the doctor e'en now with his nose and in urinal. Lass. Be quiet, sir, or I'll paint you by and by eating my master's comfits. Exit. Enter Flores, Casimir, Alberdur, Cornelia, and Moth. Flor Prince Alberdur, my great desire to answer the greatness of your birth and high deserts with entertainment fitting to your state makes all things seem too humble for your presence. Albert. Courteous S. Flores, your kind welcome is worthy the presence of the greatest prince, and I am bound to good O Casimir for honoring me with your desired acquaintance. Cass. Will please you therefore to draw near, my lord? Flo. Will please your grace to sit? Albert. No, good S. Flores, I am here admiring the cunning strangines of your antique work, for though the general tract of it be rough, yet is it sprinkled with rare flowers of art. See what a live-lie piercing eye is here. Mark the conveyance of this love-lie hand. Where are the other parts of this rare cheek? Is it not pity that they should be hid? Flo. More pity 'tis, my lord, that such rare art should be obscured by naked poverty. He's but a simple man kept in my house. Albert. Come, Sarah, you are a practitioner, let's have your judgment here. Han. Will you have a still, sir? Moth. Aye, and I thank you too, sir. Flo. Hath this young gentleman such skill in drawing? Albert. Many great maesters think him, for his years, exceeding cunning. Cass. Now, sir, what think you? Moth. My lord, I think more art is shad out here than any man in Germany can shew except O. Lassingberg, and in my conceit, this work was never wrought without his hand. Flo. O. Lassingberg. My jealous thoughts suspect a mischief which I must prevent. Haunts, call Lucilia and the painter straight, bid them come both to attend us at our feast. Is not your grace yet weary of this object? I'll shew your lordship things more worth the sight both for their substance and their curious art. Albert. Thanks, good Sir Flores. Flo. See, then, my lord, this agate that contains the image of that goddess and her son, whom ancients held the sovereigns of love. See, naturally wrought out of the stone, besides the perfect shape of every limb, besides the wondrous life of her bright hair, a waving mantle of celestial blue embroidering itself with flaming stars. Albert. Most excellent, and see besides, my lords, how Cupid's wings do spring out of the stone as if they needed not the help of art. Flo. My lord, you see all sorts of jewels here. I will not tire your grace with view of them. I'll only shew you one fair agate more, commended chiefly for the workmanship. Albert. Oh, excellent! This is the very face of Casimir. By viewing both at once, either I think that both of them do live or both of them are images and dead. Flo. My lord, I fear I trouble you too long. Will't please your lordship's taste the is homely cates? Corn. First, if it please you, give me leave to greet your princely hand with this unworthy gift, yet worthy since it represents yourself. Albert. What? Myself, lady? Trust me, it is pity so fair a gem should hold so rude a picture. Cor. My lord, 'tis made a jewel in your picture, which otherwise had not deserved the name. Albert. Kin mistress, kindly I accept your favor. Enter Lassingberg, Haunts, and Lucilia. Flo. Here, ye young gentlemen, do you know this man? Exit Han. Mot. Yes, Signor Flores, 'tis O. Lassingberg. My lord, what mean you to come this disguised? Lou. Me. Lass. The foolish boy is mad. I am Cornelius. O. Lassingberg? I never heard of him. Flo. O. Lassingberg, we know your villainy, and thy dishonor, fond Lucilia. Ask you that I was dull, senseless, gross-brained fool that daily saw so many evident signs of their close dealings, winkings, becks and touches, and what not? To enforce me to discern, had I not been infatuate even by fate. Your presence, noble lords, in my disgrace, doth deeply move me, and I here protest most solemnly, in sight of heaven and you, that if O. Lassingberg this day refuse to make fair amends for this foul trespass done, I will revenge me on his treacherous heart though I sustain for him 1,000 deaths. Cass. This action, traitor Lassingberg, deserves great satisfaction or else great revenge. Albert. Believe me, gallant O, your choice is fair, and worthy your most honorable love. Lost sin. My lord, it grieves me to be thus unmasked and made ridiculous in the stealth of love. But for Lucilia's honor, I protest, not for the desperate vow that Florus made, she was my wife before she knew my love, by secret promise made in sight of heaven. The marriage which he urgeth I accept, but this compulsion and unkind disgrace hath altered the condition of my love and filled in my heart with irksome discontent. Flor. My lord, I must prefer mine honor still before the pleasure of the greatest monarch, which since your lordship seeks to gratify with just and friendly satisfaction, I will endeavor to redeem the thought of your affection and lost love to us. Will't please you therefore now to associate this worthy prince at this unworthy banquet? Albert. My lord, let me entreat your company. Las sin. Hold me excused, fair prince, my grieved thoughts are far unmeet for festival delights. Here will I sit and feed on melancholy, a humor, now, most pleasing to my taste. Flor. Lucilia, wait the pleasure of your love. My lord, now to the banquet, daughter, command us a carouse of wine. Music sounds awhile, and they sing Boire à la fontaine. My lord, I greet you with this first carouse, and as this wine, the element's sweet soul, shall grow in me to blood and vital spirit, so shall your love and honor grow in me. Albert. I pledge you, sir. Cass. How like you him, my lord? Albert. Exceeding well. Sing Boire à la fontaine. Flor. Cornelia, do you serve the prince with wine? She puts the powder into the cup and gives it the prince. Albert. I thank you, lady. Earl Casimir, I greet you, and remember your fair Hyanthe. Cass. I thank your honor. Sing Boire ANC. Flor. Fill my lord Casimir his right of wine. Cass. Cornelia, I give you this dead carouse. Corn. I thank your lordship. Sing Boire ANC. Albert. What smoke? Smoke and fire. Cass. What means your honor? Albert. Powder, powder, Edna, sulphur, fear, quench it, quench it. Flor. I fear the medicine hath distempered him. O villain doctor! Albert. Down with the battlements, power water on. I burn, oh give me leave to fly out of these flames, these fears that combasse me. Exit. Cass. What an unheard of accident is this! Would God, friend Florus, 't had not happened here. Flor. My lord, 'tis sure some planet, 53, strike them, no doubt the fury will away again. Cass. I'll follow him. Exit. Lass. What hellish sprite ordained this hateful feast that ends with horror thus and discontent? Flor. I hope no donger will succeed therein. However, I resolve me to conceal it. My lord, will't please you now to change this habit, and deck yourself with ornaments more fit for celebration of your marriage? Lass. Aye, put on me what attire you will, my discontent, that dwells within me still. Exeunt. Scene 2. Enter Hans Solus. Hans. Whom shall a man trust? A painter? No, a servant? No, a bedfellow? No, for, seeming for to see, it falls out right, all day a painter, and in all at night. Enter Doctor. Doctor. Ho, Zachary, bid Ursula brush my tree fine damask gown, spread de riche coverlet on de fair bed, vash de fine plate, smoke all the chambre vit de sweet perfume. Hans. Here's the doctor, what a gaping his wise dame keeps I the street. As if he could not have spoken all this within. Doctor. Ho, Zachary, if de grand patient come, you find me Signor Florus. Hans. By your leave, Maester Doctor. Doctor. Hans, my very special friend, Fate and Trot, me be right glad for see you veal. Hans. What, do you make a calf of me, Doctor? Doctor. Oh no, pardonnez-moi. I say vel, be glad for see you vel, in good health. Hans. Oh, but I am sick, Doctor, very exceeding sick, sir. Doctor. Sick? Tell me, by gar, me cure you presently. Hans. A dead palsy, Doctor, a dead palsy. Doctor. Veer? Veer? Hans. Here, Doctor, I cannot feel. Doctor. By gar, you be de brave, merry man, de fine proper man, de very fine, brave, little, propta sweet Jack man. By gar, me love you, me honor you, me kiss your foot. Hans. You shall not stoop so low, good Doctor, kiss higher if it please you. Doctor. In my trout me honor you. Hans. Aye, but you give me nothing, sir. Doctor. No? By gar, me give a de high commendation passe all de gold, precious pearl in de world. Hans. Aye, sir, passe by it, you mean so, sir. Well, I shall have your good word, I see, Doctor. Doctor. I set. Hans. But not a rag of money. Doctor. No, by my trot, no point money. Me give de beggar de money, no point de brave man. Hans. Would I were not so brave in your mouth, but I can tell you news, Maester Doctor. Doctor. That be dat? Hans. The young prince hath drunk himself mad at my maesters today. Doctor. By gar, drunk I tink. Hans. No, sir, stark mad. He cries out as if the town were a fair. Doctor. By gar, me suspect a ting. Hans. Nay, I can tell you more news yet. Doctor. That news? Hans. If your cap be of capacity to conceive it now, so it is. I'll deal with you by way of interrogation. Who is it must marry with Lucilia Bright? All day a painter, and an ill at night. Doctor. By gar, me no conceive that you say. Hans. Let wisdom answer. I ask what is man? A pancake tossed in fortune's frying pan. Doctor. That frying pan? By gar, I think the foolish petit Jack is mad. Hans. For, as an assy may wear a lion's skin, so noble earls have sometimes painters been. Doctor. Gars blur, he rhymed de grand rats, 54, from my house, me no stay, me go seek a my fair Cornelia. Exit. Hans. Farewell, Dr. Dotty, in mind and in body an excellent nada, a coxcomb, 55, incunny, but that he wants money to give legion pone. Oh, what a pitiful case is this! What might I have done with this wit if my friends had bestowed learning upon me? Well, when all's done, a natural gift is worth all. Exit. Scene 3. Enter Alfonso, Hardenberg, Hosterman, with others, and see. Hard. The ambassador of Brunswick, good my lord, begins to murmur at his long delays. Hosk. 'Twere requisite your hinds wold dismiss him. Alf. Who holds him? Let him go. Hard. My lord, you know his message is more great than to depart so slightly without answer, urging the marriage that your grace late sought with Catherine, sister to the Saxon duke. Hosk. Whom if your hinds should so much neglect as to forsake his sister, and delude him, considering already your old jar with the stout Landsgrave, what harms might ensue? Alf. How am I crossed? Hyanthe 'tis for thee that I neglect the duchess and my vows. Hard. My lord, 'twere special like convenient your grace would satisfy th ambassador. Alf. Well, call him in. Hosk. But will your hinds then forsake Hyanthe? Alf. Nothing less, Hosk Ermin. Hosk. How will you then content th ambassador? Alf. I will delay him with some kind excuse. Hard. What kind excuse, my lord? Alf. For that let me alone. Do thou but soothe what I myself will presently devise, and I will send him satisfied away. Hard. Be sure, my lord, I'll soothe whate'er you say. Alf. Then let them come, we are provided for them. Enter Vandercleave, the ambassador attended. My lord ambassador, we are right sorry our urgent causes have deferred you thus in the dispatch of that we most desire. But for your answer, no, I am deterred by many late prodigious ostents from present consummation of the nuptials vowed twixt your beauteous duchess and ourself. Oh, what cold fear men's jealous stomachs feel in that they most desire! Suspecting still 'tis aether too sweet to take effect, or, in th effect, must meet with some harsh chance to intervent the joy of the success. The same wish day, my lord, you hear a rib I bade Lord Hardenberg come on 2 horse should privately be brought for me and him, to meet you on the way for honor's sake and to express my joy of your repair, when, lo, the horse I used to ride upon, that would be gently backed at other times, now, offering but to mount him, stood aloft, flinging and bound. You know Lord Hardenberg. Hard. Yes, my good lord. Alf. And was so strangely out of wonted rule that I could hard lie back him. Hard. True, my liege, I stood amazed at it. Hard. Well, yet I did, and riding not a furlong down he fell. Hard. That never heretofore would trip with him. Alf. Yet would I forward needs, but Hardenberg, more timorous than wise, as I supposed, for love so hardened me fear was my slave, did ominate such like lie ill to me if I went forward, that with much enforcement of what might chance he drave me to retreat. Didst thou not, Hardenberg? Hard. I did, my lord. Alf. I warrant thou wilt say thou never yet saw'st any man so loath to be persuaded ill of so ill sickness. Hard. Never in all my life. Alf. Thou wonderst at it? Hard. I did indeed, my liege, not without cause. Alf. O blame not, Hardenberg, for thou dost know how sharp my heart was set to entertain the lord of this ambassage lovingly. Hard. True, my good lord. Alf. But coming back, how gently the jade went, did he not, Hardenberg? Hard. As any horse on earth could do, my lord. Alf. Well, sir, this drew me into deep conceit, and to recomfort me I did command Lord Hardenberg should ope a cabinet of my choice jewels and to bring me thence a ring, a wreath and violet hyacinth, whose sacred virtue is to cheer the heart, and to excite our heave-eye spirits to mere the, which, 56, putting on my finger, swift did break. Now this, indeed, did much discomfort me, and heave I to the death I went to bed, where in a slumber I did strongly think I should be married to the beauteous Duchess, and coming to my chapel to that end, Duke Constantine her brother with his lords and all our peers, methought, attending us, forth comes my princely Catherine led by death, who threatening me stood close unto her side, urging by those most horrible portents that wedding her I married mine own death. I, frightened in my sleep, struggled and sweat, and in the violence of my thoughts cried out so low that Hardenberga waked and rose. Didst thou not, Hardenberga? Hard. I felt I did, for never yet, my lord, was I in heart and soul so much dismayed. Alf. Why thus you see, my lord, how your delays were mightily and with huge cause enforced. A.M.B. But dreams, my lord, you know grow by the humours of the moist night, which store of vapours lending unto our stomachs when we are in sleep and to the body's supreme parts ascending, are then sent back by coldness of the brain, and these present our idle fantasies with nothing true but what our labouring souls without their active organs say fly work. Alf. My lord, know you there are two sorts of dreams, one sort whereof are only physical, and such are they whereof your lordship speaks, the other hyperphysical, that is dreams sent from heaven or from the wicked fiends, which nature doth not for me of her own power but are extrinsicate, by marvel wrought, and such was mine. Yet, notwithstanding this, I hope fresh stars will govern in the spring, and then, assure your princely friend your maester, our promise in all honour shall be kept. Return this answer, Lord Ambassador, and recommend me to my sacred love. A.M.B. I will, my lord, but how it will be accepted I know not yet, yourself shall shortly hear. Alf. Lords, some of you associate him. Ha ha. Excellent all but Alf. And hard. Hard. Exceeding well and gravely good, my lord. Alf. Come, let's go and visit my Hyacinth, she whose perfections are of power to move the thoughts of Caesar, did he live, to love. Excellent. Finus actus secundus. Actus tertius. Enter Florus, Casimir, Lassing, Lussel, Cor Han, and Doctor. Ha! Well, mister, God give you more joy of your husband than your husband has of you. Doctor. Fie, too bad by my fate. That, my lord? Melancholy? And ha, de sweet bride, de fair bride, de very fine bride? O monsieur 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, with the brave Capra, hey! Han. Oh, the doctor would make a fine frisking usher in a dancing skull. Doctor. Oh by gar, you must dance the brave gallier. A pox of dis melancholy. Cass. My lord, your humors are most strange to us. The humble fortune of a servant's life should in your careless state so much displease. Lass. Quod licet ingradum est, quod non licet acrius urit. Floor. Could my child's both I move you so, my lord, when law and ditia held it in restraint, and now they both allow it, be neglected? Lass. I cannot relish joys that are enforced, for, were I shut in paradise itself, I should as from a prison strive to escape. Look! Hapless Lucy, worst in her best estate. Lass. He seek me out some unfrequented place free from these importunities of love, and one I love what mine own fancy likes. Look! Oh stay, my lord. Floor. What means Earl Lassenberg? Cass. Sweet Earl, be kinder. Lass. Let me go, I pray. Doctor. That? You go leave a de bride? 'Tis no point good fashion, you must stay, begar. Lass. Must I stay, sir? Doctor. I spit your nose, and yet it is no violence. I will give it to prove a de good reason. Regard, monsieur, you no point eat de meat today, you be de empty. Begar you be empty, you be no point vel. Begar you be veer sick, you no point leave a de provision. Begar you stay, spit your nose. Lass. All stays have strength like to thy arguments. Cass. Stay, Lassenberg. Look! Dear lord. Flo. Most honordo. Lass. Nothing shall hinder my resolved intent, but I will restless wander from the world till I have shaken off these shens from me. Exit law. Look! And I will never cease to follow thee till I have won thee from these unkind thoughts. Cass. Hapless Lucilia. Exit Luke. Floor. Unkind Lassenberg. Doctor. Begar, dis Earl be de choleric complexion, almost skip shack, begar, he no point stay for one place. Madam, me be no so laxative, me be bound for no point mo 500 year from you sweet's idea. Begar, me be as de fine curionet about your veed neck, my heart be close tied to you as your fine busky or de fine gartrob but your fine leg. Hans. A good sensible doctor, how feeling lie he talks. Doctor. A plasha de Martian. Blow wind. Han. You need not curse him, sir, he has the storms at sea by this time. Doctor. Oh forte bien. A good sea-sick geest by this fair hand, blow wind for me. Pooh, he no come here, madam. Flo. Come, noble Earl, let your kind presence grace our feast prepared for this obdurate lord, and give some comfort to his sorrowful bride who in her piteous tears swims after him. Doctor. Me bear you company, Signor Flores. Floor. It shall not need, sir. Doctor. Begar, dis be de sweet haven for me for anchor. Floor. You are a sweet smell feast, 57 doctor, that I see. I'll have no such tub hunters use my house. Therefore begone, our marriage feast is dashed. Doctor. That speak a me de feast? Me spurne, me kick a de feast. Begar, me tell a me do de grand grace, de favor for supper, for dina, for eata with thee. Begar's blur, we have at home de restorative, de quintessence, de pure destil good, de nectar, de ambrosia. Zachary, make ready de fine Patrick, de paste de grand oderman. Han. Zachary is not here, sir, but I'll do it for you. What is that oderman, sir? Doctor. Ode de grand Bayrat de Muhammad, de grand Turgor, begar. Ha! Oh, a turkey, sir, you would have roasted, would you? Call you him an otoman? Doctor. Have the whole air of fowl at command? Floor. You have the full, 58, at command, sir, you might have bestowed yourself better. Wilt, 59, please you walk, doctor. Dodipole. Excellent all but the doctor. Doctor. How? Dotty pool? Gars blur, Dr. Dotty, no point pool. You be paltry jack knave, by gar, de doctor is nicast, de doctor is rage, de doctor is fury, begar, the doctor is horrible, terrible fury. Vel, dare be a tingny tink, Begars blur, me know, me be revenge me tell it de Duke. Vel, me say no more, chaka de self, foule churl, foul, horrible, terrible pig, pie cod. Exit. Scene 2. Leah. I wonder what variety of sights retains your father, and the prince so long with Signor Flores. Haya. O Signor Flores is a man so ample in every complement of entertainment, that guests with him are, as in bowers enchanted, reft of all power and thoughts of their return. Enter the Duke and Hardenberg. Lean. Be silent, here's the Duke. Alp. I me behold your son, Lord Hardenberg, courting Hyanthe. Har. If he be courting 'tis for you, my liege. Alf. No, Hardenberg, he loves my son too well, my fair Hyanthe. What discourse is it wherewith Leander holds you thus, attentive? Would I could think upon the like for you. Haya. You should but speak and passe the time, my lord. Alp. Passe time that pleaseth you is the use of time. Had I the ordering of his winged will, it only should serve your desires and mine. What should it do if you did govern it? Haya. It should go back again and make ye young. Alf. Swans Hardenberg. Hard. To her again, my lord. Alp. Hyanthe, wouldst thou love me, I would use thee so kindly that nothing should take thee from me. Haya. But time would soon take you from me, my lord. Alp. Spite on my soul, why talk I more of time? She's too good for me at time, by heaven. Har. Aye, and place too, my lord, I warrant her. Omnes. Stop. Enter Alberdur mad, Motto and others following him. Mott. Oh, stay, my lord. Alba. Hyanthe, oh me, my love. Leah. Here's the Duke his father, he'll mar all. Alba. O villain, he that locked her in his arms and through the river swims along with her. Stay, traitorous Nessus, give me bows and shafts. Whir. I have strook him under the shoreward ribs. I come, Hyanthe. O peace, weep no more. Exit. Alp. Means he not me by Nessus, Hardenberg? Hard, 60, my lord, he is sure I mad. Alf. Hyanthe loves him. See how she trembles and how pale she looks. She hath enchanted my dear Alderbeer with crafts and treasons, and most villainous arts are means by which she seeks to murder him. Hardenberg, take her and imprison her within thy house. I will not loose my son for all the wealth the loves of heaven embrace. Haya. What means your grace by this? Alp. Away with her. Haya. You offer me intolerable wrong. Alp. Away with her, I say. Har. Come, lady, fear not, I'll entreat you well. Haya. What injury is this? Exit hard. With Hyan. Alf. So now I have obtained what I desired, and I shall easily work her to my will, for she is in the hands of Hardenberg, who will continually be pleading for me. Enter Doctor. Doctor. Room. A halley, a hall. Begar, vir is de Duke? Alp. Here, Meester Doctor. Doctor. Oh, we have grand important matter for tell your grace how de know de cause for de which cause your son is de man. Enter Alberdur running. Alb. What? Art thou here? Sweet Cleo, come, be bright, take me thy timbrel and tobacco pipe, and give Hyanthe music at her window. Doctor. Gars blur, my cap, cost me de deal a French crown. Alb. But I will crown thee with a cod of musk, instead of laurel, and a pomander 61, but thou must write acrostignus first, my girl. Doctor. Garzone, what a pox do you stand here for, de grand poltron peasant, and see de doctor be dus? Alb. I me, what demon was it guide me thus? This is Melpomene, that Scottish witch, 62, whom I will scratch like to some villainous gib, and… Doctor. O Garzone, la diabole, la pestilence, Gars blur. Alp. Lay hold upon him, help the doctor there. Alb. Then reason's fled to animals, I see, and I will vanish like tobacco smoke. Exit. Doctor. A grand pestilence a dis fury. Alp. Follow him, sirs, Leander, good Leander. But, doctor, canst thou tell us the true cause of this sudden frenzy? Doctor. Oh, by gar, please your grace hear de long tale, or de short tale. Alp. Brief as you can, good doctor. Doctor. Fate and trot, brief den, very brief, very laxing. De prince, your son, feast with the knave jeweler, Floris, and he for make a prince love a de foule Krupshudra daughter Cornelia, give a de prince a de love pudra which myself give for the winch a before, and make him stark mad begar because he drink a too much a. Alp. How know you this? Doctor. Experience teach her, by gar, de pudra have grand force for inflame a de bloud, too much make a de rage and de present fury, begar, I fear de madman is de villa, gar bless a. Enter Hardenberg. Alp. How now, sweet Hardenberg? Har. The prince, my lord, in going down the stairs hath forced an axe, 63, from one of the travants, and with it, as he runs, makes such clear way as no man dare oppose him to his fury. Alp. Ay me, what may I do? Here are such news as never could have entreated our free ears but that their sharpness do enforce a passage. Follow us, doctor. 'Tis Floris' treachery that thus hath wrought my son's distemperature. Exit Alf. Hard. Floris, the jeweler? Doctor. Aye, he, dat fine precious stone knave, by gar, I think I shall hit upon her skirt till be threadbare new. Exit, doctor with Hard. Scene 3. Music playing within. Enter a peasant. P.S. 'Tis night, and good faith I am out of my way. Oh hark, what brave music is this under the green hill? Enter fairies bringing in a banquet. Oh dainty, oh rare, a banquet! Would to Christ I were one of their guests. God's ad, a fine little dapper fellow has spied me, what will he do? He comes to make me drink, I thank you, sir. Some of your victuals I pray, sir, nay now keep your meat I have enough the cup I faith. Exit. Enter the spirit with banqueting stuff, and missing the peasant, looks up and down for him, the rest wondering at him, to them enters the enchanter. Ench. Where is my precious cup, you antique flames? 'Tis thou that hast conveyed it from my bar, and I will bind thee in some hellish cave till thou recover it again for me. You that are bodies made of lightest air, to let a peasant mounted on a jade cruise in your courtesies and run away with such a jewel, worthy are to endure eternal penance in the lake of fear. Enter Lass. And Lucilia. Lass. Wilt thou not cease then to pursue me still? Should I entreat thee to attend me thus, then thou wouldst pant and rest, then thy soft feet would be repining at these niggard stones. Now I forbid thee, thou pursuest like wind, any tedious space of time nor storm can tire thee. But I will seek out some high slippery close, 64, where every step shall reach the gate of death, that fear may make thee cease to follow me. Look! There will I bodiless be when you are there, for love despiseth death and scorneth fear. Lass. I'll wander, where some boisterous river parts this solid continent, and swim from thee. Look! And there I'll follow though I drown for thee. Lass. But I forbid thee. Look! I desire thee more. Lass. Art thou so obstinate? Look! You taught me so. Lass. I see thou lovest me not. Look! I know I do. Lass. Do all I bid thee then. Look! Bid then as I may do. Lass. I bid thee leave me. Look! That I cannot do. Lass. My hate. Look! My love. Lass. My torment. Look! My delight. Lass. Why do I strain to weary thee with words? Speech makes thee live, I'll then with silence kill thee, henceforth be deaf to thy words and dumb to thy mind. Ench. What rock hath bred this savage-minded man? That such true love and such rare beauty shines, 65. Long since I pitied her, pity breeds love, and love commands th assistance of my art to include them in the bounds of my command. Here stay your wandering steps, chime, 66, silver strings, chime, hollow caves, and chime you whistling reeds, for music is the sweetest chime for love. Spirits, bind him, and let me leave, 67, my love. Scene 4. Enter a L. Berduer at one door, and meets with the peasant at the other door. Alb. Hyanthe, O sweet Hyanthe, have I met thee? How is thy both eye changed since our departure? A beard, Hyanthe? O 'tis grown with grief, but now this love shall tear thy grief from thee. P.S. A pox on you! What are you? Swoons, I think I am haunted with spirits. Alb. Weep not, Hyanthe, I will weep for thee, lend me thy eyes. No, villain, thou art he that in the top of Erwin's hill danced with the moon and eat up all the stars, which made thee like Hyanthe shine so fair. But villain, I will rip them out of thee. Enter Motto and others. P. Slid, hold your hands. Alb. 68. I come with thunder. P. Come and you dare. Mott. Hold, villain, 'tis the young Prince Alberdur. P. Let the young prince hold then. Slid, I have no stars in my bell lie, let him seek his Hyanthe where he will. Alb. O this way by the glimmering of the sun and the legurity, 69, of her sweet feet she scouted on, and I will follow her. I see her, like a golden spangle, sit upon the curled branch of yonder tree. Sit still, Hyanthe, I will fly to thee. Exit. Mott. Follow, follow, follow. Exit all but P's. Enter Florus and Hance. 70. P. Together and be hanged. Oh, here comes more. Pray God I have better looky with these two. By your leave, sir, do you know one maced? Florus, I pray? Flo. What wouldst thou have with him? P. Faith, sir, I am directed to you by Lady Fortune with a piece of plate. I do hope you will use plain dealing, being a jeweler. Flo. Where hadst thou this? P. In a very strange place, sir. Han. He stole it, sir, I warrant you. Flo. I never saw a gem so precious, so wonderful in substance and in art. Fellow, confess precise lie where thou hadst it. P. Faith, sir, I had it in a cave in the bottom of a fine green hill where I found a company of fairies, I think they call them. Flo. Saw'st thou any more such furniture there? P. Store, sir, store. Flo. And canst thou bring me thither? P. With a wet finger, 71, sir. Han. And how they good cheer, too? P. Excellent. Han. O sweet TF. Flo. 'Tis sure some place enchanted, which this ring will soon dissolve and guard me free from fear. Here's for the cup, come, guide me quickly thither. Ah, could I be possiest of more such gems, I were the wealthiest jeweler on earth. Exeunt. Scene 5. Enter Enchanter leading Luke and Lass, bound by spirits, who being laid down on a green bank, the spirits fetch in a banquet. The song. O princely face and fair, that lightens all the air, would God my eyes' kind fire might life and soul inspire. To thy rich beauty shining in my heart's treasure, the unperfect words refining for perfect pleasure. Ench. Lie there and lose the memory of her who likewise hath forgot the thought of thee by my enchantments. Come, sit down, fair nymphy, and taste the sweetness of these heavenly cates, whilst from the hollow crannies, 72, of this rock music shall sound to recreate my love. But tell me, had you ever lover yet? Look! I had a lover, I think, but who it was, or when, or how long since, I know not. Yet beat my timorous thoughts on such a thing. I feel a passionate here, but find no flame, think what I know not, nor know what I think. Ench. Hast thou forgot me, then? I am thy love, whom sweetly thou wert wont to entertain with looks, with vows of love, with amorous kisses. Look'st thou so strange? Dost thou not know me yet? Look! Sure I should know you. Ench. Why, love? Doubt you that? 'Twas I that lead you through the painted meadows, when the light fairies danced upon the flowers, hanging on every leaf an orient pearl, 73, which, strooped together with the silver wind of their loose mantles, made a silvery chime. 'Twas I that, winding my shrill bugle horn, made a gilt palace break out of the hill, filled suddenly with troops of knights and dames who danced and revelled whilst we sweetly slept upon a bed of roses, wrapped all in good. Dost thou not know me yet? Look! Yes, now I know you. Ench. Come then, confirm thy knowledge with a kiss. Look! Nay, stay, you are not he, how strange is this! Ench. Thou art grown passing strange, my love, to him that made thee so long since his bride. Look! Oh, was it you? Come then. Oh, stay a while, I know not what 74 I am nor where I am, nor you, nor these I know, nor anything. Enter Florus with Hans and the peasant. P. This is the green, sir, where I had the cup, and this the bottom of a falling hill. This way I went following the sound. And see. Han. Oh, see, and see neat withal. Flo. What? Lassenberg laid bound, and fond Lucilia. Wantonly feasting by a stranger's side. Peasant be gone. Exit peasant 75. Hans, stand you there and stir not. Now sparkle forth thy beams, thou virtuous gem, and lo, oh, I see these strong enchantments. Ench. Stay! Ay me, we are betrayed. Haste, spirits, and remove this table and these cups, remove, I say, our incantations strangely are dissolved. Exeunt Ench. With spirits and banquets. Han. O spiteful churls! Have they carried away all? Has haste made no waste? Look! My lord, O Lassenberg, O pardon me. Lass! Away from me. Look! Oh, can I in these bands forget the duty of my love to you? Were they of iron, or strong adamant, my hands should tear them from my wronged lord. Flo. O Lassenberg, to what undoubted peril of life and honor had you brought yourself by obstinacy of your froward mind, had not my fortune brought me to this place to lo, oh, I see the enchantment, which enthralled you both, by hidden virtue of this precious ring. Come, therefore, friendly, and embrace at last the living partner of your strange mishaps justly pursuing you for flying her. Lass! Leave me, I say, I can endure no more. Lou! Ah, have I loosed thee then to fly from me? Lass! Away! Exit. Lou! I'll follow thee. Flo. Tarry, Lucilia. Lou. Dear father, pardon me. Exit. Flo. Sirrah, attend her. Poor wretch, I fear this too much love in thee is fatal to thee. Up, Sirrah, follow your mistress. Han. Aye, sir, I go. My mistress dogs the banquet, and I dog her. Exeunt. Finus actus tertii. Actus quartus. Enter Motto, Rafie bringing in Alberdur. Motto. So, sir, lay even down your handiwork. Rap. Nay, sir, your handiwork, for you were the cause of his drowning. Mot. I defy thee. Wert not thou next him when he leapt into the river? Rap. O monstrous liar! Mot. Lie. You peasant, go too, I'll go tell the Duke. Rap. Aye, sir, I'll go with you, I warrant you. Exeunt. Alb. What sodine cold is this that makes me shake, whose veins even now were filled with raging fire? How am I thus all wet? What water's this that lies so ice-like, freezing in my blood? I think the cold of it hath cured my heat, for I am better tempered than before. But in what unacquainted place am I? Zero, where is my Hyanthe? Where's Leander? What, all alone? Nothing but woods and streams? I cannot guess whence these events should grow. Enter peasant. P. Oh, that I could lose my way for another cup, now. I was well paid for it, I faith. Alb. Yonder is one, I'll inquire of him. Fellow, ho! Peasant! P. Ai me, the madman again, the madman. Alb. Say, whither fliest thou? P. Pray let me go, sir. I am not Hyanthe, in truth I am not, sir. Alb. Hyanthe, villain? Wherefore namest thou her? P. If I have any scars in my belly, pray God I starve, sir. Alb. The wretch is mad, I think. P. Not I, sir, but you be not mad, you are well amended, sir. Alb. Why tellest thou me of madness? P. You were little better than mad even now, sir, when you gave me such a twitch by the beard. Alb. I can remember no such thing, my friend. P. No, sir, but if you had a beard you would. Alb. What place is this? How far am I from court? P. Some 2 miles and a yby, sir. Alb. I wonder much my friends have left me thus. Peasant, I pray thee change apparel with me. P. Change apparel, I faith you will lose by that, sir. Alb. I care not, come, I pray thee, let's change. P. With all my heart, sir, and I thank you, too. Sblood, why are very moist, sir, did you sweat all this, I pray? You have not the D's, I hope? Alb. No, I warrant thee. P. At a venture, sir, I'll change. Nothing venter, nothing enter. Alb. Come, let's be gone. P. Back, sir, I pray. Exeunt. Scene 2. Enter Hardenberg with a guard, bringing in Casimir, Florus, Doctor, Marchant, Cornelia, Motto, and Rafie. Har. Thus, Florus, you apparently perceive how vain was your ambition and what dangers, all unexpected, fall upon your head, poverty, exile, guiltiness of heart, and endless misery to you and yours. Your goods are seized already for the Duke, and if Prince Alberdur be found deceased, the least thou canst expect is banishment. O Casimir, I take 76 your word of pledge of his appearance. Pages of the prince, come guide me straight where his drowned body lies, drowns his father in eternal tears. Exit comes service, Menael. Mot. Drowns him and will hang us. Mar. Good Signor Florus, I am sorry for you. Doctor. Martian, parle vu pen. Bigar, me vor grand love me bir de good Mershan, vor de grand wort, bigar, and de grand desert me see in you, de bravia Mershan, me no point rival, you have Cornelia alone, by my trot, ha ha ha. Mar. M. Dr. Doughty, surname the Amorista, I will overcome you in courtesy, yourself shall have her. Doctor. No, by gar Martian, you bring de fine tings from de strange land vir de sun do rise, de jewel, de fine stuff vor de brave gown, me no point. Come, by gar, you have Cornell. Cass. Hands off, base doctor. She despiseth thee, too good for thee to touch or look upon. Flo. What wretched state is this, O Casimir, that I and my unhappy progeny stand subject to the scorns of such as these? Cass. Grieve not, dear friends, these are but casual darts that wanton fortune daily casts at those in whose true bosoms perfect honor grows. Now, Dodipole, to you, you here refuse Cornelius' marriage? You'll none of her. Doctor. Begar, you be the prophet, not I by my trot. Cass. Nor you, mast our merchant? She's too poor for you. Mar. Not so, sir, but yet I am content to let fall my sweet. Cass. Cornelia, both dissembled they would have you, which like you best? Cor. My lord, my fortunes are no choosers now, nor yet acceptors of discourtesies. Cass. You must choose one here needs. Doctor. By gar, no choose me climb to heaven, me sink to hell, me go here, me go there, me no point dear, by gar. Cass. If you will none, whose judgment are too base to censure true desert, your betters will. Flo. What means Lord Casimir by these strange words? Cass. I mean to take Cornelia to my wife. Flo. Will you, then, in my misery mock me too? Cass. I mock my friend in misery? Heavens, scorn such! Half my estate and half my life is thine, the rest shall be Cornelia's and mine. Doctor. O bitter shame, begar. Flo. My lord, I know your noble love to me and do so highly your desert's esteem that I will never yield to such a match. Choose you a beauteous dame of high degree and leave Cornelia to my fate and me. Cass. Ah, Florus, Florus, were not I assured both of thy nobleness, thy birth and merit, yet my affection vowed with friendship's tongue, in spite of all base changes of the world that tread on noblest head once stooped by fortune, should love and grace thee to my utmost power. Cornelia is my wife, what says my love? cannot thy father's friend entreat so much? Cor. My humble mind can ne'er presume to dream in such high grace to my low seat. Cass. My graces are not ordered in my words. Come love, come friend, for friendship now and love shall both be joined in one eternal league. Flo. O me, yet happy in so true a friend. Exeunt. Doctor. Est possible, by gar? De fool'll drink my powder, I tink. Mershan tell me. Mar. What, Maester Dr. Doddy? Doctor. Have you de blue and de yellow velvet, ha? Mar. What of that, sir? Doctor. Begar me buy 2-3 piece for make de coxcomb per the full earl, ha ha ha. Exit. Mare. Fortune fights low when such triumphy on earls. Exit. Scene 3. Enter Lassenberg singing, Lucilia following. After the song he speaks. Lass. O weary of the way and of my life, where shall I rest my sorrow tired? 77, Limmies. Look. Rest in my bosom, rest you here, my lord, a place secure you can nowhere find. Lass. Nor more unfit for my displeased mind. A heave I slumber cayes me to the earth, here will I sleep, if sleep will harbor here. Look. Unhealthful is the melancholic earth, O let my lord rest on Lucilia's lap. I'll help to shield you from the searching air, and keep the cold damps from your gentle bloud. Lass. Pray thee, away, for, whilst thou art so near, no sleep will seize on my suspicious eyes. Look. Sleep then, and I am pleased far off to sit like to a poor and forlorn sentinel, watching the unthankful sleep that severs me from my due part of rest dear love with thee. She sits far off from him. Enter Constant Duchess with a willow garland, come Alias. Con. Now are we near the court of Saxony, where the Duke dreams such tragical ostents. A.M.B. I wonder we, now treading on his soil, see none of his strange apparitions. Cath. We are not worthy of such means divine, nor hath heaven care of our poor lives like his. I must endure the end and show I live though this same plaintive reed doth show me forsaken. Come, let us forth. Const. Stay, sister, what fair sight sits mourning in this desolate abode? Dut. Fair sight indeed it is, and much too fair to sit so sad and solitary there. Con. But what is he that cur-like sleeps alone? Dut. Look, is it not my nephew Lassenberg? A.M.B. Madam, 'tis he. Dut. I'll sure learn more of this dot, lady, if strangers that do wish you well may be so bold to ask, pray what's the cause that you, so, more than strangely sit alone? Look. Madam, thus must forsaken creatures sit whose merits cannot make their loves consort them. Dut. What a poor fellow in my misery! Welcome, sweet partner, and a favor tell me, is this some friend of yours that slumbers here? Look. My husband, madam, and myself his friend, but he of late unfriendly is to me. Con. Sister, let's wake her friend. Dut. No, let him sleep, and gentle dame, if you will be rolled by me, I'll teach you how to rule your friend in love, nor doubt you are acquaintance, for the man whom you so much affect is friend to us. She riseth. Look. Pardon me, madam, now I know your grace. Dut. Then know'st thou one in fortune like thyself, and one that tenders thy state as her own. Come, let our nephew Lassenberg sleep there, and gentle niece, come you to court with us, if you dare mix your love's success with mine. I warrant you I counsel for the best. Look. I must not leave him now, madam, alone, whom thus long I have followed with such care. Dut. You weary him with too much courtesy, leave him a little and he'll follow you. Look. I know not what to do. Dut. Come with us. Con. Dame, never fear, get you a willow wreath, the Duchess, doubt not, can advise you well. Look. Let's wake him then, and let him go with us. Dut. That's not so good, I pray be rolled by me. Look. Sleep, then, dear love, and let sleep that doth bind thy sense so gently, make thee more kind. Exeunt. Enter Hanson the prince's apparel, and the peasant. P. Come, sirrah, money for your gentleman's apparel. You promised me money, sir, but I perceive you forget yourself. Han. True, pride makes a man forget himself, and I have quite forgot that I owe thee any. P. But I'll put you in mind, sir, if there be any sergeants in Saxony. I think I mean not to lose so much by you. Han. Why, I have lost a maester and a mistress, and yet I ask thee no money for them. P. I bought them not of you, sir, therefore pay me my money. Han. I will pay thee morningly every morning as long as thou livest. Luke and I write sure, and thou shalt find 6 pence. P. What a foul knave and fairy! Well, use thy conscience. I thank God I stand in need of no such trifles. I have another jewel here which I found in the prince's pocket when I chound apparel with him. That will I make money of, and go to the jeweler that bought the cup of me. Farewell, if God put in thy mind to pay me, so, if not, so. Exit. Han. O brave free-heart slave, he has the lask of mind upon him. Lass. What speech is this that interrupts my rest? Who have we here? Han. Sometime a serving man, and so are ye, both now jolly gentlemen you see. Lass. What, sir, how came you thus gallant, I beseech you? Han. I turned the spit in fortune's wheel, sir. Lass. But stay, where is Lucilia? Han. Mary, where say you, sir? Lass. Villain, look for her, call her, seek her out. Lucilia! Where's my love, oh where's Lucilia? I fear my barbarous rudeness to her hath driven her to some desperate exigent. Who would have tempted her true love so far? The gentlest minds with injuries overcome grow most impatient. O Lucilia, thy absence strikes a loving fear in me, which from what cause soever it proceeds would God I had been kinder to thy love. Enter hard, with a guard, motto Raphi. Hard. Slaves, can ye not direct us to the place? M.O.T. Yes, sir, here's the place we left him in. R.A. O see, my lord, here's one wears his apparel. Hard. But where is he? Stay, sirrah, what are you that jet thus in the garments of the prince? Han. Bought and sold, sir, in the open market, sir. Ask my maester. Hard. O Lassingberg, where is the prince's body? Lass. Why ask you me, my lord? Hard. Since you are in the place where he was drowned, and this your hind here hath his garments on. Lass. Inquire of him then. Hard. I'll inquire of you and of your gallant too. Guard, apprehend them and bring them presently to court with us. Lass. What means Lord Hardenberg to entreat me thus? Har. That you shall know anon. Bring them away. Exeunt. Scene 4. Enter Leander and Hyanthe. Lean. Oh, madam, never were our tears bestowed of one whose death was worthier to be mourned. Dear Alberdur, why parted I from thee, and did not like the faithful Pylades attend my dear Orestes in his rage? Hya. O my sweet love, O princely Alberdur, would God the river where thy corse lay drowned were doubled deep in me and turned to tears that it might be consumed for swallowing thee. Enter Alber, with a basket of apricots, disguised. Alber. In this disguise I'll secretly inquire why I was so forsaken of my friend and left to danger of my lunacy. Here is the man that most I blame for this, whose vowed friendship promised greater care, but he, it seems, enamored of my love, was glad of that occasion, and I fear hath turned her womanish conceit from me. I'll prove them both. Master, wilt please you buy a basket of well-ripe apricots? Leah. I pray thee keep thy dainties. I am full of bitter sorrows as my heart can hold. Alb. It may be, maester, your fair lady will. Hya. No, friend, my stomach is more full than his. Leah. Where dwellest thou, friend? Alb. Not far from hence, my lord. Leah. Then thou knowest well which was the fatal stream wherein the young Prince Alberdur was drowned? Alb. I know not he was drowned, but oft have seen the piteous manner of his lunacy, in depth whereof he still would echo forth a lady's name that I have often heard, Beauteous Hyanthe, but in such sad sort as if his frenzy felt some secret touch of her unkindness and inconstancy, and when his passions somewhat were appeased, affording him, it seemed, some truer sense of his estate, left in his fits alone, then would he wring his hands, extremely weeping, exclaiming on the name of one Leander, calling him traitor and unworthy friend so to forsake him in his misery. Leah! Accursed eye! O thou hast moved me more than if 1,000 showers of venom darts, with several pains at once had pricked my soul. Hia! O thou ordained to bear swords in thy tongue, dead thou hast struck me and I live no more. Alb! It seems your honours loved him tenderly. Leah! O my good friend, knewest thou how dear I loved him? Hia! Nay, knewest thou, honest friend, how dear I loved him? Alb! I see, then, you would rejoice at his health. Leah! As at my life, were it revived from death. Hia! As at my soul, were it preserved from hell. Albert! Be then from death and hell recovered both as I am now by your firme loves to me. Admire me not, I am that Alberdur whom you thought drowned, that friend, that love am I. Leah! Pardon, sweet friend. Hia! Pardon, my princely love. Albert! Dear love, no further gratulations now lest I be seen and known. But, sweet Leander, do you conceal me in thy father's house, that I may now remain with my Hyanthe and at our pleasures safely joy each other's love. Leah! I will, dear friend, and bless my happy stars that give me means to so desert a deed. Finus actus cordi. Actus quintus. Enter Casimir, Florus with the cup, peasant, and the merchant. Mar. See, Signor Florus, a peasant that I met with near your house, where, 78, since he found you not, he asked of me the place of your abode, and here I have brought him. Flo. I thank you, sir. My good Lord Casimir, this is the man that brought this cup to me, which for my ransom we go now to offer to my good lord the Duke. Cass. What brings he now? Flo. That will we know. Come hither, honest friend. What wished occasion brings thee now to me? P. This occasion, sir, what will ye give me for it? Flo. Thou art a lucky fellow, let us see. Lord Casimir, this is the hapless jewel that represents the form of Alberdur, given by Cornelia at our fatal feast. Where hadst thou this, my good and happy friend? P. Faith, sir, I met with the young prince all wet, who looked as if he had been a quarter of a year drowned, yet prettily come to himself, saving that he was so mad to change apparel with me, in the pocket whereof, sir, I found this jewel. Flo. O tell me true lie, lives Prince Alberdur? P. He lives a my word, sir, but very poorly now, God help him. Cass. Is he recovered of his lunacy? P. Aye, by my faith, he's tame enough now, I'll warrant him. Flo. And where is he? P. Nay, that I cannot tell. Cass. Come, Florus, hast we quick lie to the court with this most happy news. Flo. Come, happy friend, the most auspicious messenger to me that ever greeted me in peasant's weeds. Exeunt. Enter Doctor. Mar. I would I could meet Dr. Dotty. I have a trick to go the assy withal. I christened him right Dr. Dottapole. Here he comes passing lookily. I'll counterfeit business with him in all post haste possible. Maester Doctor, Maester Doctor. Doctor. Shisu, that ill the man? Mar. I love you, Maester Doctor, and therefore with all the speed I could possibly I sought you out. Doctor. Vel that? Mar. This, sir, the marriage which we thought made even now, between O Casimir and Cornelia, was but a jest only to draw you to marry her, for she doth exceed in lie dote upon you, and Florus her father hath invented that you are betrothed to her and is gone with a supplication to the Duke to enforce you to marry her. Doctor. Begar, me thought no less. O knave jeweler! O vile beggar! Be my trot, Martian, me stud I, me beat my brain, me invent, me dream upon such a ting. Mar. I know, sir, your wit would foresee it. Doctor. O by gar, tree for 5 months ago. Mar. Well, sir, why have a perilous wit, God bless me out of the swinge of it, but you had best look to it betimes, for Earl Casimir hath made great friends against you. Doctor. Martian, me love, me embrace, me kista will be my trot. Mar. Well, sir, make haste to prevent the worst. Doctor. I fly, Martian, spit Darrell, spit de winche, spit all beget. Se dis, Martian, de brave brain beget. Exit. Mar. De brave brain by get, not a whit of the flower of wit in it. I'll to the court after him, and see how he abuses the Duke's patience. Exit. Scene 2. Enter Alfonso, Hard, Lassing, Leander, Stroh, Hose Herman, Motto, and Rafi. Alp. Ay me! What hard extremity is this? Nor quick nor dead can I behold my son. Enter Hans in the prince's apparel. Hans. Behold your son, your blessing, noble father. Hard. Molly part knave, art thou the prince's son? Han. Aye, sir, apparel makes the man. Alp. Unhappy man, would God I had my son, so he had his Hyanthe or my life. Leah. Should he enjoy Hyanthe then, my lord? Would you forsake your love, so he did live? Alp. My love and life, did my dear son survive. Leah. But were he found or should he live, my lord, although Hyanthe's love were the chief cause of his mishap and amorous lunacy, I hope your highness loves him over well to let him repossess his wits with her. Alp. My love is dead in sorrow for his death. His life and wits should ransom worlds from me. Leah. My lord, I had a vision this last night wherein methought I saw the prince your son sit in my father's garden with Hyanthe under the shadow of the laurel tree. With anger, therefore, you should be so wronged I whacked, but then contemned it as a dream. Yet since my min beats on it mightily, and though I think it vain, if you vouchsafe, I'll make a trial of the true the hereof. Exit. Alp. Do, good Leander. Hardenberg, your son perhaps deludes me with a vision, 79, to mock my vision that deferred the Duchess, and with Hyanthe close lie keeps my son. Hard. Your son was mad and drowned, this cannot be. Alp. But yet this circumventing speech of his offered suspicion of such event. Stroh. My lord, most fortunate were that event that would restore your son from death to life. Har. As though a vision should do such a deed. Alp. No, no, the boy's young brain was humorous, his servant and his page did see him drowned. Enter Leander, Alberdur, Hyanthe, Alberdur seeming fearful to come forward. Leah. Come on, sweet friend, I warrant thee thy love, shun not thy father's sight that longs for thee. Alb. Go then before, and we will follow straight. Leah. Comfort, my lord, my vision proved most true, even in the place, under the laurel shade, I found them sitting just as I beheld them in my late vision. See, sir, where they come. Alp. Am I enchanted or see I my son? Aye, aye, the boy hath played the traitor with me. Oh, you young villain, trust you with my love! How smooth the cunning treacher looked on it. Hard. But Sarah, can this be? Leah. You knew him to be mad, these thought him drowned. My lord, take you no more delight to see your son recovered of his life and wits? Alp. See, how boldly the young politician can urge his practice. Sarah, you shall know I'll not be overreact with your young brain. All have agreed, I see, to cozen me, but all shall fail. Come, lady, I will have you spite of all, and son, learn you hereafter to use more reverend means to obtain of me what you desire. I have no joy to see thee raised from a deluding death. Haya. My lord, 'tis tyranny to enforce my love. Leah. I hope your highness will maintain your word. Alp. Dost thou speak, traitor? Straight I'll have you safe for daring to delude me in my love. Alba. O friend, thou hast betrayed my love in vain. Now am I worse than either mad or drowned. Now have I only wits to know my griefs and life to feel them. Haya. Let me go to him. Alp. Thou shalt not have thy will nor he his love, either of both know what is fit for you. I love with judgment, and upon cold bloud, he with youth's fury, without reason stay, and this shall time and my kind usage of thee make thee discern. Meantime consider this, that I neglect for the abusious Duchess who next to thee is fairest in the world. Enter messenger. Mess. My lord, the Duke of Brunswick and his sister, the beauteous Duchess, are arrived here. Alp. What's that, the Duchess? Mess. Even her Grace, my lord. Alp. Why, Hardenberg, ha! Is the Duchess come? Hard. I know not, my good lord. Where is the Duchess? Mess. Hard by, my lord. Alp. Sones, I am not here. Go tell her so, or let her come. My choice is free in love. Come, my Hyanthe, stand thou close to me. Mess. My lord, the Duke himself has come to urge your promise to him, which you must not break. Hosh. Nor will you wish to break it, good my lord. I am assured, when you shall see the Duchess, whose matchless beauties will renew the mind of her rare entertainment, and her presence put all new thoughts of love out of your mind. Alp. Well, I do see 'tis best, my sweet Hyanthe, that thou stand further. Hya. I'll be gone, my lord. Alp. Not gone, but mix thyself among the rest. What a spite is this! Counsel me, Hardenberg. Hard. The Duchess comes, my lord. Alp. Out of my life, how shall I look on her? Enter Constan, Cathier, Lassen, Lussel, Cassie, Cornelia Ite. A song, after the Duchess speaks. Cath. How now, my lord? You look as one dismayed. Have any visions troubled you of late? Alp. Your Grace and your most princely brother here are highly welcome to the Saxon court. Cath. Oh, you dissemble, sir, nor are we come in hope of welcome, but with this poor headpiece to bear the brunt of all discourtesies. Const. My lord, we come not now to urge the marriage you sought with such hot suite of my fair sister, but to resolve ourselves and all the world why you retained such mean conceit of us to slight so solemn and so high a contract with vain pretext of visions or of dreams. Alp. My lord, I here protest by earth and heaven I hold your state right highly and renowned, and your fair sister's beauties and deserts to be most worthy the greatest king alive. Only an ominous vision troubled me, and hind read the wish speed I would have made, not to dissolve it, though it were differed by such portents as, least you think I feign, Lord Hardenberg can witness is most true. Hard. Most true, my lord, and most prodigious. Alp. Yet I'll contemn them with my life, and all ere I'll offend your grace or breed suspect of my firme faith and my most honored love. Cath. No, no, my lord, this is your vision that hath not fried but enamored you. Alp. O madam, think you so? By heaven I swear she's my son's love. Sirrah, take her to you. Have I had all this care to do her grace, to prove her virtues and her love to thee, and standst thou fearful now? Take her, I say. Leah. My lord, he fears you will be angry with him. Alp. You play the villain, wherefore should he fear? I only proved her virtues for his sake, and now you talk of anger. I me wretch, that ever I should live to be thus shamed. Alp. Madam, I swear the lady is my love, therefore your highness cannot charge my father with any wrong to your high worth in her. Con. Sister, you see we utterly mistake the kind and princely dealing of the Duke, therefore without more ceremonious doubts let's reconfirm the contract and his love. Cath. I warrant you, my lord, the Duke dissembles. Alp. Here on my knees, at the altar of those feet, I offer up in pure and sacred breath the true speech of my heart, and heart itself. Require no more if thou be princely born and not of rocks or ruthless tigers bred. Cath. My lord, I kindly cry you mercy now, ashamed that you should injure your estate to kneel to me, and vow before these lords to make you all amends you can desire. Flo. Madam, in admiration of your grace and princely wisdom, and to gratify the long-wished joy done to my lord the Duke, I here present your highness with this cup, wrought admirably by th art of spirits, of substance fair, more rich than earthly gems, whose value no man's judgment can esteem. Alp. Floris, I'll interrupt the Duchess' thanks, and for the present thou hast given to her to strengthen her consent to my desires, I recompense thee with a free release of all offences twixt thyself and me. Flo. I humbly thank your excellence. Cath. But where is now unkind O Lassenberg, that injures his fair love and makes her wear this worthless garland. Come, sir, make amends, or we will here award you worthy penance. Lass. Madam, since her departure I have done more heart-eye penance than her heart could wish, and vow hereafter to live ever hers. Cat. Then let us cast aside these forlorn wreaths, and with our better fortunes change our habits. Enter Doctor in post, the marchant following him. Doctor. Oh stay, my lorte, me pray you on Yvonne stay. Alp. What's the matter, Doctor? Doctor. Oh me Brett begar for haste. Con. What ails the hasty doctor? Doctor. My lord begar he lies falsely in his throat, me prove by the duel dat he be the false knave. Alp. Who is it, man, with whom thou art so bold? Doctor. My lorte, if me make my contract of marriage, if me be not as loose as the vide world, if me do not allege. Alp. I pray thee, man, what meanest thou? Doctor. Begar, inform your grace vot he dare I will prove by good argument, and raison dat he is the false beggarly jeweler, dat I know point Marie Cornelia. That say you now? Cass. My lord, no doubt some man hath gold the doctor, supposing he should be enforced to wed her that is my wife and ever scorned him. Doctor. That you say? De Marchant tella me I Marie Cornelia spit my nose. Alp. The marchant I perceive hath trimmed you, doctor, and combed you smoothly. Faith, I can him thank that thus revives our meeting with such mirth. Doctor. O be bright to heaven, est a possible. And by heaven I be revenged dat vile Martian, me make de medicine dry up to sea, 7 tosand million dist low, 500 dram fuffian, marguerite, baleschi, hematite, cordomedian, churchicol, pantasite, petrophytum, hynape, and by gar de hot pepra, me make de vinda, de grease colic puff, blow by gar, tear de sail, beat de mast, crack de ship in tosand pieces. Exit. Alp. Farewell, gentle Dr. Doudapole. And now, dear lady, let us celebrate our happy royal nuptials and my sounds with this our sweet and general amity which heaven smile on with his golden eye. Finus Actus Quinti and Ultimi. Imprinted at London by Thomas Creed, for Richard Olive, dwelling in Long Lane. 1600. Introduction to the Distracted Emperor. In the appendix to Volume 2, I have given some account of this anonymous play, which is here printed for the first time from Edgerton, MS. 1994. As the play bears no title in the MS, I have named it at a venture, The Distracted Emperor. An ill-shaped and repulsive piece of work it certainly is, crude and cheerless, but marked with signs of unmistakable power. At the time when I made the extracts for the appendix, I thought that Cyril Turner might possibly be the author. On further reflection, it seemed to me that the stronger passages are much in Marston's manner. The horrid scene where Charlemagne is represented hugging the dead queen recalls the anonymous Second Maiden's Tragedy. Marston, who shrank from nothing, would not have hesitated to show us the Archbishop, in his search for the magic ring, parting the dead queen's lips, with the ironical observation, "You cannot bite me, madam." The trenchant satire that abounds throughout the play reminds us frequently of Marston, though there is an absence of that monstrous phraseology which distinguished his Scourge of Villainy and early plays. But looking at the play as a whole, I should have very great hesitation in allowing it to be Marston's. My impression is that Chapman had the chief hand in it. The author's trick of moralising at every possible opportunity, his abundant use of similes more proper to epic than dramatic language, the absence of all womanly grace in the female characters, these are points in which the present play may be compared with Chapman's published tragedies. Orlando's speech at the beginning of Act 2, "Oh, that my curse had power to wound the stars," and C, in which he compares himself, with epic elaboration, to an argosy sent richly for the and now, meanwhile retornage without mast or helm, to my thinking closely suggests Chapman. It is not quite impossible that the present play may be Chapman's lost French tragedy, entered on the stationer's registers, June 29, 1660, a copy of which was among the plays destroyed by Warburton's cook. It is due to Mr. Flea that I should mention his solution of the difficulty. Taking the mysterious letters on the last page. Nella Greek, PhD PHNR La B, he says. La B is the contraction for La Buffa, 80, one of the characters in the play, and the enigmatic letters simply substituting the names for the letters themselves read thus: Nella Phi Delta Phi Niro La Buffa, which is good enough Italian for an anagram, meaning I will end trifling infidelity. But Nella Fidelita, or Fidelita, Finiro Lobby, transposed, gives us Il Fabro Nathanieli, or Nathaniel. Field, i.e., Nathaniel Field the author. Athenaeum, March 3, 1883. Far be it from me to deny the ingenuity of this explanation, but when Mr. Flea, not having seen the complete play, proceeds to say that the extracts I gave are quite consistent with the supposition that it is one of Field's lost works, I must take leave to dissent. Field is the author of 2 comedies. A Woman is a Weathercock, and Amends for Ladies, and he assisted Massinger in the Fatal Dowry. His comedies are well constructed, bright, and airy. There is no slovenliness in the workmanship, and success is attained by honest, straightforward endeavor. It seems to me quite incredible that the author of those 2 admirable comedies should be responsible for the gloomy, ponderous tragi-comedy here presented to the reader. What share Field had in the Fatal Dowry, I do not intend to discuss minutely. The chief figure in that play, Charolois, I take to be a study in Massinger's gravest manner, but if we allow that Field should be credited with more than the comic scenes in the Fatal Dowry, his claim to the present play is not at all strengthened. Perhaps, after all, no author's name is concealed under the enigmatic letters. 81. In any case, Field's is the last name that could be put forward with any show of likelihood. The Distracted Emperor. A Tragi-Comedy. Printed for the first time from Edgerton, MS. 1994. The Distracted Emperor. Actus Primus. Enter La Bussy and Didier. Bus. Thou look for dignity. Yes, thou mayst look, but pray thee, fellow, see thine eyes be good, or thou mayst look and never find the way. Did. How can mine eyes fail when so fair a mark as honor lies before me? Bus. Thou sayst well, the thought of honor is a perfect green, and green is good for teach I sight. Silly man, art grown fantastic in thy latter days? Trust me, I thought thou rather couldst have wished to feel thine eyes borne out into their sockets than thus to live and see the black disgrace that will approach, and soon, if thou darest live. And yet you look for dignity. O mans! What, having a fyrst been cheated of thy wealth, darest thou again be cheated of thy wit, and think so poor a lord as is my father, the most bysd forsaken Ganelon, can prop thy mind? 82. Fortune shame upon thee. Wait with a trencher, go learn policy. A serving man at dinner time will teach thee to give attendance on the full-fed guest, not on the hungry shark, and yet you think to feed on lark by serving my poor father. Did. Nothing but lark, La Bussy? Yes, mighty sirloins. Bus. Your lord and master would be glad of half. Pitied companion, spare thy feeble eyes, look not for honor lest thou lose thy sight. Such followers as thou, that would repair a broken state by service, may be likened to shipwrecked merchants that will rather seek to catch a rotten board or to be cast upon some frozen isle than perish quickly. But thou perhaps seekst voluntary penance, meaning it to perish in a frozen clime because thou hast abused thy former blessings. Thy gaming a humor hath been like a fire. Did. Why? Because my money burned in my purse while I left it. Bus. No, but because it taught the furious way to blasphemy and curses which have kindled a desperate fire in thee to play and loose, so that although thou purchased the tiers patente to beg in all the provinces of France, pretending that thy state was lost by fire, yet thou wouldst die a beggar. Did. If I die before my letters patent be expired, how can I choose though I repair my state? But leaving these and you to the poor hope of other men's and perhaps my cast clothes, I tell thee, silly creature, I am now spreading my wings and mounting it to a height from whence I will with scorn behold such things as all ambition thou art master of can never make thee hope or wish to be. And for my fortunes past, which you so much esteem and present, wouldst owe reverence to, I value thame at these. And for the like would not best owe the labor of amen to any good man's wishes. The laboring clouds instead of vapors have exhaled from you the blessing for me, and about this time, by the full revolution of my stars, should rain it down upon me. Bus. Touche. Did. Observe, first hear me, know the means, and when Yahweh doon fall down and worship. These same very day, nay these most fortunate minute, the Emperor, the great, unconquered mighty Charlemagne, is married to the sister of my lord to your most fairy-eyed auntie, rare Theodora. Flourish. A cry within. God save Theodora the Empress! You hear these? Bus. I wish mine ears had to the pillory paid tribute rather than let in this sound. Unfortunate Orlando! Thy fairest hopes, like to a blaze of artificial fire, no sooner have a being but expire. Did. What? Passionate in rhyme? I must be taught to give attendance on the full-fed guest. 83. Bus. You may be damned for using sorcery upon the kinge. That natural heat, which is the cause and nurse of young Decius, his palsy has shook of, and all the able faculties of man are fled his frost of age to that extreme there's not enough to cherish a Decia left in his suppressed nerves. Did. In this your worship gives my hopes illustration. Age must owe to a judgment's dearth that may be cheated on, yet that chate rest unquestioned. Do you hear? The kinge is being married to your auntie hath bound high fortunes to my lord, and he will, like a river that so long retains the ocean's bounty that at last it seems to be itself a sea, receive and keep the common treasure, and in such a flowed, whose thickness would keep up what naturally covets the centre, can you hope I'll sink? Bus. Hell take thy hopes in thee. Did. But I would have you understand that I may rise again without the catching of a rotten board to keep bare life and misery together to fyght other. Bus. Furies fryght thy soul. Is a good man's ill fate thy nourishment? Noble Orlando, what ominous fatale star rolled thy nativity that fire must be strook out of ice to rine all thy hopes? This marriage is their grave. Did. Sir, I may raise a broken state by service. Bus. Yes, of the devil to whom thou art a factor. Slave, 'tis thou that hast undone my father and increased his evil inclinations. I have seen your conference with witches, night spell knaves, conniving mountebanks, and the damned fry of cheating mathematics. And is this the issue of your closs contrivances? 84? If in these P.R.O. misthrong of future ill there may be found a way to unya good of brave Orlando the great paladine, my constant industry shall tire the day and outwatch night, but I will find it for H.Y.M. and YF to do H.Y.M. good. Enter La Fouet. Fouet. Where's Didier? Did. Here, thou contemptible thinge that never wert so free as to put on thine own ill hat, thou that hast worn thyself an obliquoid to equal threadbareness, and never hadst virtue enough to make thee be preferred before aught but a cloak bag, what to me? Fouet. The wish of pox enough to make thee all one entire scab. Dost thou abuse thy elders? Did. I cry your reverence mercy, I confess you are more antique. Fouet. Antic in thy face. My lord shall know. Did. But pray thee let me fyrst know what my lord would have me know by thee. Fouet. I scorn to tell thee or to talk with thee, and yet I would speak with thee, and yet I will not tell thee. Thou shalt shortly know thou hadst been a better. I say no more, though my deserts be hydd my edge is not, for I near wear a hat, and that shall be ballast to my complaint to make it go more steady to thy rhyme. It shall, dost hear, it shall. Exit Fouet. Did. Hence, choleric full, thy threats to me are like the kyngs desier, as uneffectual, 85, as the glowworm's fire. Loud musique. Enter Charlemagne, Bishop Turpin, Ganelon, Richard, Theodora, Gabriella, and attendants. Charl. This musique is too dull to mix itself with the full joy I tasked. O Ganelon, teach me a means to express the gratitude I owe thy virtues for these royal match, whereby me and cast my eyes is torn to fire, my ear the to air. Those to base elements can challenge not hinge in my composition, as thou and Theodora now have made me. for wish be thou our Lord Great Constable. Did Dot observe. Bus Dot, matters to make me mourn eternally. Gone. Your bounty speaks you, sir, a god on earth, for you reward a service that's so mean it scarce speaks duty, for you are my emperor. Charl. To whyest thou hast made me greater than my name, how miserably soe'er our nature makes us think a happines, was a great burthen, but now tys all the heaven I wish to know, for time, whose endy like high's original is most inscrutable, hath now paid back the sap of fertile winters to these veins, which he had borrowed to maintain high's course from these late dead now manly faculties. Kiss me, Theodora. Gods, carouse your fyll, I envy not your nectar, from these lypp pure nepenthe flows. Some triumphes, lords. I challenge all of you at barriers. Bus. Alas, good man. A gauntlet's weight will praise him into cinders. Char. I am so rapt with pleasure and delight I scarce think I am mortal. All the joys, wherewith heaven's goodness can enrich a man, not on my greed but dwell upon my sense, and whiles I see thee cannot stray from thence, most excellent Theodora. The tys alnigh your acceptance makes me so, for beauty's like a stone of unknown worth, the estimation makes it precious, for which the gems beholden to the owner. Char. Did you e'er hear a voice more musical? The Thracian Orpheus, whose admired Ascawilel is said to have had power o'er ravenous beasts to make them lay their natural fair scenes by when he but touched his harp, that on the floods had power above thy regent, the pale moon, to make them torn or stay their violent course when he was pleased to ravish them with sounds, near had ability with all his arte to match the natural musique of thy voice. And were I on the axletree of heaven to note the zodiac's annual change and course, the sun's bright progress and the planets' modions, to play with Luna or new Lampi the stars, to note Orion or the Pleiades, or with the sun guiled the antipodes, yet all the glory, in exchange for thee, would be my torment and heaven's cruelty. Bus. Was e'er man thus o'erjoyed with man's own curse? Enter Reynaldo. Char. Thou only arte happines. Ray. Not, great lord, for I bringe news that doth include. Char. Costs and, your blame, and tys a diligence of too much pride that interrupts mine admiration. Ray. My news when known will raise out that belief and be as welcome as a gentle calm to a lunge-dongered seaman in a storm, such as up on Aeneas' straggling fleet at Juno's will by Aeolus was raised when in his flygt from horror he saw him more than Troy afforded, for the Nizai bringe is victory, which crowns the crowns of kinges. Char. Costs and Reynaldo, if you'll syt and praise the fair eyes of my fair love, I will hear tyll you be tired with talkinga. Ray. What is this? Is this the voice of mighty Charlemagne? Sir, from your worthy nephew I am come, the ever-feared Orlando, who in Spain hath with high's own fame mixed your happines by a blessed victory. Char. We have no leisure to hear, nor are we able to contain another happines, nor is thy other. Success in war is but a pleasing dream from whence a drum may fryghts. Here doth rest my happines which cannot be expressed. Ex-cha, the, gab, and attendants. Tur. Princely Reynaldo, do not let amaze struggle within you, you but yet survey the outside of our wonder. Rich. Brother, 'tis more than can be written in a chronicle. Ray. But must not be without my reprehension. Come, I will follow Hym, when Charles doth fly from honor, where shall goons hope to lie? Yexi. All but gone. And Rich. Gone. Stay, worthy friend, and let me plainly know how you affect heis humor in the kinge. Rich. Faith, generally as a good subject should, delighted with the joy heis kinge receives, and which I hope and wish may stylo continue, but in particular, because the cause of heis joy cannot choose but work to you affect worthy your virtues. For my old love, tys now elodged in a desperate memory. Gone. But dost not see me a most gross age? Rich, though certainly Decius the only thinge of strength about Hym, and that strength is heis with a conceit that puts Decius in act. Gone. And is not that a dotage at the least? Rich. I dare not tax the action of a king by giving it an ill name in my thoughts. Gone. Why are modest, sir, nor I. But yet if I felt not a stronger love within myself in this my strength of memory and years, abilities of body and of brain, more doting on a man than he on her, I would not scape my censure. Rich. I believe, to which belief a long experience of your known war the most steadily directs, that if such an effect can manage you, 'tys not the man or sex that causes it but the low growing virtues that inhabit the object of your love. Gone. To oracle, most happy princely Richard, thou youngest and thou fairest branch of Ammon, and thy still growing virtues have made thee the object of that love. When first I saw thee, though but with a mere cursory aspect, my soul did prompt me that so fair a for me could not but be the mine of many virtues. Then miser-like I sought to ope the mine and find the treasure, whereupon I won your inmost friendship, which with joy attained in seeking for a spark I found a flame, whose rickneys made me admiration's slave and staggered me with wonder. Rich. Good sweet lord, forbear thy courtship, our acquaintance is too old, and as I hope friendship too firm to be now saint. Gone. True, my best friend, and thus I want arithmetic to count my treasure in thee. Pray thee give me leave to joy in my possession of such bliss to which all honors in our France compared were as a rush mongst many millions shared. Rich. Sir, thus I know there is nothing to me able to give a flattery hope to thrive in the most abject slave to it that courts, and therefore cannot do it in yourself, yet I beseech you talk of something else or I shall grow unmannerly and leave you. Mine own praise is my torture. Gone. Heaven forbid why if I should torture why am I love so much, beyond expression. And since this offends thee I'll speak of that shall please my noblest Richard. Rich. Your pleasure and your honorable ends are bounds beyond which I have no delight. Gone. If from these marriage there myght springe a son, which is mine endy, my honors would know none, but like a river that receives his name or fyrs the original from some mountain's foot, begins a single stream, but at last grows to have no bounds but what it could o'erflow, but tys impossible. Rich. Improbable, for snow and fire can hardly generate. Gone. But while the snow lies on a mountain's top, consuming with the heat which comforts all except itself, the fire may be blown into a second flame. Rich. I ground you that. Gone. Position and request, or else I perish ye. Rich. What means my Ganelon? Gone. Faith to be plain and not to wrong the love, which I have found ever in thee, with any further do't, my love would have thee call a king thy son and get him of my sister. Start'st thou back? Come, I don't know thou lovest her with thy soul and has syght for her often. Now enjoy, and do not stand amazed. If thou refuse, then my hopes like the flower of flax receive their birth and grave together. For by heaven to be made monarch of the universe and lord of all clasped in the sea god's arms, I would not have her touched unless by thee. And if the thoughts of men were scrutable to man and amongst men might be known to me, the fool that should attempt her but in thought, could, better hand-bound wrestle with the sea. But yet my love doth offer her to thee, and tys rejected. Rich. You mistake me, sweet. I am all yours and what you shall think I'll cease to question, yet my conscience calls it a disloyal and a monstrous fact. Gone. Tut, a prosperous sin is now a virtuous act. Let not that start you. Rich. I am confirmed, but yet the empe res. Gone. Why, know not I how dear she was you, and but for these hope would not live an hour. Come, her consent shall fly to meet your wishes and lock you in safety. In the next room stay me a little dot, now my projects go, exit Richard. Upright and stead I. Let me style myself, and proudly too, the minion of the fates. The Emperor can its new honors to my house, whylst to my blood I seek to bind his crown and shade his lawful heir, and since the law makes all legitimate in wedlock born, by whomsoe'er begot, the way is even unto my future bliss and earthly heaven dot, and see how luckily this fellow comes. Hapines courts me. Enter Didier. Did. My most honored lord. Gone. O Didier, the famous nephew unto Charles, the my heir and hope of fruitful France, famous Orlando, is returning home. Did. So tys given out. Gone. But might there not be something given the prince to stay his journey? I'll be plain with thee, for thy known love is worthy all my trust. He is an envious torrent interposed twixt me and many honors, Didier, and since unpassable must be choked with thee. Thou understandst me? Did. Yes, sir, a must die. Gone. And in his journey homeward, a smale drain will purge high soul away, and 'twill be thought some of the rebels in these frontier towns, by him reduced to false obedience, have, in revenge o' the servitude wherein high sword hath fixed them, doon't, so not so much as bare suspicion ever will attache thee. Did. I'm glad why I've named me it. I was afraid I should have been left out in that brave act, whereto my proper hate unto Orlando and love to you entice me equally. Gone. Oh, by no means, whom should I trust but thee, tys thou and I must make each other happy. Repair the with these gold, and for thy pains be a qual sharer in my present means and future blessings. Did. No more, sir, I'll do it. I speak it with a confidence whereby I'd have you say unto yourself tys doon. Gone. Thanks, my most honest Didier. Other affairs of serious consequence call me. The Empress must be solicited unto an act for which I'd loathe her, but my ends have glorious aims. Did. About them, sire, and do not these. Exit Ganelon. Yet methinks it were not fykt and policy to venture all in one poor shallow boat, the sea of state going so rough and high. Factions in court are like to suits in law where good and grace keep equity in awe, and but these marriage rules the emperor, who shall protect me in so many ways leading to several and confused ends. I will keep no direct one but even wander as mine own proper safety shall direct me. And though I wish my lord may raise his blood, yet that wish should give way to mine own good. Enter La Bussy, Gabriella and Bertha. Bus. Save Mounser Didier. Did. Mounser La Bussy, my lord's most loved son, your company is fair. Exit Didier. Gab. The fellow mocks us. Bus. Had a said good too, then you might have doubted, but fair's an epithet you both may challenge. Br. And why not good? Bus. A courtier might have spared it, and as he is a courtier being excused if it were false. For he whose tongue and heart run one's self course shall seldom find the way to a preferment. Now the court is grown as strange a beast as the thronged multitude, differs not from the rabble, unlike tys the upper house. Br. Why will you be a limb of such a beast? Bus. Faith, unlike for sport's sake. Gab. I rather think to make it more deformed. Bus. Be not so bitter, lady. How can I, though I shoot on my stewed eye vanity, be seen amongst so many that outgloss me in evry several folly? Br. Yet little Richard, Amon's youngest son, is such a man your envy cannot tax hym. Gab. Malice with all her poisons cannot wound his fair deserved reputation. Bus. Ts the wind there? Gab. Yes, sire, and blows me hence in quest of hym Ido so much effect. Ex Gabriella. Br. Stay, I'll go with you. Bus. Oh, by no means, madam. Methinkies your lunge attendance at the court should make you not so apt to spoil good sport. Br. Steth. Sport. Pray let me go. Bus. Not yet, by Venus. You fyrst shall know my soul hath deeply vowed my love and service to your excellent self. Br. Very good, sir, I know yr son unto the minion. But yet I know your father loves you not, and that's good too. Bus. If true that court be good for anything, then, madam, you say true. For tys most true that I. Br. Pray let me go. Bus. Shun not high sight that doth adore your sight. How fares the Empress? Like to a blowing rose and ypt with a cold frost, will she styl keep encircled with ice? Br. I know not nor I care not. Bus. But you can guess dot, or in the frost despite will she blow out? Br. Sir, why are unmannerly to stay and question me, I must be gone. Bus. Take my heart with you. Br. He whose heart and tongue run one self-course shall seldom find the way to a preferment. Bus. Sfoot, do you think your love such a preferment? Nay then, fare you well. Br. Villainous man! Ex Bertha. Bus. Well, now unto my father whom I know hates me but for my goods, and although I cannot blame the Empress, yet on Hym I'll vent mine honest spleen, and he shall know virtue at poorest hath yet one advocate, though much too mean to help her. See, a comes. Enter Ganelon. Gone. The Empress and young Richard are in league, arm K and white tea and heart K and white tea with the fervency that no joy can exceed. Heaven bless the mixture! But stay, who's these? Oh, my curious son, what news with you, sir? Bus. Sir, though your eminence may gouge your vice and grains make your ills seem glorious to some too far beneath you, that near look into the chinks and crannies of the state, yet, sir, with reverence, know you have done ill to cross Orlando's fair succession by this unequal marriage. Gone. Arte grown mad? Though I near knew thee much oppressed with wit, I did not think thee such a foe to sense to speak with such a darringed impudence. Bus. How's that? Gone. Thus and observe me. As you love the cupboard wherein your calves' brains are locked up for breakfast, whene'er again thou shalt but dare to play the dog and open thus when I am present without my special license and command, I'll vex thee so with punishment and shame that life shall be thy torment. Hence, thou slave, of no more shyrts than souls, and they consistinga of equal foulness. Hence, I say, ignorance shall not excuse thee thus again offendinga. Bus. Preposterous! I walk for want of sbyr. Exit la bussy. Gone. Pity of folly! Wherefore should these boy, these thinge of too nice conscience, name my son, trouble Hym self with any act of mine as if they held proportion with high state, wyt or condition? Such things are swayed by chance, and naught's more arrogant than ignorance. But here comes he that had brain to plot and sbyr to act. Enter Didier. How is it, Didier? Did. As you commanded, sir. Gone. Hast done it then? Did. And without all suspicion. Gone. Half my soul, let me embrace thee. All my cares and fears thou hast dispersed forever. From highest death my future honors take a glorious birth. Enter La Fouet. Fouet. He's never from Hym. Nay, I must be gone. Past service is forgot. Do you hear, my lord? Beggars must be no choosers. I am one, the proverb proves it, an old serving man. At your choice therefore be it, whether I or that knave shall stay with you, for both must not. Your house, though large, cannot contain us both. Gone. Why, what's the matter, Fouet? Fouet. Matter of wrong. Full 2 several livery coats, made and composed all for several years, have I run through in your most faithful service. Ah, scullery I was 3 years before, so, black and blue 86, I make account I've served your lordship 25. Gone. What means these? Fouet. My service notwithstanding, these proud Jack abuses me in words I understand not, and therefore in plain terms if you keep Hym I am no longer for you. Gone. Patience, man, if these be all I'll see it remedied. He shall be sorry for the wrong that's past, and promise thee to second it with other. Fouet. Shall he? Why, let him then, and I will be content to die in peace. Did. I both repent and promise no amends. Fouet. Well, that shall pacify, we will be friends and live in peace together. Did. On condition that hence you take no license to deprave my good and devours. Fouet. In my conscience he wrongs me now again. Did. Nor on this grows saucy and insolent. Fouet. Hey duh! Can aught proceeding from my gravity to thee be esteemed saucines? You hear, my lord, can flesh and blood endure these? I don't know my service is more previous than to be thus toused and sullied by highce envious breath, and though in policy I will not leave your lordship's service, yet if policy or brain of man may study a revenge, these wyt of mine that seldom shown in vain shall fashion out a rare one. Exit La Fouet. Gone. Silly fool! Come, Didier, mind not his peevish hate, I'll make thee yet obscured and endied state. Exeunt. Actus 2. Scene 1. Enter Orlando, Reynaldo, Oliver, soldiers, attendants. ORL. Oh, that my curse had power to wound the stars that with a more than envious aspect thus rack me and my fortunes. Married? I could almost breeable with destiny for giving these cursed marriage wholly for me. And suerit urdent, tys no gordion not that ties such a disparity together. But what will not sith princes? The ire high blood of flattery draws toth lees, and more corrupt than a disease that's killing. Now must I, like to an argosy sent richly for the, furnished with all that might oppose the winds and bide the fury of the sea god's rage, trusted with half the wealth a kingdom yields, hanga, instead of adding it to her store, undo one herself and made 1,000 poor, meanly retornage without mast or helm, cable or anchor, quite unrigged, unmanned. Shot through and through with artificial thunder and natural terror of tempestuous storms, must, that had been the wonder of the world and loved burthen of the wanton seas, be now a subject fyt for all men's pities and like to such, not cared for a jot, must lie by and rot, and so must I. Ray. His dotage max hym think hym self so happy in these cursed matche that when the news of your success arrived, thuf clad in laurel and fairest victory, he had no effort, all his powers being filled with the supposed joy conceived in her. Ollie. He has not dealt like Charlemagne to expose you to the horror of a civil war, and why your loyalty made glorious way to highest wished ends of conquest, thus to cross your fair succession. ORL. 'Twas a speeding plot to send me into Spain. Why Ganelon took the RYGHT course. Yet if I had been here, the envious destiny that doth attend on all my undertakings, would have made my best means us less to have hindered it. For not the Kuninga of sly Ganelon, Charlemagne's dotage, nor her witching Gii, to whom I now must be obedient, can challenge any share in my disgrace. But mine own fortune that did never smile, but when it gave me a full cause to curse. And were the way to my succession free as when I left the court, yet gainst all sense and possibility something sewer would springe from my mere fate to make another kinge. So, torrent-like, my fortune rinds all my rights of birth and nature. Ray. You have do ill to soothe high sedge unto these violence. Ollie. With penitence tys confiest, considerance prevention hath quite fled us, and no ways left aether for revenge or remedy. ORL. I am the very football of the stars, not sick, of fortune whom she dissects with all the poisons and sharp corrosives styld in the limbeck of damned policy. My stars, my stars! Oh, that my breath could pluck them from their spheres so with dire ruins to conclude my fears. Enter La Bussy. Ray. Smoother your passions, sir, here comes his son, a proper dioth court, that least his own ill manners should be noted thynkested fykt in policy to scoff at other men's. He will tax all degrees and think that keeps hym secure from all taxation. ORL. Why are deceived? It is a noble gentleman and hated of his father for his virtues. Bus. Healda in all blessings, 87, wherewith heaven and ere the may comforte man, wait on your excellence. ORL. Although I know no man's good wish or prayers can e'er be heard to my desired good, I am not so void of humanity but I will thank your love. Ray. Pray, sir, what news hath the court lately been delivered of? Bus. Such as the gallimaufry that is found in her large womb may promise. He that has the fairest virtues wears the foulest chirut, and knows no shift for't. None but journeymen priests inveigh against plurality of livings, and they grow hoarse at cause, yet are without the remedy of sugar candy for't. Offices are like hunting a breakfast got hurly-burly, snatched with like gridirons, and almost digested too as soon. Ollie. Aye, but in sober sadness what's done there? Bus. Faith, very little, sir, in sober sands, for their disorder hurries perfect things to mere confusion. Nothing there hath for me but that which spoils all for me, and to be showroot vice only thrives and merit starves in court. Ray. What of the marriage of your noble auntie our fair-eyed royal empress? Bus. Troth, I wondered, sir, you spoke of that no sooner, yet I hope none here are jealous that I brought one spark to kindle that'll flame. ORL. No, of my troth, I know thee much too honest. But how fares the Empress now, my dear executress? Bus. Sir, as a woman in her case may do, she's brought to bed. Ray. What, has she a childa then? Bus. Aye, my lord. ORL. A son. Bus. Misfortune hath inspurred you, sir, tys true. ORL. Nay, when my fortune fails me at a pinch, I will think blasphemy a deed of merit. O heart, will nothing break the? Ray. 'Tis most strange. ORL. Strange? Why, if she had been spade and all mankind made eunuchs, yet in spite my ill fate would have gotten her with childa, of a son too. Henceforth let no man that hath the project he doth wish to thrive or let me know it. My mere knowledge would turn the hope success to an event that would frighten nature and make patience brawl with the most pleasing object. Bus. Sir, be at peace. Much may be found by observation. ORL. Tharte boda unfriendly and uncharitable. These observation thou advisest to would rivet so my thoughts upon my fate that I should be distract. I can observe naught but variety of miseries crossing my birth, my blood and best endeavours. I ne'er did good for any but great Charles, and the mere doing that hath still brought forth to me some plague too heavy to be borne, but that I am reserved on light to teach the studied envy of malignant stars. If fortune be blind, as the poets hood, it is with studying mine afflictions, but for her standing on a rowling stone, dire learning fails them, for she fixed stands and on lie against me. Ray. Move hym no further, but if your observation can find out a coninga in the carriage of these ills that may be questioned, I'll thank your love, and be your servant. Pray be inquisitive. ORL. Inquisitive? For what? My miseries require no search, they plainly show themselves, and in thy grain's crown what made them greet. The power of fortune, which by Thane being crowned doth tyrannize upon me. Enter Didier. Did. Hilda attend these honored presents. May your welcome home retain proportion with those worthy deeds whereby Wyave yearned all welcome. ORL. What is he? Did. Howe'er my duty and best wishes shall ever attend you, and those wishes be put into act to do you on your service. Bus. Th'art a gross flatterer, and know there is more sympathy betwixt mere contraries than twixt thy words and wishes. Did. Then your knowledge has no true right due to it, being so great to be so little famed. I never heard that you e'er did or durst know any thing but diner time and coronation day, the tilters call ours and thy pages suits, but to thy empresses, 88, you stylo gave up an ignoramus. Bus. Thart a parasite, thou and thy fortunes weighed upon my father and like an evil angel make hym do those fearful things I tremble to deliver. Therefore the love which thou protestest here can be at best but feigned and bears more show of treachery than zeal. Did. How say you by that? ORL. Ganelon's servant. Will it not suffice the malice of my stars to press me down with a most ponderous weight of injuries, but they must keep me waking with the sight o' author's aunt, to mix my sufferings with heat and anger? Sire, how dare you upbraid me with your presence? Or do you think my wrongs and fortune have made me so tame that I am a fyt subject for your spleen, your trencher envy and reversian rage? Or art so great an infidel to dip my mischief's snail packs that thou spurst on new in full career upon me? Did. I disclaim Ganelon's service other than to serve your worthy ends, which is the on my end werto I e'er seemed heis. Bus. Monstrous deceitful villain! ORL. Impossible! I cannot be so happy, and if thou bear but the least affection to my cause, thy fortunes like thy trenchers will be chonged to assorted felines that will loathe thy nature. Did. For that no matter, I dar fortune's worst in right of virtue, and if you'll be pleased these screen may be removed that keeps away all comfortable heat from every man which he stands near, I'll tell you things that shall confirm you I am yours. ORL. He shall not go, nor can I hope success in any thing, more than my sword, and much less be confirmed. Ollie. Pray, sir, withdraw. Ray. Althoff I think these fellow means no good we may discover and prevent Heisil. Pray leave us, sir. Bus. I will, but yet beware that fellow. Exit la bussy. Did. Ify arresti desire to be believed my love and utmost service are vowed unto your grace, to which belief the hazard of my life through all the dongers that ever frighted weak mortally tie, shall be an instigation. Fy arresti, sir, know the Empress is departed. ORL. Why the? To hunt worse fortunes than I suffer? Did. Sir, she is dead. A fever shook her blood after her chyld bed sickness, and of it she died last morninch. Ray. Wonderful! What news of her young son? Did. It lives and is a princely little one, Louis the Gentle called, a hopeful infante. Ali. But smale hope of the Emperor's right to it. ORL. How tax His Majesty the Empress death? Did. Strongly, beyond all precedents of grave. Being dead it seems he loves her 10 times more than ere he loved her Lidinga, yet that love outwent all dotage and th extremity he will not give her burial, but in's arms carries her up and down, courts, kisses, toys, mourns when she makes no answer, often feigns to understand her silence, swears that death cannot, nay dar not, hurt such excellence. ORL. Why, this is absolute man's. Where's Bishop Turpin? His reverence should persuade Hym. Did. So he hath, but tys in vain, he hears naught but his passion. ORL. Why, styl thou heapest upon me new misfortunes. Did. But would the liver comforte? For some proof of mine integrity, know I was hired by Ganelon to poison you. Ray. What's this? Did. To which performance I so sooth his hopes that he believes tys dune. ORL. And so it had, but that my fortune no my death would be to greet a blessinga for me and remove the object of her envy past her spleen. What wretchens is this? Hangda indeed all the world's miseries that have a name, a new one out of pity must be found to add it to infinites. My heavy curse, but that would be a blessing, should reward thee, and for thy disobedience to thy lord I'll torture thee, for I will wish thee well. Did ever man's preservation plodge sick Hym thus? Wonder confounds me. Ray. My most worthy cousin, will you not take advantage of these plot? ORL. No, what advantage? The Emperor's ears are glued gainst all things but his passions. Did. Great sir, no, the violence of his passion notwithstanding, having the his death slain mistress in his arms, he hears all causes criminal as if she did but slumber by Hym. Ali. Tys an offered means to bring your foe in hatred with the Emperor revive your hopes. ORL. As cordials do call back a dying man from his approaching peace to make Hym suffer, still the miseries of his almost past sickness. I refuse it, and by my suffrage now will show myself too noble to complain. I ne'er could find pleasure or ease in others' punishment, or if I were so base to take delight in the afflictions of another man my fate would guard me from't, for tys decreed that on my eye of all mankind shall ne'er be master of a hope shall have success, so all the opposition I can make would on my make my griefs ridiculous and divorce pity from fame. Ne'er will I, ex Orlando. Did. Raise a strong humor. Ali. Aye, but let it not deter you from his accusation. Did. I'll justify what I have said. Ray. Do so, and both mine entertainment and reward shall pay thy love and faith. Ex all but Didier. Did. I do not like these entertainment at the second hand, it looks like barber's physic, muddy lie. Is these a welcome worthy of the love I have expressed? Had I took up his hawk, or matched a coach horse for Hym, such a service had deserved more respect than he gives me. I like a wise man have left certain means, for hop preferments, 'twas discreetly done and led by virtue too. These virtue is the scurviest, harlotriest, undunge thing that ever mixed with ricinge courtier's thoughts. But he has a curse. It is impossible e'er to get into Ganelon again, having done not online not performed his will but tood his purpose. And how slight soe'er the Earl of Angera's hoods these accusation, t will be examined, therefore I must roof. But how? Though it be true I cannot prove it by other testimony than mine own, and that his own denial will bereave me of the belief due to it. Yet will I stand to to deter vice heaven gives a power to will. Enter Ganelon. Gone. Why are well met. Did. I thank you? Gone. Th art a villain. Did. It may be so, your lordship can define me if you would your reading or your practice. Gone. Orlando is returned. Did. Tys well. Gone. It is, but it had been better for your perjured rogueship your heart had gorged a halka. Did. Wah ha ho man! Your buzzard is a kinda of bird of prey, your lordship knows too, that will feed on all unable to outfly or to resist, but such pursued her basines and her slow that once ape are. You understand me, sir? Gone. Now a lean castrol 89 sees thee? Arte thou fleshed? Must not encounter you but birds of rapine? Did. Good, good, you stretch a fool comparison the best that I have hard. But be assured I am no scarab for a castrol's breakfast. Gone. Why, you are grown a desperate d'orange rouge, a rogue of noise and clamour, are you not? Did. And in despite of all your fearful bells of gradins and authority, will torn heed, fly in thy bosom, and so stinge thee then that thou shalt curse thy being. Exit Didier. Gone. These is well, exceedinga well, upbraided by my slave armed by my trust against me. I could now wish a strange packthread had stychd up my lips when I made these rogue inmate of my breast. My serious counsels and own services he sells like goods at outcries. Who gives most? Oh, what dull devil managed my weak brains when first I trusted Hym. Heart, I have made my counsels my foe's weapons, wherewith he may wound me deeply. Sewer he has revealed my purpose and reward to poison Hym. So I bestride a mind which to my Rhine wants but a spark, and farewell, Ganelon. Now the pox take my heart for trusting Hym. What a brave noble creature were a man, see and so prevent, nay of his slave. Enter Richard. Rick. Health attend you. Gone. O my dearest sweet, thy presence makes thee master of thy wish, for in it rests my health and happiness. How does my best friend? Faith, you look most sad, and we have both a full cause. My sister's death hath, like the moon in opposition, put out the eye of heaven. But doth the Emperor Styll keep her in his arms? Rick. Yes, Styll and Styll. Nay, with such violence love seems to grow and flourish most in death. Mesantius rave, that tied dead to the livinga, seems in Hym the joy of all man's wishes. Sooth he is anything now but famous Charlemagne. Gone. I cannot blame Hym, 'tis a fury man can neither tame nor conquer. But, dear friend, is there no means to come to the dead queen out of the emperor's presence? Rick. Sir, there's none, he hath her evermore within his arms, and when asleep's your sister Gabriella or the old bishop Turpin do attend her. Gone. Aye, there you name a new affliction, that sister's an ulcer in my blood. How do you with her doting passions? Rick. Slate them beyond your wishes. Gone. Thou dost amaze me with thy noble virtue, and thence I honor thee. As for that maid, still let her frantic love receive repulse and crown thy countenance. For though I was content the queen should stray, yet these 90, I would not have to fall for Christendom. Rick. You need not fear me, if not continence, yet mine own will is armor strong enough. Gone. I note, and here she comes. Enter Gabriella. Gab. Brother, God save you, Zero my noble Richard, you make me old with morninge of my years. Shall Styll your winter and ypp me? Gone. What do you mean? Gab. T express a love that's good and virtuous. Gone. Fie, these does stain your noble modesty. Gab. To tell before you mine affection in public I confess it would make me a subject for taxation. Gone. Anywhere. Come, I must not love you. Gab. Heavens forbid. And I must tell you, brother, that I dar, and with no other than a sister's spleen, justify mine affection. Gone. So, and what wants these of impudence? Gab. As much as you of charity if your Tanj be a faithful servant to your mind. Gone. Tys well, you would be horde maid, would you not? Rick. Pray forbear. Gab. Your reprehension is unmannerly, while I'll endure no longer. Fair sir, no, I will not have my true love circumscribed within the limits of your policy. Come, why are wicked? Gone. Repentance would do well. Gab. Tys fyt matche for 60 years, and at that sober age I mean to wed it. Yet know that my desirs are not so wild, but they stay here. Nor will I ever stray beyond this most loved object. Rick. Say not so, it never can return your recompense. Virtue, my soul's dower, which is now contract and rich lie to be married unto heaven, shall ever keep me from affection. Believe it, madam, I will never love. Gab. Then have false hopes raised me to th top of all on lie to for me my Rhine and my fall. Gone. Nay, no more fallinga. Come, my noble friend, and lady, cherish ye not these whorish longings. Yexi. Gone. Rich. Gab. Not cherish them? Yes, blow them into flames, create as the full desirs that warm my blood. What, am I young, fruitful, and somewhat fair, and shall my pleasures bear the servile yoke of high strict rules, and so chain up my blood in manacles of ice? Fyrst I'll dare all pangs make men think of mortality, but I will love Hym. Yes, I will love Hym stylel, and so be served both in my lust and will. Enter Charlemagne with the Queen in his arms. Turpin, la bussy. Turp, sir, let me persuade, these dotage or the dead is monstrous, nor suits your greatness nor your gravity. Char. No more, he that persuades me from feast loved embrace is my most mortal enemy, and here I swear I'll hate Hym to destruction. Oh, Gabriella, come, thy sister sleeps a lunge slumber, but she is not dead, goons can never perish ye, and if so yet death shall not divide us. Why, I have not full so many minutes to survive as one poor breath may reckon, and shall I for that short space forget her? No, we'll stay and close our loves both in one monument. Turp. Was never seen such an affection. Char. Come, Gabriella, let us set her down, and seat her easy lie, do not hurt my queen. The downy breeze that sweeps alongst the meads, kissing the gentle flowers that sweeten Hym, are storms and tempests to her tenderness. They place the dead body in a chair. No air shall blow upon her. Happy soul! Indeed I dearly love thee, for I see the rose and lily springing in thy cheeks fresher than ever. Death's immortal side dare not offend thy branches. Oh, thou art a thing beyond mortal corruption. Bus. What will a make of her? Turp. Even what his fancy pleases. Char. If she be dead, how sweet a thing is death, how riche, how glorious and unmatchable. And how much folly is in fearful man, sits by her. To fly from that which is so amiable. Dear, give me leave to touch thee and imprint my soul upon these rubies. All the fame and garlands I have won through Christendom, the conquests I have made of France, of Spain, of Italy, Hungary, Germany, even to the utmost East Point, placked with the artois of worthless value. Here's my crown, and but for these I were not Charlemagne. Turp. Alas, tys she max Hym not Charlemagne. Char. Command some musique. Ivry man depart. Yexi. Bus. And attend dance? Soft musique. But Turpin and my sister. Heavy sleep presses me to her bosom. Gentle sweet, let me not hurt thy goons, for my rest shall but like soft air gently cover thee. Sleeps on her bosom. Turp. What, madam? Is he salve asleep? Gab. Most soundly, sir, sans from high soul hath charmed high sense with slumber. Turp. Then, if it please your goons to withdraw and fyt heis hinds chamber, I will watch and call you at heis waking. Gab. Willingly. Ex Gabriella. Turp. I have not seen so strange a fyt as these, it is beyond all fevers, for these feigned, these most malignant spirit called love, reigns in him above wonder, nay above th account of learning or experience. I've read in younger studies there are charms, spells, and devices to command men's hearts, that characters and images and scrolls can even bind the soul to servitude. It may be that's wrought on the emperor. I know the hate of Ganelon to be a mine of all deceitful policy, and these affection thus unnatural, can but have such a father. Sewer I'll try, if I can find the carriage. Pardon me, death, that I these once riffle thy treasury. There's nothing here concealed but death and cold and empty silence, no companion. What shall I then leave of? My heart says no, I'll yet break open other cabinet. Nay, I must part your lips. The mouth, they say, harbors most oft women's corruptions. You cannot bite me, madam. Ha, what's this? A ringe. A very curious ringe, a dainty ring hydd underneath her tongue. Bless me, fate. Something depends upon it. What it is I will approve and be the treasurer. Enter Gabriella. Gab. How now, my lord? Awax the emperor? Char stirs. Terp. I saw him move even now, again he styrs. Good sweet, excuse me, when it doth awake I will return immediately. Exit Terp. Gab. I will. Char. Hey ho! Who waits without? Doth nobody attend? Pleasure, ha! Woman's attendance? In the name of Change, when did Charles use such frailty? Men at arms did ever guard me, am I now forsook? Enter Richard, La Bussy and attendants. Oh, you are welcome. Ha! What creatures these? Death compelled to my bosom, to my chair? What traitors showed these emblem? Why my age did near forget mortally tie, nor hate the wanton's thought and princes made me look beyond the hour of death. Let me view her. Rich dot, here's a change, he will be Charles again. Bus dot, why, these max all things more miraculous. Char. Tys the dead empress. In the name of Hela who placked her body here? Rich. Only your maestai, from strength of whose embrace not Anyet Tanj had power to draw her. Char. Gentle Kuss, do not take judgment from me, in my mind was never fixed a frantic passion. But more of that hereafter, take it hence, and let the ladies guard it lull it be interred with public solemn obsequy. Attendants, La Bussy and Gab. Carry away the dead. Where is Orlando, my renowned nephew? Rich. Without, attending at your high pleasure. Char. Good Kuss, entreat Heis presence that Heis face may bless an old man's sight. Otyse, exit Rich. Hath brought to France her wishes in such wreaths of uncompared conquests that it bends with weekends of requital. Here he comes. Enter Orlando, Reynaldo, Oliver, Richard and Didier attend, Ants. O my best soldier, welcome. I grow young with thinking of thy glories. Welcome, Kuss, welcome, renowned Oliver, welcome all. But thou, mine eagle, welcome as my Hilda. Tchst brought me peace, the branche of Hapines. ORL. The good that I have done, sir, is without me and I partake not of it, but within me I bring and bear more miseries than would unpeople your whole kingdom. Char. What's the matter? ORL. Sir, to let passe something without your power now to be remedied, I am persuaded, thus I persuade myself to little purpose, to tell you of a practice gainst my life by Ganelon. Char. Call Hym, you shall be hard, you are to me too prettious to take wrong. Yet, nephew, be advised, for you don't know that indirect surmises more abuse, and in that strange abuse more deep lie wound an innocent breast than proves a guilty one. ORL. Sir, I'd best know how much abusses wound an innocent breast. Mine keeps a register with coursives charactered on every side of the grief-drinking gapap. But I say, we're Ganelon here. Enter Ganelon. Gone. As he is, my lord, to answer every things your abus nature, the malice of thie's slave or of the world, can charge me with. Speak then the uttermost. ORL. I say you are a man that having a lunge practiced against mine honor in mine absence at last didst deal with these just gentlemen, for so I must repute Hym, though Heis pity be mine affliction, to poison me. Gone. My emperor, if these Asperdion may find out a way thorough your easines to wound mine honor, justice hath left the ear the. Char. What say you, seer? Ha! Did. I say and swear by all divinity that can reward or punish ye, 'tis most true that with a sum of good and further hopes of future honors he did win my promise to poison the great paladine. Char. This is direct. Gone. A direct villainy! If such proofs may prevail gainst any man, any such slave, discarded for spad life, may make Heis former master forfeit Heis, you may in 10 days hang up all your nobles and yet have law afoot. But if any man, these slave accept, although Heis Syns would make the sun put on a cloud to shame his sight and the grass wither with his loathed, will justify this accusation, I'll remain destitute of all reply. Char. Nephew, what other proof have you? ORL. Your Majesty sees all, and the third part of that product gainst me or gainst another man, for anya else, would be enough. Ray. Why, in such cases, where bas policy works on the lives of princes, God forbid but one man's oath should stand for testimony. Ollie. Especially where circumstances lead directly to the point he aim me that. All France doth know he hates the paladine. Rick. In sooth I do not think so. Envy's tongues are sharp and many, and they ever cleave most to th oppressed, oft to th innocent. Ray. Do not deceive yourself out of your love. Brother, 'tis known he is most treacherous. Bus. Worthy Reynaldo, car I better thoughts, my father is your servant, and doth love you. Ray. Would a loved virtue as I know you do, I then would honor him. Upon my life and thees he is most guilty. Char. Come, no more. There is some circumstance but no due proof, and from that ground my nephew shall perceive how dearly I do prize him. Ganelon, henceforth you never more shall see the court, ye are banished thence. You have a country house, let that receive you, when you thence depart your life is forfeit. Away! Gone. I do obey your Majesty. Exe. Gone, la bussy. ORL. Is this a punishment? Ray. 'Tis a disgrace, best Cosson. Did. And noble blood hath more sense of disgrace than wounds. ORL. Hence, slave. By heaven a does reward him for high sin. Was ever man like me unfortunate? Not see the court. Why 'tis the greatest favor in a kyngs gift, and had Heis Hines pleased he have sent me to death we had both been eased. Enter Turpin. Char. Oh my dear sweet! Where has my best friend been? My joy of life, my age's comforter! Indeed I've had a tedious miss of thee. What means your Majesty? Char. I mean to live forever on thy neck and bathe thy bosom with my joyful tears. O thou art sweet and lovely as the spring, fresh as the morninge on the blushing ross when the bright sun doth kiss it. ORL. Ha, what's this? I am your poor weak servant, an old man, that have but on thy prayers to pleasure you. Char. Thou art all beauty, spices and perfume, a very mine of immortality. These hairs are oth complexion of the sky, not like the ear the black brown and sullied. Thou hast no wrinkles, these are characters in which our WRYKT loves happiest history. Indeed I needs must kiss thame, faith I will. Kisses Turpin. ORL. Wonder when wilt thou leave me? These is strange. Ray. Nay, fare above my readinga. ORL. Upon my life. The old men will not ravish one another? Dear sir, forbear, see how these princes scorn these so much wanton passion. Char. They are joys too good for thane to witness. Come, my sweet, we will in private measure our delights and lull our wishes brimeful. Fr. answers thine, and he is but disloyal dare repine. Ex Char Terp. ORL. This vision I must follow. When Charles grows thus the whole world shacks, these comets ominous. Ex all but Didier. Did. I am a politic coxcomb, honesty and conscience are sweet mistresses, though to speak true the I near usd aether merely for itself. Hope, the last comforte of living a man, has undone me. What course shall I take now? I am worse than a game, both Sids have lost me. My conscience and my fortunes keep me fyt for on Yale. Success may make all fair. He that for naught can hope should not despair. Exit. Actus Tertius. Scene 1. Enter Eldegrad and Gabriella. ELD. It is not possible. The smooth face of the wanton lovely Richard should promise more true fortitude in love than torn a recreant to persuasions. Gab. Why, mother, you have seen the course of things, the smale assurance and the certain death, the mere deceitful scope and shadowed ruins that are most coningly can white up in pleasures. And are you styll to learn, or will you trust a lovely face with all your good belief? My duty checks mine anger, or I should. ELD. What should you? Gab. Give your task to bitterns. ELD. I pray thee, doe, bitter things expel poison. See if my follies may be purged a little. Gab. Spleen shall not taint my goons so much as to account your errors follies. But I protest, were you another woman, I should be boldly serious and tell you that all the wits of Christendom are spent in stripping the corrupted heart of smooths. And yet you think a smooth persuadinge boy bears all heist donger and heist cheek and ie. Shall women trust a sweet and courtly face when they themselves deceive most by the face? Why serves our own dissemblage arte if we cannot suspect when others do dissemble? ELD. True, daughter. Love is like the weasel that went into the meal chamber. It comes in a little chink no bigger than our ye's sight, but having a while fed on imagination dreams sonnets to the tune of sighs and hey-hoes, it grows plump and full of humor. It asks a cranny as bygg as a coney borough to get out again. Gab. And wherefore then should I trust in the face? Mother, tys true your son, my cruel brother, the tone much wise, to subtle Ganelon, on my withdraws Richard's affection. Even to myself a swore should not love me, and who that knows hym, knows he is not led by the charm of high's voice on lie. ELD. Trust me, Winche, 'twas tyranny to speak so, but in these where lead our prevention. Gab. On lie thus, you must by all means stir dissension twixt Richard and my brother, torn their loves to more all hate and emulation, which but effected, Richard Sewer will love beat but alone to cross high's enemy. ELD. Content thyself, Gerald. There is not the malicious creature now living no, not a venomous and crafty stepdame, nor a tailcar. Why, Inga, truth pervertinge gossip can make dire seeds of enmity poison the love of parents, husbands, neighbors, or good fellowship sooner or more effectually than I will cross dire friendship. But to better purpose. Gab. Peace, no more. Here comes the aged bishop, the kyngs enamored darlinge. Enter Turpin. Best lady, well encountered, how runs chance with your dear son, my good Lord Ganelon? ELD. Better than envy wishes, gracious sir. Lost from the court he left behind hym there all cares and all vexations. Now he sleeps, eats, dryks and laughs, and but when he doth sweat, moves not high's hat tylo bedtime, doth not fawn, nor crouch, nor cringe, nor starch his countenance, is not ta'en up with other men's affairs but on my looks to his own commodity. High's change was pasinge happy then, it seemes. Gab. Boda for himself and high's, for, greet sir, now he on my waits on high's particular, seeks from a country commonwealth to raise all high's to country fortunes, which, they say, is safest, surest, and least envied. Why, pretty lady, you'll not leave the court? ELD. Yes, gracious lord, I me sent to bring her thence. Our poor retired family must plant their branches in the broad air, not be plashed, 91, or propped against the walls of palaces. I do commend your tempers, but madam, tys high's pleasure, for some special endy onlight to hym revealed, that instantly your son repair to th court, which I entreat you will imparte unto hym. ELD. Most willing lie, yet sewer I know high's heart, is, settled there which to the court is a contrary sphere. Ex Eldegar. And Gab. How pretty like these women can dissemble, O tys a foule and damned sorcery and max the best of wisdom and of men, of fame and fortitude, more lust than air, foolish as idiots, bass as cowardice. Why I am even racked with compliment, and tortured past all sufferance, age nor sex who difference in these incantation. But I will try it further, hark comes, now must I passe the pike of lunacy. Enter Charlemagne, La Bussy and Richard. Char. Come, come, my dearest, wherefore do you starve my quick Decius with your so cruel absence? I pray thee tender my declining age, stand always near that I may never faint, for thou inspirst in me more strength and life than mighty nature when she made me young. Sir, I have always been your humblest servante. Char. Oh, you dissemble fine lie. I protest, sir. Char. Nay, then I may believe you flatter me, but say thou dost and see me to love me dearly, for I confess, as freely as I love, one little spark of thee outbuys my kingdom, and when my kingdom's gone, pray what am I? A poor decrepit miserable thing that needs no greater ploge than age and wrinkles. Indeed your passion is so violent. I do adore you next to die sick, and will lay down my life for you to treat aeon. Char. Oh, 92, now religion teach me to believe another God, or I must forfeit heaven and worship what I see, these happy creature. Now courtiers flatter I cannot keep my sense from knowing what I feel, for I am weak. Tys all my comfort now to think on thee who bringst my captive soul to liberty. Choose then a fytt reward, examine all my dominions and authorities, think what may please thee, make a full request, or I shall grow a burthen to thy favors. What shall I ask, that in your favors have all that I can desire? Char. Nay, ask me something, come, telton mynheer? Bus. What think you, lord? Has any favorite all he can desire? Rich. Yes, and to be contented. Bus. Right, sir, that's the question, but can a favorite be so easy lie contented? Rich. Most easy lie, being such a worthy reverend prelate. Bus. Foot, man, let him be 10,000 priests, 93, and a will styl want something. Give hym but time and a wager with thee, Richard, he asks somewhat. See, the emperor instructs hym, a good old loving soul, and he is a good old love he has chosen. I do not now blame heist doting on my sister. Rich. No more, tys dongeris jestinga with edge tool, much more with princes. Bus. If princes have edge tools I ground it, but does his grave majesty look like a lord of that metal? Come, be not severe, let us prate whyst they whisper. Rich. Is that good manners? Bus. Shall not we do as the king does? Manners give place to policy, and I am sewer greet from all outsides think it an aspiringe policy to do or see me to do as the king doth. Rich. Come, thou art wanton. Bus. As the bishop is cost Ivan heist begging. 'Twere a miracle should he ask nothing. Let me see, does no body stand in his way to be removed? Thanks to heaven my father is shrunk already, or does not somebody stand to fare of that a would draw nearer? Somewhat there must be. Char. How now, Cosson, what says La Bussy? Bus. Marai, my lord, I say if you should give half the liberty of begging to a courtier of mine acquaintance that you gave to the bishop, you would be begged out of your whole kingdom in a couple of minutes. Char. Like enough, for thy acquaintance are full beggarly companions, yet would thy father had thy virtue. But, sweet friend, assure thyself thee fixed my resolution as firm as destiny, and I will give all satisfaction to the paladine. It will be royal in you. Enter Ganelon. Char. Kiss me, sweet. Oh, you are welcome, stand up. And how does these retired life agree with Ganelon? Gone. As Ganelon with it, most desolately, sir. I have endured subjection to my fate since last I saw you, in all which hapless bondage I have gained, not one, hours comforte tyl 'twas doubly yearned since fyrst I knew what sleep and waking meant. I never slept in quiet nor awaked but with a hearty wish to sleep my last. Not a poor simple jest have made me smile tyl I had paid the tribute of my cares over and over. Fortune has opposed my natural blessings and my wishes ends. Those very honors which my birthright claims have cost me more vexation to preserve than all the numerous titles of a king purchased with ploge and famine. Yet in all my days of sorrow I was styll to learn a suffrage of that impious account which now afflicts me. Char. Oh, you are caninge. Tur. Yes, and may teach the world to counterfeit. Enter Orlando, Reynaldo, and Oliver. But here comes the Earl of Angiers. Char. Nephew, why are discontented, and I would give all rights to your honor, which did cause me lately thus to send for you. ORL. To why is true, you send unto me, sir, and I obeyed and came, but then, sir, what became of me? You sent me presently away for Spain. Nay, never frown, I do remember These as well methinks as if it had ned now. Char. Your memory's to blame, you do mistake. ORL. Oh, that I could mistake, or never think upon these stale I terror to my sense. Sir, ty is a thing I labor to my stake but cannot, for my stars will have it thus. Char. You wrong your fortunes and convert thy good into a strange disease. ORL. So pray you turn me then into an hospital, I have a strange disease. But gracious sir, little thought I, when I departed hence and conquered you all Spain, to torn diseased. Char. Be patient, and I'll undertake the cure. ORL. Oh, I should shame your physic, though indeed tys the kyngs evil I am troubled with, but such a rare kyngs evil that I fear my cauldron will be tainted with. Ray. A touches hym most boldly. Ali. Even to the quick of heist last marriage. ORL. Believed, my sickness is like the disease which runs styll in a blood, name more extreme, for friends and kindred boda must feel my curse. But what good man can well escape a curse when emperors, that should be absolute, will take advice from every shifting sycophant? Gone. Malice and fact Jan could have said no more. ORL. Are you then guilty of advice, my lord? Gone. Sir, if the king accuse me I submit. Char. I must accuse you boda, but punish one, you, Ganelon, I mean, there doth belong unto your fault much more than banishment. I here discharge you of all offices, honors and titles or whate'er exceeds the slender name of a poor gentleman. Besides I fine you out of your estate at 40,000 crowns, and never hence to see the court, but live thence banished. Nephew, this may suffice you. If be light I'll lay more burthens on hym. Come, best friend. ORL. Sir, I desire no man's misery. Ex-cha, Terp. Gone. Then welcome once again my liberty. Now, my sweet friend, may I discourse with thee and utter my distraction. Only now can I retain thee fully in my bosom. Before I was divided in myself, the emperor and the state did claim a part, but all my friendship now is undisturbed, and all my thou shalt have what many had, my best employments and my whole Decius. Rich. You are a jewel fitter for the state, and I fear what will follow. Sure th emperor has loosened every pearl about his crown and loosing you, the glory of his kingdom. Gone. No, no, he shall complain that wanting to me he wants his refuge, and my glory then shall be to scorn his favors whilst my thoughts on lie take pleasure in a perfect friend, which is yourself, that on lie, to me, enough to caper. ORL. What means he by these frantic signes of mirth? Cos and Reynaldo, Cos and Oliver, why does he grow thus giddy? Gone. What says the emperor's nephew? Does he grudge that I should take a poor content in shame? Your envy will discredite you, my lord. Gentlemen, have you not heard of Aesop's dog that once lay snarlinga in the ox's manger? ORL. Ray. Ali. What then? Gone. He was an arrant peevish cur, nothing but so, and I protest sincerely I would have hanged that dog, had he been mine, althoff a lioness had been his dame. ORL. Your dog's comparison's a saucy full. Gone. Sir, I am just of your opinion for what extreme beast but a foolish cur would envy that which he himself despises? Be not offended, sir, thus simple I can live in peace at home with hungry leeks and never curse my planets. I can leap with more activity than yesterday. Capers. Does these offend you, sir? ORL. Exceedingly. Ray. Were you thus nimble ever from a boy? Gone. No, in good faith it taxed me of the Sodane. Ali. Your heart is lighter than it needs, I did. Gone. Yes, and your heat is lighter than your heels. Bus. It is the honor of highest gravity not to be shaken with ridiculous winds of envy or of scandal. Good sir, think his resolutions now his champions. Gone. Sire, no more. You shall go home with me and learn to laugh at fortune. I have there a worthy matche and virtuous wife for thee, and she shall pile up all your flattery. The court hath no use for it. Sir, methought you talked of lightens, did you not? ORL. Yes, that your heat is lighter than your heels. Gone. It is, I thank my stars. How can it choose, being disburdened of so many fears, so much attendance, and so many sins by loss of my late offices? I am bound, my conscience knows it well, to bless your lordship if you or others move the emperor to my displacing. I am now unloaded of all the weighty cares that did oppress me, and shall I not discover what I am? A nimble and a new-born quiet man. Capers. Does this offend you? Enter Turpin. Tur. Where's Lord Richard? Rich. Here, reverend sir. Tur. His Majesty commands you upon pain of life and your allegiance that from hence you never more converse with Ganelon Aether by letter, speech, or compliment. No, not so much as Chym, and withal you must immediately attend his hinds. Rich. I am high servant. Xtur, Rich. Gone. To while now I near felt thunder. I am strooked to death with man's soft language. Come away. To while now I near saw truly a sad day. Can. La Bussy. ORL. Wherefore did the Angrai Emperor degrade these mare, lord? To pleasure me, did he not, Cosson? Ray. Yes, to satisfy the wrong he did in plotting of your death. ORL. He did so, right, but tys as fruitless all as catching of the moon, tys past man's power to take away my curse of destiny. Ollie. Tys that opinion multiplies your curse. ORL. Had any man but such a slave as I look to have triumphed in high space dejection, and he should have been glutted with high fortunes, whylestei and all the projects I can make cannot, with fortune's leave, get a good dream. Ray. Do not so blame your fortunes, worthy Cosson, you have in many actions prospered well. ORL. Good, do not studi how to flatter me. I am in all things most unfortunate. Wid's my fyrst love to Angelica, my curse, my many shipwracks, my half-combatings, charms and enchantments, or whatever else can break the heart of resolution. Ray. What say you to your conquests? ORL. Tut, in thos fortune did never meddle, honor there served in her person, not by substitute. Instead of which poor Blessinga not a day hath hapned since without some misery. Where's now my hope of birthright, where all France? Drowned in the cradle of a chamber groom. And now, just now, resolving it to afflict ye that miserable lord, he doth despise me and his shame, because in me it lies. By heaven I will release Hym. Ray. Na hinge so, pray leave thee songrai mud and follow me. I'll add a torment to his misery. Yexi. Scene 2. Enter Yudin, Eldegrade, Bertha and Gabriel. Yud. I'll sooner shrink back when my live's assaulted than when my promise shall be claimed, good madam. I promise to your lord that Bertha here, my daughter, should be married to his son, and I'll perform't, for all my to that endy I brought her now. ELD. And sir, 'tis nobly done. I know the match is more desired by Hym than the Kyngs favors, which at this time he is laboring it to recover, but's return I know will be most so dang. Yud. We'll attend it. Gab. Hey ho. Br. Why sighs thou, friend? Gab. Not at your joys but mine afflictions. You're in a good way, Bertha, ride spurred on, may come unto your journey. I must tire, there's not a switch or prick to quicken me. Br. Yes, when young Richard hunts your pearl ground. Come, I don't know you will not change your rider. Gab. Not if it would fall to high exercise. Br. Thart styl thyself, all man's dot, but no more, here comes your brother. Enter Ganelon, la Bussy. Yud. Yield the to my noble lord. Gone. You wish me my worst enemy yet, sir, tys welcome since you wish it. Oh, I am at this time nothing but extreme disgrace. Yud. Shake you for that? Why, noble lord, you know disgrace is ever like the great assay which turns imperfect metals into fume and shews pure gold to have an absolute valor because it stylo remains unchangeable. Disgrace can never scar a good man's sense, tys an undaunted heart shews innocence, shame in a guilty man, like wounds and scratches in a corrupted flesh, may rankle deep, good men's dishonors heal before they weep. Gone. Pray thee, noble Yudin, save thyself, and come not near me, I am pestilent. Yud. I do not fear infection. Gone. I know the root noble and a man of war, one that hath feared no mortal wound so much as to be reckoned fearful. But the cause of my dull rhyme must affright you. You have not flinty enough to arm your soul against compassion, and that whileless a soldier. Let me have room to breathe at large my woes and talk alone, lest the proceeding air that easeth me be getting you a pain. Leave me, pray leave me. My rude violence will half distract your SBY or YKTS. My sad speech, like such a noise as drowns all other noise, will so afflict your thoughts and cares on me that all your care beside must be neglected. My time of patience is expired, pray leave me. ELD. In name of wonder, sir, what doth afflict you? Yud. You bore your banishment most brave Twylo now. Gone. I did, and could as quietly endure to be exposed upon the public scaffold to all mine enemies' contempt, but now I me more than banished, all my honors lost, my wealth, my places evry won the kyngs. I hardly am a private gentleman. And more than these, my dearest friend, my Richard, I must never see again. Gab. Excellent news. Hood, there I'll honor thee. Yud. Why, all these is a trifle, such a blast as should not move a weak reed. Come, I love yourself and not your fortunes, pray forget him. See, I have brought my daughter, and desire the match betwixt us may be consummate. Gone. Oh, you are noble that can pity scorn. And were it not for my friend's loss all the rest I should list like my shadow. ELD. I, and HYM, when I have told thee you mine intelligence. Come, he's not half so good as you imagine. Gone. Go, why are a woman, and that styl implies can be malicious. But are you then resolved to match with mine ill fortunes? Yud. Sir, I am. Gone. What says fair Bertha? Br. That my free will doth bind my love to his commandment. Gone. Then take her, boy. We will be henceforth friends, and howsoever crosses come and go I'll leave thee clothes enow for winter time. Bus. Sir, I am bound to you and to my mistress, and will so arm my service with delight that, madam, you shall count this marriage yoke the almighty of pleasure. Br. That's my hope, bate me the pleasure, and believe it, sir, I shall cry out oth bargain. Bus. Fear me not. Gone. Come, we will have this marriage solemnized, in which I mean to fate with a gown eye, and shew the world I can cast honors of more easily than my garments. Wisdom and thought most precious ever when tys dearest bought. Exe. All but Gab. Gab. Sewer these should be the day of Valentine when evry bird doth couple, on my eye poor forlorn turtle, having lost my mate, must die on a bare branch. Wyt defend me. Eutha and my pleasures will not suffer it. I've here contrived a letter to my friend in mine ill brother's name. It may work something to gain my wishes, at the worst it cannot make me more than I am accursed. And herace my messenger. Enter la Fway. How now, Mounser Fway? Why the gost thou in such a sweating passion? Fway. Oh, madam, sweating is good for the itch, and the rascal Didier having played the rogue with my lord is possible, but I should itch to be about high seers when I see the knave's countenance. Therefore to avoid trouble I affect sweatinga. Gab. Why, thou dost not see HYM nor art thou lickly. Fway. Oh, by all means I cannot miss the devil. Why, I am going to the court, madam, and the knave will be in evry corner, Didier I mean, by all means, so that if I do not sweat I shall scratch the skin from mine elbows. Gab. Then to further your sweating take pains with this letter. Tell noble Richard, the son of Ammon, your master sent it, but do not tell your master I employed you. Take this reward and deal wisely. Fway. As wisely as my blocoit will suffer me. Yexi. Act 4. Scene 1. Enter Richard reading a letter. Rich. Read, mine enemies have labored much, but my worst affliction is thy lamented absence which may endanger us alike. There is no means to prevent all evils but the enjoying of my sister Gabriella, therefore force in thyself an affection. She may otherwise grow discontent and trouble us with her malice. Therefore preserve thyself and me together, who am thy best honour the Ganelon. These letters sent to me by my dearest friend like spells and witchcraft doth amaze my brain. He urges me to love where doth know I can by no means fancy, yet tys so, our safeties do compel it, and to that I must of force bow, teaching my hard heart to sem a most soft when tys most hard, Ned. Enter Turpin. Where is princely Richard? Rick. Here, reverend lord. The king commands your presence. O dear sir, I am o'erjoyed in your most brave advancements. Why, you are now the fairest stare, 94, in France. Rich. I do not understand your reverence. The emperor will make my meaning plain. De Constable of France, County Poitiers, Marquis of Salon, and Grand Le Seigneur of the Ordnance. Rick. These are the dignities of noble Ganelon. But these shall all be Richard's. Rick. Heaven forbid! I will not wear the garments of my friend. Oh, do not say so, they are forfeited robes and never did become his policy. Rick. Good sir, be charitable. Indeed I am, but these doth least concern me. Sir, I know the emperor expects you. Enter La Fway. Rick. I will attend Hym. Oh, why our happy lie met. My urgent busyings max my language show root. Commend me to thy master, give Hym These, gives letters and money. These to the fairest Gabrielle, these yourself may drink at your best leisure. Ex Richard. Fway. Why, so these good has made my choler as cold as snow water. I had thought to have withsteld Hym a brawl, 95, from macking me dance attendance. Waiting on courtiers is like knocking at great men's gats in dinner time. Well may a man make a noise, but hunger and hard fare keeps the porter deaf stwylo. Tys scurvy passing a scurvy in good sands. Now, Mounser La Fway, you are of the retired family. Fway. Tired family? No, we are not tired, yet we may be weary. And yet he that spurs me for a tired jade I may chance kick a Hym in the dark. Come, your anger mistakes, I said retired. Fway. I hate words I understand not, be that aether tires or readiers me may chance curse his journey. Estuilo so rai? St never take physic? Fway. Pra div, I have, pra div, I have not. By all means do, cola will kwilo the els. But to my purpose, here's Gould, commend me to thy master and give him these token from me. Gives the ring. You see how things run, his friend has all his honors. Fway. And you had talked thus before why had never tired me. Stay, go not yet, here comes the emperor. Fway. Mas, I'll have a sight on Hym. Enter Charlemagne, Richard, Didier. Do not persuade me. Cosson, you shall wear the honors I have given. What was Ganelon's onlide belongs to Richard, he shall wear thame. Rich. But without ease or comforte. Good my lord, you have a power in his hinds love beyond power to interpret. Pray you beg his grace will ease these burthen. Nor he nor any creature on the ear that hath power in me beyond the rule of wisdom. Not now, I know, that charm is altered. Sweet lord, I dare not Lym white t king's affections. You have no honors but you merit them. Ha! Wonder, how dost thou hood me? Noble sense, do not forsake my reason. Good sweet lords, what excellent thing is that That thing that is beyond description. Know you Hym? Fway dot, hath spied me and commends me. I may mount. Tur. Tys a despised groom, the drudge of Ganelon. Char. Tys the best for me of man that e'er I saw. Let me admire Hym. Tur dot, the ring doth hood heis virtue of rye wear, in women, men and monsters. Rich dot, whence grows these? Man's to it is wisdom. Char. Why, Tys a body made by sime tree and cane white tea together with more arte and care than mathematic circles. Durer's rules are profited in Hym. Why, there's a face figured with all proportions. Brow and eye, round cheek and lypp, a nose imperial, and every feature else of excellence. Fway. Alas, I am but a gross serving man, yet virtue will sparkle. Char. Why, there's a hand that answers to high's foot. Fway. I and a true one toe, or born it else. Char. A leg and neck of one circumference, a waist that is no higher than high's thigh, and all parts else of strange proportion. I am encanted with these vision. Did dot, in hell's name what beholds high's majesty to dote upon these rascal? Fway. It was a scurvy thing in nature that she did not torn man's eyes inward. Why, had I seen as much as the emperor I might have been a monarch by this time. I will grow proud. Char. O thou the almighty Swedens of my soul, give me but leave to touche thee, let my hand, chas love's most bashful messenger, presume, to strow, ake these flowers that in thy love lie, kes flourish like summer garlands. In sooth my soul loves thee beyond relation, for thee I dote and die in thine affection. Come, I'll make thee greater than all France, above the Perez, the proudest he that breathes shall think Hym blessed to do thee service, and esteem it heaven to be thine ape in imitation. Fway. Now must I be coy by all means dot, truly for mine own part I must love by discretion, and discretion tells me I ought not to love an old man, for old men must needs be ingrateful. Char. Why, dear sweet? Fway. Because they can never live to reward benefits. Tur dot, bitter knave. Char. O do not fear, my bounty shall exceed the power of thine Eskinji. Thou shalt treade upon the heads of princes. Bow, you lords, and fall before these saint I reverence. Tu are rich. Did. Honors to Hym the emperor doth honor. Fway. Arise, my good subjects, on for that rose there the first act of my chronicle shall be heis hangingda. Did. O be not enrye with your humble servanty, I ever did adore you. Fway. Yes, like the meals that thou hast devoured half chewed for greedines. But revenge comes now gallopinga. Char. Who had displeased my dearest? Name heis name, the very breeze shall blast Hym, only, sweet, love me and have thy wishes. Fway. Well, I am contented to love you, and why? For nothing but because you are an old man. Char. Why, Tys the only tie of faithfulness, age is the only object of the heart, and by's experience only hay the spurred toth height of all perfection. Fway. True, for I'll stand to't an old man is able to see more, do more, and command more than any young man in Christendom. Char. Prove it, my sweet, thou art a mine advocate. Fway. Why, a sees more, through spectacles which make every thin japar bigger than it is, does more, for it never lights from heis horse but he's ready to pull the saddle after Hym, and for commandment, he may call 20 times to heis servant ere he have heis will once performed. Rich dot, sfoot, the knave doth abuse heis hinds grossly. Tur dot, tut, not at all when cannot be discerned. Char. Why, I don't now dote on thine excellence. These wits unparalleled. Did dot, true, except a man searche the idiot's hospital. Char. Thou never shalt go from me. Fway. Oh yes, by all means. Shall my master say I ran away like a rascal? No, you shall give me leave to take my leave. That ceremony performed, I'm yours to while doomsday. Char. I cannot live without thee. Fway. I'll not stay a day at furthest. Char. I dar deny thee nothing. Kiss and go, think how I languish for thee. Fway. And I will condole in reciprocal kindness. Char. Bishop, attend my dearest. Tur. Greet, sir. I was too impudent even now to trouble you with my token. Good sir, please to give it me again. A meaner man shall serve my humble message. Fway. Bishop, I do vouchsafe it. There's thy ring. Gives him the ring. Tur dot, and you again a bass most scurvy thinge. Yexi. Terp, fway. Enter La Bussy. Char. How now, La Bussy? What news from Ganelon? Bus. Such as can come from sorrow. He is all wretchedness and misfortune, and in me speaks to your sacred goons to be pleased vouchsafe to call your fair dove to your fyst, mercy I mean, that may abate the stroke of your sharp eagle justice, and you will be wrYet the best of princes. Char. Come, no more, your father's sentence is irrevocable. Bus. Yet, gracious sir, send Hym his honors back, and for those few poor hours he hath to breathe let Hym enjoy those dear companions. Char. You are the good son of an evil man, and I commend your virtue, but These white is past all restitution. To These prince I've given all your father governed. Rich. Which, royal sir? Char. Cossin, no more. I know your modesty, your language. He's my foe that next solicits me for Ganelon. Bus. Oh, do not make me, sir, be impious, for should your breathe cruci me to atomize, yet why lest my memoir I can call Hym father I must invoke you for Hym. Char. Which to prevent take my last resolution, and from it swerve not in thine allegiance. When thou shalt meet me upon a way was never used by horse nor man, and thou thyself dost ride on nane a horse, mare, assy, and yet thy beast in usual thinge for burthen, thou thyself neither unclothed nor naked, and shalt bringe thy greatest friend and greatest enemy coupled for thy companions, then I vow to do thy father honor. But lo then my malice hangs about Hym. Come, Cousin, attend us. Yexi. Char rich. Bus. Then die, poor Ganelon. When I shall meet the king on no highway, when I shall ride upon no beast, and yet a beast of burthen, be neither nacked nor clothed, in my hand my greatest friend and greatest enemy, and but then get his favor. There is no sphinx that can absolve These riddle. Well, Tys decreed I'll break my brain, but I'll perform the deed. Did. Sir, would it were in me to help your fortune. Bus. It was in you to bring us to These fortune. But I am charmed from anger. Almy thus my father bade me tell you that he had not many hours to live, and doth desire to part in peace with all men, even with you whom he hath now forgiven heartily, and if you please to visit him you may find love without capitulation. Sick. Did. Sir, I'll attend Hym. Ex La Bussy. Yet I've heard a tale of a fair snake that wounded by a swain remembered it for 20 years together, and at the last revenged it. So may he. Aye, but another tale tells of an assy which having dethroned his cruel rider went in pity to the surgeon, who recurred the sickly man and reconciled the assy. Why may not Ganelon be like the assy and These fair message like the curing surgeon? I'll try it, since Orlando is unsure, Tys Ganelon from whence may come my cure. Ex Didier. Scene 2. Enter Ganelon, Eldegrad and Gabriella. Gone. Good mother, sister, dear Sbyroyts, do not haunt me. I will not from eternity believe that Richard is unfaithful. Eld. No, run on, swallow thy shames like full bytstyl they choke you and make the people prophesy that you shall be undone by your false Ganymede. Gone. A pox upon the people. Would you have me to depend upon thy oracles? Gab. Depend on your own goons, do not trust a traitor in your bosom. Richard, they say, hath begged your honor and your offices. He's Count of Poitiers, Marquis of Saluca. Eld. Constable and Master of the Ordnance. Gone. It cannot be, nor will I credit it. Eld. Then perish ye in your dons. Nay, sir, more, it was high earnest soot to the Emperor to be divorced your presence. I can prove it. Gab. And I that he by secret charms hath sought to make spoil of mine honor, but in vain do I complain where there's no profiting. Fway. In the way of ordinary courtesy I do salute you, and notwithstanding my grains grace you to give Euthys, and Lady Euthys. Gives letters. Gone. Why, how now? What modion's these? Is the knave fallen out with high's 5 senses? Fway. Ganelon, no, but in love with my known virtues. Who'd, there's your yard, gives high's coate, and a half of summer's weringe. Friends we met, friends we part. If you please me I may praise you, if you seek me you may fynd me, a love's little that loves lunge, and so I leave you to the tuition. Gone. Heyday, the knave's lunatic. Syra sot. Fway. Tys dongers for your shyness, take heed of my sheaf. Favorites are not without their staccatos, imbrocados and pun, 2 reversos 96. No more but so, you have no honor, no office, little land, less money, least wygt. Why are a poor man and I pity you? When next you see me Tys in the emperor's bosom. Ex la fway. Gone. What's these? Scorned of my drudge, mocked and a bust? Foot. I will throw my dagger after Hym. Eld. But these is nothing to the heap of scorns will flow on you hereafter. What says your letter? Gone. I'll tell you presently. Eld. What a mad tyrant is man's strong belief. Mackinga Hym hunt heist proper mischief for the tackinga delight in desperation. Oh, there's no foe to our credulity. Gone. Oh, mother, yes, Amon's youngest son Richard's a slave above credulity. Why, all's confirmed here underneath high's hand. A doth not blush to write to me a hath all honors that I challenge. Good sweet Luke, Eldegrad reads. Read and record a villain. What speaks yours? Gab. No less than I imagined, fearful sage against my name and honor. Ganelon reads. Eld. So, it tacks, these politic trick, when hath set up the wall of strange partition twixt them. Hence dire loves shall never meet again. Gone. O monstrous villain, wouldst thou make her whore? I tell you, shallow-brained unfaithful hind, hadst better have kissed Juno in a clued and been the dod to centaurs. Eld. Save your wraith, tysfyt that now your wisdom govern you. Gone. Mother, it shall. I am not yet past all recovery. Enter La Bussy. Now, sir, what news at court? Bus. Strange and unwholesome. You are still in Fallinga. All's given your friend to be your enemy. Gone. I know the full relation. You did not seek by bass ways my reprival? Bus. God forbid. I spoke but what myght swite your noblings. Gone. What answer made the emperor? Bus. That when I shall meet Hym upon a way was never usty by horse nor man, and I myself to ride neither on horse, mare, assy, and yet the beast in usual thinge for burthen, and withal come neither nacked nor clothed, and do bringe my greatest friend and greatest enemy, you then shall have high's favor, not before. Gone. I myght in one word plainly have said, never, and saved much circumstance. What said Richard? Bus. Faith seemed to speak, but uttered nothing. Eld. Why that expressed Hym bravely. Gone. A Thyn casts me fallinga and avoids my swinge lest I should fall on Hym, nor helps me forward to drive away the fear of doubted Rhine. Even thus though beasts avoid the shaken tree and browse upon the twigs that gave them shelter. Mice be more satiable, they keep the house till eve room be fired about their ears, but friends will vanish at reporute of donger. Where shall I fix my trust? My woes are now beyond my synness, yet I'll nor bend nor bow. Exeunt. Scene 3. Enter Orlando, Reynaldo, Oliver. ORL. Pray thee, good Cuss, persuade not my belief. I cannot stoop. 97. The heart of Ganelon. My cross unhappy fortune hath decreed and never shall be conquered. Any else, should a but vow to conquer 50 worlds, I would believe a myght dute, I shall never master a dejected slave. Ray. Indeed Tys but your passion so persuades you. Ollie. Be not fantastic. That which we persuade hath both an easy and a certain way, nor can it yield to you a single joy but much redoubled sweetness. And behold, here comes the new-made Marquess. Enter Richard. Good sweet lord, give my free spech sewer passage. 0l. Foot. These new pile of honor walks as if it would knock pats with heaven. Rich. Tys not unlike your own true pride doth make you speculous. Ray. Tys fare showroot of your sweetheart Ganelons. Rich. Sir, he's a noble gentleman. Ollie. A baboon, a very wind-eye cask of emptins. Rich. I wonder why are so impudent. My friend hath virtues left. If you had either shame or charity you would accuse your libels. But as the ravens which in Arabia live, having flown all the failed of spices or seize on a stinking carcass, so do you swiftly leap over a most plenteous veil of good examples which grace Ganelon and fasten on the scandal which was formed by a lewd treacherous knave to get reward. Ollie. I give your application the broad lie. Rich. And Tys thy last foule language. Offer to draw. ORL. Who draws must be mine enemy. Rich. I'm easily chyd from tumult, but dear sir, tell me in private how you dare maintain it. Whisper. Enter aloft, 98 Ganelon. Gone. Yonder stands consultinga with my foes. Perhaps these present minute he reveals my sister's whoredom, or to take away all fear of my revenge he now contrives that my sad death may finish my disgrace. Mine eyes are dazzled, but it is no wonder, for in that glassy fellow I discern the true reflection of my fate and fears. Tysy, there wants but a good crossbow, 99, to level at his heart now. I began a little since to chide my rash belief and so was ready to torn full again, but I am now delivered and henceforth, if wisdom or a Cassian do me right, I will determine never to mistake. Here is a full proof of what my mother spake. Ollie. As I respect mine honor I will meet you. Ray. Are you agreed? Ollie. Yes, sir. ORL. Away and shape our purpose. X all but Richard. Rich. Tys put to trial, but I do suspect the ire whisperinge plots. These equal hazard may shadow the meanage of some certain danger, the rather since Reynaldo seconds it. I must see Ganelon and speak these doubts. This quarrel most concerns Hym, for the wrong and capital abuse touched on Hym. I gave a constant promise never more to Hym without the Emperor's leave, and yet I will adventure. He may guess at secret workings and confirm my fear. This night I will adventure, and obey as he shall fashion me to meet or stay. X. Actus 5. Scene 1. Enter Eldegrade and Didier. ELD. What, have you visited my grieved son? Did. Madam, I have. ELD. And you are reconciled? You see his heart is made of meltinge wax and not of marble. Faith, 'twas a hard part. You have brought us low as the ear the we treadeon, but I'll cease further reiteration. Since he's pleased to bury all, I will be patient. You know I ever loved you and you have doomed me most worthy, honest offices. Did. And many more will dedicate unto you, my lord, and I am reconciled at full and have disburdened all our grievances. I do confess I was bewitched with fate, but will redeem mine error, since I know he loves me now more than he did before. I will deserve so bravely you shall call and swear I am a noble instrument. ELD. You trust his protestations then? Did. Madam, or else I were an infidel. ELD. And I could chide my love that pities you. He doth dissemble with you, you are lost. Of mine own knowledge he hath laid such baits you cannot live to hours. Go where you will, he hath a plot that haunts you. If you can find for yourself any prevention, use it with quick endeavor, for I know the thunder speaks that presently will SBL white to you. Did. You do amaze me. ELD. And like the chess rows stand in that amaze while the hounds catch you. What I speak is to prevent your present tragedy, and to blot murder from my Ganelon. Be wise. Ex Eldegrad. Did. Am I then nused? Will stylo my villainous wyts betray me to misfortune? Am I limed? What shall I do? Flight will not now avail me. I know heist projects like heist malice runs to every place of hoped security. I have thief's key, which I have choicely kept, lunged since by me most fine like counterfeit, enters heist chambers and heist cabinet, and every place returned. I am resolved, though I had thousand ways to scape beside, yet I will stay on light to murder Hym. Within heist lodginge will I hide me safe, and when sleep lulls Hym, farewell Ganelon. He shall not outlive MYDNYGHT, here I'll lie, and though I follow next these lord shall die. Hides Hym. Enter Ganelon. Gone. My plots are laid most certain, and no fat can interposse betwixt them. Didier dies, and so shall Richard. Oh, the weary thoughts that keep a daily senate in my brains, repeat unto me what I loathe to hear, a friend's disloyalty. Be wiser you that undertake the great and hallowed league of friendly comforte. Scull your riotous blood and teach ye your fancies wisdom. Be not drawn with such a frail unprofitable thing as face or person when you trust a friend. Thr all deceitful. Would my funeral a white ets were as I wish provided, to disperse a warninge by my horrible abuse, and I would die tomorrow. I lament that such another pitied full as I should be amongst the living Gadot. Hark! Who knocks? Richard knocks. On swear, what are you? Rich. Open to your friend. Gone. Oh my stars, tys he. Can mischief thus come flying it to my bosom? Sir, I come to open two doors, these and thy false bosom. Stabs Hym. Rich. Oh, why have they slain me? Tell me, cruel sir, why you have doomed these that mine innocent soul may teach a repentance to you. Dies. Gone. Speak it out. What, not a word? Dumb with a little blow? You are grown stately, are you? Tys even so, you have the trick of mighty men in court to speak at leisure, and pretend employment. Well, take your time. Tys not material whether you speak the reciter behind now or at doomsday. If thy common sense be not yet parted from thee, understand I do not curse 100 thee dyinge, because once I love thee dearly, and collect by that there is no devil in me nor in hell that could have fleshed me to these violent death, hadst thou been false to all the world but me. But he is now past thinking on for that, and were he buried all were perfited. Didier steps out. Did. What will you say if I become the sexton? Gone. That after that thou mayst hang thyself with bellrops. What mack'st thou here? Did. I will assure you, sir, no leg to your wise lordship for my life, things standing as they do. Gone. Very good, sir, why are wondrous merry? Did. Can you blame me, sir, when I may treade upon mine enemy? I am your condemned creature, I am lost. Gone. How camst thou hither? Did. Why, look you, sir, by these shoes the key. These that Eve kept as a strong cordial against your villainies. Nay, behold it well, for as I live Tys counterfeit. Gone. What a leaden-skulled slave he makes me. Why art thou doubtful of me? Faith, I love thee. Did. Yes, as the devil does Frere's holy water. Come, I don't know your practice gainst my life, and meant myself to have eased mine injuries. But now these act hath given you to the law and saved me from all danger. Gone. What? That I have practiced gainst thee. Tys most damned false. I do protest I love thee truly, fully. Come, let us join. My conscience says thou didst but what was good and noble. Did. Nay, by's light, I make no swipe for't, Tys at your free choice. If I but chance to toll heist passing a bell and give the parish ye notice who is dead, you know what tends the rumor. Gone. Come, no more. I faith I love thee dearly, trust upon't, and to abandon fear on either part, give the dead carcass lodging in the ground. We both are safe and these new friendship sound. Did. Once more I'll trust you. Come then, my burthen, no, my welcome tasky. How prosperous villain I keeps all in all, we are saved by that which gluts both a dead and law. Yexi. With the dead. Scene 2. Enter Oliver. Ollie. The hour is past, the place and circumstance and all the forms of manhood are expired, and yet young Richard comes not. Tys most strange, He is as valiant as his victory, and dare upon a rough sea, high as heaven court all amazed donger. Now to fail is past all revelation, sewer as death our whole plot is revealed. Enter Reynaldo. Ray. How now, Cosson? Sewer the hour is past? Yet no news of my brother, as I live the youth is valiant, fear Dieters hym not. Ollie. Sewer is dead, our plot is all disclosed. And that there was no meanage in the fate, but on lie to withdraw him from his friend on whom he dotes to dear lie. Ray. Sewer tys so, and it will vex the noble paladine above the hate of man's, nay, believed he will change opinion to a constant faith of his extreme misfortunes. See it comes. Enter Orlando. ORL. How now, my lords? How speed your noble plots? What, have you won young Richard from his friend? Tell me whose eloquence hath done the deed, and I will honor hym. Ollie. He hath forborne th encounter, and in that hath drowned us in amazement. We suppose our plots discovered. ORL. No more, keep back the rest, for I can read misfortunes in your brows. Vengeance consumed these projects. They are Bass, and Bass is evermore doth second theme. The noble youth smile, at our follies, nay, scorns the base language that you uttered, which is by this time with the Emperor. Oath was a speeding away to do us shame. Ray. Take truce with Passion. I dare boldly swear there is some other mystery. Ollie. At worst I'll make it for our purpose every way and even killed the soul of Ganelon. With talking of the cowardice so that you hooed patience for a minute. ORL. Patience! Preacit to cynics or green sicknies jurors that have not blood enough to make a blush or for me an act might cause one. I have lunged like to a reeling a pine tree shook the ear that I was rooted in, but now must fall and be no longer the fat's tennis ball. Ray. Come be more tempered, you shall see from this springe pleasure that you wish for. Oliver shall instantly upbraid false Ganelon with Richard's mush unworthines. Ollie. That's decreed, for in such terms I mean to set hym for that shall even burst high skull with a gonai, nay, it shall make hym never dare to appear where men resort, or know aught but high fear. ORL. You have large promises, but acts as slow as Dial's hands that are not seen to go. Exeunt. Scene 3. Enter Didier with a letter. Did. My cares and fears are past, but Ganelon's this letter would revive if he were revealed, nay beget new ones to hym of such weight that he must sink beneath aim. These I found, mongst other things, in hapless Richard's pocket when I interred hym, subscribed by Ganelon, whereby his own hand would lead hym to the block should I discover it, for Heres contained the kyngs abuse and Gabrielis horinga. But I am now beforehand, to hym self I'll give this letter, so beget, 101, and hym a firm belief of mine integrity which now goes upright, does not halt between preferment and disgrace, for, come what will, I am all Ganelon's and will be stylo. Enter Ganelon. And see, he comes. My lord. Gone. O Didier, resolve me where and how thou hast disposed the most false body of my falsest friend. Did. The ravenous ear that eats what it hath fed, hath swallowed it. Gone. But where? What pace of ear couldst thou find bad enough to hide his bones? If in some flow I mead hym interred the poison of his syns will choke the springe, and if thou hast not laid hym deep enough, corrupt the air and cause a general plodge. Did. Both of those are, sir, prevented by the ditch, whose deep banks seem me to be half bottomless, where he is laid a rottinge. Gone. Without all help. Counsel and these were dongerous. Did. Sir, I was friar and clerk and all myself, none mourned but night, nor funeral tapers bore but erringa stars. Gone. And they did erra indeed to shew their lights at his cursed funeral. Did not a dog bewray thee? Did. Baw vav vav! Sir, trouble not yourself with any duda secrets I was USD in acting to your command. And sir, because I will not have it rest within my power at any time to wrong or to traduce your honor by a probable suspicion, receive this letter which at's burial I found in's pocket. Sir, it might concern you, give the letter, and Ganelon reads. And deply to, if it should be revealed. It calls up all Heist's blood into Heist's face, and mush distempers Hym. Gone. Dead. I am lost in treason. My forged hand hath hoard my living sister and displays all my base plots against the Emperor. By heaven tys false, forged, false as heresy. Did. How? A forged hand? Gone. Yes, did ye? When was it dated, tro? Torment. Since my restraint of liberty. Good gentle patience manage me a while, let me collect. Certainly Richard's heart could not but doubt thee's character, and in the strength of doot he came to me last night to be resolved, or else why should he bear such donger in Heist's pocket? Admitting thees, what follows then? Why, if that were the end of's visitation, then it needs must follow that thees prevailed not with Hym. And what then? Why, then my sister, as all women else, seeing herself neglected in her lust, thought any a way to obtain it just. Did. A strange presumption. Gone. Yet a little further. It is resolved that my sister's only end was to enjoy Richard unlawfully. How might a falling out twyxdhym and me assist the end, for such a thing she caused? How? What a dull slave am I! Why, 'twas as much as the untying of Heist's codpace point, almost the rem in re. For while he stood constant to my directions all was well, but those abandoned, then, heart. I am mad, I pray thee, Didier, help me to curse me and my rations, that so curbed my reason I would not hear Hym speak but put Hym straight to everlasting silence. Did. No, my lord, let's curse the lust of woman. Gone. Well remembered. Did. And yet there is a heavy one prepared to meet them where they acted in the dark. Gone. True, Didier, there is so, and from that may penitents want power to rescue Thame. Did. Be there a dearth of arte to help complexion, and for Thame many houses of correction. Gone. And if it be possible, oh, let the bettle not with thyre money but Heist's own WHYPP metal, and lash Thame soundly. Did. No, that's not so good. May all thyre sounds torn toth pox's foot. Gone. May constables to cadges, 102, styll commend Thame and thyre known foes, age and ill clothes attend Thame. Did. May they want eskyll to banish thyre breeze stink, and amide barbers potions be their drink. May thyre sore wash thyre linen into linty for meddling with other stones than flinty. Gone. And to conclude these heartily breath curse, thyre lives being monstrous, let thyre ends be worse. Did. Amen. Enter Gabriella. Gab. Amen to what? Did. Faith, madam, I was praying for Heist's sister. Gone. Oh, you are welcome, worthy friend, withdraw, exit Didier. Now, my rare politic sister, what will please you? Gab. My rare ingenious brother, why do you ask? Gone. I'll tell thee, woman, and observe it well, thou shalt remain the poorest wretch alive, the most forsaken of delight and pleasure that ever breathed a miserable life, if I may know what pleases you. Beware and answer wisely. You are leaving now all that hate tyckld your insatiate blood. When you resolve my question, I will strypp your sweet contents of to the naked soul before you part. Do you laugh? By heaven I will. Gab. What brave exploits you'll do upon the Sodane? Gone. If you account Thames so tys well. Gab. Fie, what moves you to thees froward welcome? Gone. Call'st it already froward? Shallow full, I should salute thee with my dagger's point and never make thees parley. But I me kinda, and you'll confess it when you read that letter. You know the character and the whole scope ere you peruse one word, I make no question. But read it, do, that while you see me to read you may make ready for another world. Why do you stewed I? Flatter not yourself with hope of an excuse. Gab. You are not mad. Gone. Yes, forsooth, I will confess myself empty of sense, dealinga with such a witty spark as you. There's no comparison, a spark, said I? I meant a bonfire made of wyket and lust. One nourishes another. Have you dune? Does any things you read allay your colds? Gab. You think this letter mine? Gone. I do indeed, and will with horror to thy wanton thoughts make thee confess it, that thy soul being eased may fly away the sooner. Gab. What you? Gone. Fond woman, do not trust me, there is death and undissembled rhyme in my words. Make your prayers quickly. Gab. I protest unto you, as I have conscience and a soul to save. Gone. That's a fantastic oath, proceed. Gab. I did not write this letter nor have seen Richard since it was written, what was doing he and my mother wrought it. Gone. Shall I believe you? Are you virtuous? Gab. Examine but the endy, and then adjudge me. Gone. Then my suspicion proves a false conceit, and I am wondrous glad to have it so because it proves you honest. I am now again resolved that Richard was a villain, and therefore am I glad again, because he hath what he deserved and has no more. Gab. He did deserve your serious contempt, and is rewarded with it. Gone. And with death. Gab. Ha! Oh, is he murdered then? Gone. Does that amaze you? Yes, I have murdered Hym, and it becomes the glorious part of conquering myself, to say hereafter, when I would relate a story worth attention, that these constant ryght hand, did deliver me in spite of dotage and my natural pity. Gab. Oh, you are fallen into the bloodiest crime that ever tyrant threatened. Gone. Idle fear. Gab. Come, why are a villain and most bloody slave, one that your spotted syns make odious, for Richard was all good and virtuous. Despair now makes me honest, and I'll speak true though with true testimony, for here it comes. Enter Eldegrade. We took contrived and writ these characters, by heaven we did. 'Twas only we that spread the poison of debate and strife betwixt you. On us, base man, torn thy most bloody edge, for thou hast slain the noblest innocent. Gone. Thine own invoked curse sees thee. He runs a Gab, and Eld. Steps between, and he kills both. Gab. These should have seized me sooner, let me die. Thy pardon, Richard, love that's too violent is evermore with some strong mischief spent. Dies. Eld. Foule desperation seize thee, and what's worse die with thy mother's last breath heavy curse. Dies. Gone. They have left a darkness so extreme behind I cannot find a prayer to bless thy souls. See here then, politic creature, subtle man, here see thy mischief. Irreligious fool, that maxed it conscience only when thou leavest syns of preferment unaccomplished, thou that repinest against thy stars and Luki when heaven prevents the basins of thy gain. Little thykst thou wherefore thy gains will serve, nor wherefore thy close policy should fail to while thou forsakest it, and then, wretched clay, thou fyndst a horse and dog thy betters. They die unperplexed with sense of dying, thou sayest what thy sense abhors thy faults allo. I feel thee coming my distracted change, like an ill-favoured hangman. Pray thee strike, approach and do thine office. Enter Oliver. What art thou? Ollie one that will prove you Richard is a coward. Gone. Good Darange Tange, be not so desperate. He was your dear friend, was he not? Ollie yes, had he not been previous unto you, but his much faith to you did make me hate Hym, and he had felt it had he dared th encounter. Gone. Pray, no more, and worthy sir, be bold to say here stands the most afflicted soul that ever felt the miseries of birth. Make me believe my plagues are infinite that I may so desire to leave my flesh and be delivered from fame. Wherefore, look you, it is my mother and my sisters dead, I was their murderer, go tell the world, that paper will give satisfaction. Oliver tacks the letter and reads. Enter Didier. Oh, you are welcome, are you an officer? The captain of the guard, I think. Come on, be not afraid, arrest me, I'll submit. Nor do reproach my vailleur. I have dared as much as he that durst affront the gods, but grave hate stained me. Did. What mean you, sir? Why I am Didier. Gone. That buried Richard? Oh, Didier, I was a barbarous wretch in killing Hym. Dig up his body, Brian Hither, go, Heis wounds will fall a bleeding and the sight will soften my congealed blood, for now me thynks I am not passionate. But stay, let all sweet rest preserve hym. I will think how reelinga in the anguish of Heis wounds I would not hear hym when it was about to teach a repentance, and that all my thoughts shall melt me into cinders. I am like the die spendthrift now, that an enforks to make my wants known where I must not hope to get relief. Relief? Tyus a vague hope, and I will banish the conceit. Come hither, look upon these and wonder yet a little. It was my handiwork, yet nothing near the sin of killing Richard. Ollie. Have you then slain the noblest worthy Richard? Gone. Yes, by the false Alusians of these two. Ollie. A guard within there. Enter a guard and apprehends Ganelon and Didier. Gone. Fate, it will not need, I know my end of journey. For Heist that I murdered these temporizing knave buried him last nyght. All I can allege against hym is concealment of the murder. Did Tyus come about, 'twas always in my mind nothin' should hang me, being not by kinda. Ollie. Bringe them away. Treason so great as these was never seen since man had power to wish. Yexi. With the dead bodies. Scene 4. Enter Charlemagne, Turpin, Udin and attendants. Char. What pageants these that on the fallowed lands crosses me wry way. I cannot go but styll he meets me full jump. Tur. Believe me, sir. I have not seen an antic more disguised. A gallops o'er the new ploughed lands as fast as 'twere a common highway, yet no speech can make hym to forsake thame. Yud. Nay, what's more, the beast he rydds on is not usual, Tyus neither horse nor assy, and yet a beast nimble and fykt for burthen. Char. Yudin, go bydd hym dismount, and as he loves Heis life presently come before us. I will know ex Yudin. The endy of these strange purpose. Sewer there must some secret hang upon it. Things doon thus are seldom jests, unless jests serious. Enter Yudin and Bussy, leading into limes Bertha and a spaniel, himself clad all in net. O Tys la Bussy, I've found Heis stratagem. Now, sir, why are welcome, whence grows these disguise? Bus. Sir, from the fair protection of your grace and satisfaction of your vow, which doon, boldly I hope I may vouchsafe to beg my father's dear deliverance. Char. Noble son, what wouldst thou do hadst thou a noble father? But come, sir, since you put me to the test, resolve the do't, your father's pardon when you shall meet me upon no high way. Bus. Which even now I did, the follow lands, new ploughed and tyld are free from passengers. Char. Tys grunt. But yourself, sir, must not ride of horse nor mare nor assy, and yet the beast in usual thinge for burthen. Bus. Such as mine, a mule, that is the bastard breed betwixt an assy and mare, and on my fykt for labor. Char. But, sir, you must be neither clothed nor naked. Bus. Nor am I, mighty sir, these poor thine net nor leaves me nacked nor yet doth cover me. Char. You pretty lie or reach me, but you must bring in your hand the faithful's friend you challenge. Bus. This is he, my faithful trusty spaniel, the very tip and truth of true affection. Char. But with hym must be joined your greatest enemy. Bus. They are not far asunder. A cursed wife is evermore man's worst affliction, and she that outgoes mine in bitterns may fryght the whole world. Char. Come, why are ingenious, and I confess thst conquered, though I know thy father hoods as much unworthines as may excuse tyranny in a prince, yet for these goodens and these industry, example of the sweetest disposition, for all offences yet revealed unto me I freely pardon hym. Bus. And you are good and like yourself, a very god, 103 in pity. Br. And from these mercy I will new create in me a sbyrt full of humbles. Enter la fway in gallantry. Fway. Roam there and uncover, gentlemen. I that am mine own gentleman usher am the best gentleman in France at these present. Give place and avoid these. Bus. What means the peasant? Syra, are you mad? Fway. Yes, and I were half knacked as you are. Rome, I say, oh my sweetheart, I will, offers to kiss Charlie, kiss thy white lips in the syght of these whole assembly. Char. Avant, I say. What means these lunatic? Tur. Poor sot, how he's deceived. Th enchantments veni shed dot. Syra, learn better manners. Fway. How? Syra, to my greatness. I am not in case to carry your tokens. Old man, you had better manners when last I left you. Dot. Come, sweet love, I will love thee without more entreaty. Let us withdraw and in private ruminate ourselves together. Char. Is there no whyps for knaves are impudent? These saw signs will make your skin too smart. Fway. Away, away. Why are an old man and should be wise? I tell you I was not in love with you while you doted on me, to draw me into a fool's paradise. 104, and there leave me is not an honest man's part nor a good Christian's. Char. What kind of mans call you thieves? For shame. Shall I be tortured with hym? Tur. To ys but a rude gross weakens, which anon I'll shew at full unto your majesty. Fway. Come, sweet Charles, I know thou lovest me, and love will creep where it cannot go. Come, let's condole together. Char. Yes, if I like your example. Go presently and give him 40 lashes. Make hym bleed soundly. Away with hym. Fway. How? 40 lashes. So I shall bleed to death. Call you that soundly? Foot. I am sick with thought on't. Char. Away with hym. And if a prate, see that you double them. Away. Fway. Well, I will never trust the wing of a great man lest I live again. And they be as false to women as to men, they have sweet ills to vood by. Char. Yet has a leave to prate? Tur. Away with hym, but on your lives give hym no punishment. Fway, and guard. Char. I have not seen a man's of this nature, but let him smart for dot. Yudin, give command that Ganelon attend me presently. But stay, what solemn sound is this? I am prevented. Dead Marque. Funeral sound. Enter Orlando, Reynalda leading Ganelon, Oliver, Didier, 2 hers, one with Eldiger. And Gab, the other Richard. The cause of these? ORL. O my most sacred lord, I bring you here the world's extremest monster, such a man whose ills exceed the laws invention. Fy arresti look on these, the fair and comely branche of Amon's noble family, then on these, his fairest sister and highest dearest mother. O heaven, that I should name that dreadful name in such a case as murder, all by hym and high's right hand, with these still man's advise, murdered unjustly. Ray. To which I added treasons of donger and of high disgrace boded to your crown in person, and thuf they myght glut the law, yet my brother's blood and these to innocence, I hope, will plead divorce of all reprival. Ali. Lastly, I with these strange proofs, cannot be argued of, confirm all past denial. High's own hand here of these pap, Maxa Register, gives the letter of mischiefs above wonder. Who reads these, thuf flinty, must melt in pity. Bus. Die all my hopes, and in these mass of shame be buried both my memory and name. Ex la bussy. Gone. What a large passage or circumference these princes make to come unto the way which lies before thy Ernasas. Tys lost wyt to seek an engine for the desperate, why, death's in all he looks on. But to hope's safety were more than deity, 105, can promise. Let it suffice all's true, and thus I rest, if I die once, not ever I am blessed. Char. I am amazed, what I have read and heard torns me like Gorgon into senklessness. He speaks here of a ringe, a witchcraft ringe, by which I was enchanted to high's sister. Where is that damned jewel? Tur. Here in my safe possession, this is it, which at her death, lodged underneath her tongue, I found by careful search. Good dear sir, keep it, and henceforth on I love your royal self. The spell is past example, and high's sin can on I balance down the wicked's. gone. But I confess it, and the sorcerer that made it I did murder cunningly, and at her death had I recompassed it, I had been king of France. This noble knave was privy to the passage. Did. To why is too late now to deny it. Death never be our yngs high smart but when a stricks gainst law or gainst arte. Char. Away with them, and see Thame presently broken upon the wheel. X gone. Did, and guard. Nephew, for you I give you freely here the realme of Spain and all dominions in it, for your guard 10,000 of our best French gentlemen. And wish your fortunes like your Valia be the best of Ivry lived posterity. ORL. Sir, 106, you do bind me to eternal service boda in your love and justice, for we find th instructions that on evil men depends is to compare thy projects with thy ends. Exe. Finus. Greek tell us. Terminat ora diem, terminat author opus. Nella Greek, PhD PHNR, Lobby, 107. Introduction to the History of the Trial of Chivalry. This play was printed in 1605, and is stated on the title page to have been lately acted by the Right Honourable the Earl of Derby his servants. It has not been reprinted, and copies of the old quarto are exceedingly rare. There is an air of old-fashionedness about the diction and the metre that would lead us to suppose the play was written several years before the date of publication. The wearisome practice, in which the characters so freely indulge, of speaking in the third person is very characteristic of the earlier dramatists, notably of Green. Yet it is clear, from more than one passage, that the author was acquainted with Shakespeare's historical plays. Dick Bowyer's puns on the sentinels' names, too. 1. Were certainly suggested by Falstaff's pleasantries with the recruits in Henry IV. Part 2. When Stanley absurdly ascribes the piece to William Wager, who flourished when Shakespeare was a child. If I were obliged to make a guess at the authorship, I would name Chettle or Munday, or both. It is not altogether improbable that the Trial of Chivalry may be the play by Chettle and Wentworth Smith, entitled Love Parts Friendship, acted in 1602, 108. Bourbon and Roderick are just such a pair of villains as young Plainsey and Sir Robert Westford in Chettle and Day's Blind Beggar. The low comedy in both pieces might well have come from the same hand, though Dick Bowyer is certainly more amusing than the roistering companions in The Blind Beggar. I make no claim for high excellence on behalf of this unknown playwright. The writing is at times thin and feeble, and the versification is somewhat monotonous. But with all its faults, the language is dramatic. The writer was a contemporary of Shakespeare, and something of Shakespeare's spirit breathes through the pages of this forgotten play. Take such a speech as the following, from the second scene of the opening act. Must I be spokesman? Pembroke plead for love? Whose tongue tuned to the instruments of war never knew strain of fancy. On my breath affection never dwelt, but war and death. But if thou lovest to have thy soldiers fight, or hearten the spent courages of men, Pembroke could use a style invincible. Lovest thou a town, I teach thee how to woo her with words of thunderbullets wrapped in fire, 109. Till with thy cannon bat try she relent and humble her proud heart to stoop to thee. Or if not this, then mount thee on a steed whose courage never aught an iron bit, and thou shalt hear me hollow to the beast and with commanding accents master him. This courtship Pembroke knows, but idle love, the sick-faced object of an amorous brain, did never clothe mine eyeballs, never taught this tongue, inured to broils and stratagems, the passionate language of a troubled heart. I am too blunt and rude for such nice service. Yet since my friend enjoins me to this tasky, take courage, I'll both speak, plead, woo for thee, and when I want fit words to move her mind, I'll draw my sword and swear she must be kind. One may smile at the notion of hollowing to the beast, but the whole passage is vigorous, and some single lines, e.g., the passionate language of a troubled heart, are excellent. The history of the trial of Chivalry, with the life and death of Colliero Dick Bowyer, as it hath been lately acted by the Right Honourable the Earl of Derby his servants. London, printed by Simon Stafford for Nathaniel Butter, and are to be sold at his shop in Pole's Churchyard, near S. Austin's Gate. 1605. The History of the Trial of Chivalry. Actus Primus. Scene 1. Enter Louis, King of France, Philip his son, Caterina his daughter, Roderick and Flanders, with drum and colours, and soldiers at one door, at the other enter Navarre, Ferdinand, Bellamira, and the Earl of Pembroke, and Bourbon. Lou, Duke Roderick and my noble cousin Flanders, are your battalions ready for the charge? Rod. 10,000 men of Orleans I command, and those are bravely marshalled on the plain, ready to be commanded by your highness. Fland. As many of the warlike brood of Mars do call me general, those, my gracious lord, together with myself I recommend to be commanded by your majesty. Lou. Thanks, Earl of Flanders, Duke of Orleans, thanks. What lets us that we charge not on the foe? Nav. My lord of Pembroke, are your Englishmen squadroned with ours and ready for the charge? Pem. The French and English make one warlike body whereof your highness is the moving head, or peace or war, as pleaseth you, direct. Nav. Then war and give the signal through the host. Lou. Navarre, submission were more meet than to add a bloud to wrong. Nav. What wrong, King Louis? The kingdom of Navarre we will acknowledge to hold of none but of the King of Kings. Lou. 300 years' prescriptions on our sides, so long thy ancestors by fealty have held thy kingdom of the crown of France. Pem. Talk a not of yours limit not a crown, there's no prescription to enthrall a king. He finds it written in the rolls of time Navarre's a kingdom solely absolute, and by collusion of the kings of France, the people speaking all one mother tongue, it hath been wrested for a royalty untruly due unto the crown of France. That Pembroke speaks the truth, behold my sword, which shall approve my words substantial. Rod. Pembroke, you are too plain in your discourse. Burr. I tell thee, Roderick, Pembroke's soldier-like hath truly opened what 10,000 lives will hardly do if war be made the judge. Rod. If war be judge? Why, shallow-witted Bourbon, who shall decide this difference but war? Hath not the judge put on his scarlet robe? Is not the field prepared? Our men in armor? The trumpets ready for the sound of death, and nothing hinders us but our own words? Leave idle parley, my dread sovereign lord, and soon resolve the Duke in fire and smoke that he maintains the title false and forged, and that Navarre is a usurping lord. Nah! On that I'll hazard all these valiant lives. Sound drums and trumpets! Make King Louis know he makes his best friend prove his greatest foe. Lou. Why pause our drums? Our trumpets beat as loud, till the bright air be made a purple cloud. Phil. Pause, gracious father. Ferd. Noble father, pause. Let Ferdinand thy son so far prevail that peace, not war, may end this difference. Bell. For Bellamri's sake abstain from war. Phil. Philip thy son humbly desires a peace. Let not my father sheathe his warlike sword within the bowels of his countrymen. Cath. Thy daughter Caterina prays the like. Nav. From whence proceeds this sudden sound of peace? Comes it from me? What? From my Ferdinand, from Bellamira my sweet second self? Lou. Or rather comes it, Louis, from thy soul, thy Philip the true image of thyself, thy Caterina thy heart's chiefest joy. Rod. Princes, you ask you know not what yourselves. Pem. Roderick, they ask a sweet and pleasing boon. Rod. Why, they ask peace, and we are set for war. Fair. 'Tis a bad peace exceeds not a just war. Phil. We will not rise from this submissive ground till we obtain, if not a peace, a truce. Fair. Nor shall our feet be guilty of new steps till I obtain a truce from murdering war. Lou. Shew me some reason, son, for this demand. Nav. Shew me some reason, children, for this prayer. Fair. I love the daughter of thine enemy, fair Katrina hath enthralled my heart. Phil. I love the daughter of thine enemy, fair Bellamira hath enthralled my heart. Pem. Is love the cause? Then wherefore wage we war? What matter is't who wears both diadems, when the succession lives in Aether's air? If Ferdinand be crowned King of Navarre, fair Katrina shall be crowned his queen. If Philip wear the diadem of France, fair Bellamira, made his lovely queen, sways half the sceptre. See what heaven can do, provide for peace even in the jaws of war. Cath. How sweetly doth the Earl of Pembroke speak! Now, trust me, I am ravished with his voice. Lou. What says Navarre? What is it, war or peace? Na. A truce for 3 months, so it please your hinds, during which time our children shall have leave with drum and trumpet to survey the camp, to court our daughters and to feast themselves as fits the sons of honorable foes. And if it prove a match between them both, there end all difference. I'll bequeath my crown as a rich offering to their nuptial rites. Lou. Here strike the truce upon my kingly hand, which is as surely ratified in this as by the testimonial of a world. So now for 3 months space all wars surcease, our thoughts are wholly fixed on love and peace. Yexi. Monet Roderick and Bibbin. Rod. Zounds, here's a truce made up by miracle. Burb. I'll cross it by a wily stratageme. Rod. What stratageme? Burr. By love to Belmira. Oh, could I dive into the prince's heart by any insinuation any so base, how easily might I effect my plot to make the kingdom of Navarre mine own. 'Twere but a dram or so unto the sun, and a small thing would send the old man hence. What, noble Roderick? To gain a crown a duke would do much. Rod. More than poison too. But you, my lord, forget yourself too far. Know you to whom you have disclosed your heart? Burr. Why, to the Duke of Orleans. Rod. The dear friend of Louis the French king. Burb. King me no kings. Although we see me to be of several sides, Roderick, we love together like true friends. This truce gives aim to our intention. Assist me, worthy Orleans, to effect first my desired love and next the crown. Rod. Peter de Lyons is your lordship's servant, a boon companion and a lusty knave. He is in love with Bellamery's maid, and by that love he may bestead your highness more than your best friends and your best designs. Call him forth. Burb. What? Peter. Enter Peter. Pet. Here, my lord. Burb. Why dost thou look so wildly? Pet. Not with drink nor yet with rage. Rod. His looks are wild with love. Pet. With love, Sir Reverence, 110? Can there be a face in all the world patched up with eyes and lips, a forehead and a pair of crimson cheeks, to make me dote on, to make me look wild? Rod. Come, come, 'tis known that you love Thomasin. Pet. Zounds, they that know my heart, and all, I have not the power to deny it, 'tis most true. Burb. And 'tis most true that I love Bellamira. Now, if thou art in favor of thy wench, many a meeting thou mayst help me to and learn besides what suitors seek her love and whom she most affects. These things once known 'twere worth a dukedom, Peter. Pet. Sploud, give me a dukedom and I'll warrant you the knowledge of these things 10 times over. Rod. There's angels for thee, Peter, think on them and do thy best to help thy master's love. Well, howsoever I smooth it to the Duke, my thoughts are bent on his destruction. Pet. You have my heart in your purse, I'll do anything for you. Burr. And thou shalt want no gold, and so farewell. Exeunt. Pet. I cannot choose to farewell, and have the good angels to comfort me, yet I am melancholy. Here's gold to make me merry, oh but hey ho, hayrace love to make me sad. To avoid prolixity I am crossed with a suitor that wants a piece of his tongue, and that makes him come lisping home. They call him Cavaliero Boyer, he will have no knave but the wench. By these hilts, such another swashbuckler lives not in the 9 quarters of the world. Why, he came over with the Earl of Pembroke, and he limps and he limps, and he devours more French ground at 2 paces than will serve Thomasin at 19. If ever he speak French, to avoid prolixity, he will murder the tongue. I'll provide for him, there's but small choice. Either he shall renounce the wench or forsake his lame legs, his lisping tongue and his life to, for by S. Dennis I had rather die in a ditch than be bobbed, 111, of my fair Thomasin. Exit. Scene 2. Enter at one door Philip and Roderick, a drummer before them with his drum at his back, at the other door Ferdinand and Pembroke with their drums. Ferd. Whither goes royal Philip thus prepared? Phil. On what adventure goes Prince Ferdinand? Ferd. To conquer all the world, fair Catherine, whose beauty and mine I surmounts it far. Virtue and love conducts me to your sister. Phil. On the like voyage are my fortunes bound, I go to win thy sister. Ferd. Some fair star on our great hopes shine fair and debonair. Pem. Amen, saith Pembroke. Rod. Amen, saith Roderick. Ferd. This way my love dwells. Phil. In this air breathes mine. Both. Farewell. Phil. Prince Ferdinand, if these crossed loves enjoy a wished success, peace here shall dwell. Ferd. And we be friendly brothers. Phil. True. Ferd. Farewell. Exeunt Philip and Roderick. Pem. Pity such true love, which like blessed seed sown in such fertile soil his princely breast, by the rough stormy brow and winter's hate of adverse parents should be timeless nipped, and die ere it attain maturity. For I have heard the princess whom he serves is haughtily courted by the Duke of Bourbon, who to effect his choice hath in these wars furnished your father with a gallant power. His love may haply then disable Philip. Fair. Oh no, my father doth affect the prince. Besides, my sister's heart is so common to his in perfect love that Bourbons hate, nor all the world that not can separate. Then sorrow not for him, but turn the stream of gentle pity on thy wretched friend within whose bosom love hath kindled fire so ardent that the flames will bury me. Philip is throned in my sister's eyes, but in my love disdain and hatred lies. Pem. Doth she not pay true kindness with the like? Fair. As stepdames orphans, night the clear effaced day, so doth she hate me and return my woes like a steeled anvil backward on myself. She is all hate, yet such a lovely foe that I must kiss the sword that wounds me so. Pem. Inter these thoughts, this is her father's tent. Drum, give a friendly summons to the king. Fair. Forbear a while, dear Pembroke, by our vows which in the book of heaven are registered, by all the rights of friendship, by that love thou bearest thy native country, I conjure thee this day to be the trumpet of my worth, to speak the passions of thy grieved friend to Catherine's ears, till those pure ivory gates, pursed with the volley of thy battering words, give way to my laments to touch her heart. For this have I extracted thee from many, made thee my fellow pilgrim to her shrine, knowing thy thoughts from love's religion free, when thy prayers fail thy tongue may plead for me. Pem. Must I be spokesman? Pembroke plead for love? Whose tongue tuned to the instruments of war never knew strain of fancy, on my breathe affection never dwelt, but war and death. But if thou lovest to have thy soldiers fight, or hearten the spent courages of men, Pembroke could use a style invincible. Lovest thou a town, I teach thee how to woo her with words of thunderbullets wrapped in fire. 112, till with thy cannon bat try she relent and humble her proud heart to stoop to thee. Or if not this, then mount thee on a steed whose courage never aught an iron bit, and thou shalt hear me hollow to the beast and with commanding accents master him. This courtship Pembroke knows, but idle love, the sick-effaced object of an amorous brain, did never clothe mine eyeballs, never taught this tongue, inured to broils and stratagems, the passionate language of a troubled heart. I am too blunt and rude for such nice service. Yet since my friend enjoins me to this tasky, take courage, I'll both speak, plead, woo for thee, and when I want fit words to move her mind I'll draw my sword and swear she must be kind. Drummer, report our presence to the king. A parley and answered. Enter France, Flanders and attendants. Lou. Prince Ferdinand and honored English Pembroke, now by S. Dennis welcome. One run straight and give our daughter notice of these guests. What, man? We know you come prepared to woo, to win. Now by our sacred life we wish in soul our daughter were your wife. Our son is with your sister, fair hap wait, for peace or war lives in your love or hate. Welcome once more, first we'll go see your love, after to banquet and from thence to woo. Be merry then, we'll share a friendly part, but you shall triumph in our daughter's heart. Exeunt. Scene 3. Enter Catherine, her man Bowyer, and a painter. Cath. See that the tent be ready furnished by this my father, and those lords are met. mongst whom the noble Pembroke, like the sun, outshines the borrowed glory of the rest. And well I may compare him to the sun, that but once looked upon with his fair shape hath dazzled my poor senses and left me blind. But, sirrah, where's the man I bade you bring? Bow. If you can judge of colours, madam, this is he. Painter, stand forth. Cath. In earnest cause, my friend, importunes me, wherein I am to crave thy cunning starte. Pain. Such as it is you may command, fair princess. Cath. But are thy colours fresh, thy pencil smooth? Thy hand unwavering, and thy head dislodged of all unquiet harsh encumbrances? For thou must draw proportion of those parts whose worth to tell my tongue wants utterance. Pain. Fear you not, madam, I am well prepared. Cat. Then hither straight with youthful Ferdinand, Navarre's stout son, there comes an English knight, Pembroke they call him, honourably born. Him, when we are in conference, thou shalt mark and to the life set doon his counterfeit. Nor is it needful I should shew him thee. The goodliest person in the train, that's he. Bow. Let me alone to give the painter destruction. I know him as well as the beggar knows his dish. 113. He wears a white scarf in his hat, and an orange tawny feather upon his arm. Cath. Full, indirectly thou describest another, that's Prince Navarre. Pembroke his plume is azure a little intermixed with spotless white, prefiguring the temper of the sky with whose high motion his great mind doth move. Bow. Orange, tawny, and azure, all's one, all is but feather, there is no difference I am sure but in colour. Cath. Why, that's as much as may be, is it not? Bow. Not so, I'll prove the contrary, you are fair and I am foule, is it that all the difference between you and I? There's another thing in it if you mark it well. Cath. I pry thee peace, and with thy ignorance draw not the painter likewise into error. Here take thy stand, thou know'st him by these marks I lately spake of. See me to excel thine arte, and I will study to requite thy pains. Enter Louis, Ferdinand, Pembroke, Roderick, and Flanders. Lou. Thus did the Greeks, when they begirt the walls of strong-built Troy, sometimes with friendly cheeks entertain peace, and spend their frolic hours in courtly feasting of each other foe. Welcome, young Ferdinand. I promise you it cheers my spirit we do embrace you here, and welcome too, brave lord. We cannot say, as if we were in Paris we might say, your viands shall be costly, but presume, such as the camp affords, will have the best. Daughter, I pry thee bid them welcome. Cath. My lord, I do that with the congé of a bended knee, but this with my true heart's. 114. Loyalty. Lords, you are welcome by my father's leave. Lou. Why, now thou dost content thy father, Kate, when wholly unto merriment inclined thou answerst with like sympathy of mind. Ferd. But yet her looks are haggard and obscure, which makes me doubtful she'll not stoop to lure. Lou. Princes, let's enter, come, I'll lead the way. The feast is mine, you are my guests this day. Ferd. Now, Pembroke, shew thy friendship's true effect, obtain her love, my life thou shalt protect. Exit Lou. Ferd. Rod. And Fland. Cath. He stays behind the rest. O happy hour! Work on, sweet painter, to enrich mine eye with that which else procures my tragedy. Pem. Fair madam, in this confluence of sweet joy, when every one resorts unto the feast, methinks you should not thus retire alone, as seeming your best fare were heavy moan. Cath. I am not, sir, alone, nor do I starve my appetite with any wilful fast. I have a banquet of sweet pleasing thoughts that is more precious than the costliest feast. Pem. But at your father's board there sits a guest to whom the cup of Ganymede will seem me but juice of hemlock, and the daintiest dish as much unsavory as the pumice stone, unless your presence season his delight. Cath. I am sorry I want skill to serve his diet. I have not been instructed to such end. Pem. But I will teach you, madam, if you please. Cath. Rather the party grieved first should shew wherein we err, else how can we discern what is our fault, or how we may amend? Pem. That office he commits unto my tongue. Cath. Is he not able then to speak himself? Pem. Yes, madam, I have heard when Ferdinand, with whom in Padua I was conversant, so spake in the assembly of the learned, with such a grace and well-composed phrase, as many thought grave Tully's eloquence flowed like a honey river from his lips. Cath. He wanteth then belike sufficient courage. Pem. Never lived knight less prejudiced in that then valiant Ferdinand, whom I have seen couch his stiff, 115, launce with such dexterity as if the god of Batel had himself entered the lists, and preassing to the midst of steel-composed troops like lightning fly till he had made a passage with his sword. Cath. So puissant in his fortitude with men, and daunted with a silly woman's looks. How can that be? Pem. Yes, when you weigh the force of your resistless and controlling beauty. It is your beauty, where his power and spirit 10 times more haughty venturous than it is, compels it stoop in homage to your foot as trembling lambs when they to lions couch. Cath. 'Twas well he chose so good an orator to plead the imperfections of his cause. Pem. I should have that opinion of myself if for my sake your grace would favor him. Cath. Yes, for your sake we have endured his name, and for your sake we tolerate his suite. But when you cease to speak, then all that praise you have attributed to his desert seem borrowed from yourself. You are the man whose eloquence compares with Cicero's, you are the man whose knightly fortitude lives in the world unprejudiced of any. You vanquish beauty and enthrall the mind of female weakness with no lesser awe than Indian vassals stoop unto their lords. The name of Ferdinand you have missed any. Say 'tis yourself, and then your whole discourse observes the perfect method that it should. Pem. Should I be false and treacherous to my friend? I am entreated but to speak for him. Cath. But for yourself would be more acceptable. Oh, pardon me, nor let a modest stain, 116, cleave to my brow, my love is chastely bred. Other than Pembroke Catherine never vows shall be authorized in her maiden thoughts. Pem. Mistake me not, I say 'tis Ferdinand dies in affection to your deity. Cath. But in affection I survive to none but onely Pembroke. Pem. Will you be esteemed a cruel murderess of a loyal friend? Cath. Will Pembroke triumph in a woman's fall? Pem. You anger me. Respect young Ferdinand. Cath. You please me not to speak of Ferdinand. Pem. Nay, then, 'tis time to go or wrong my friend. Since, madam, what I would I cannot do, mine honor here bids me leave off to woo. Exit. Cath. Stay, Pembroke, Catherine will sue to thee, so shalt thou keep thy fate and loyalty. Bow. Tarry, sir, tarry, we want the length of your nose, nay, if you will not hear, I'll be so bold as to follow your nose. Sir, tarry, tarry. Exit. Cath. He will not hear nor, too unkind, look back. Pain. But, madam, spite his heart you shall see this. Cath. Give me his picture. Image far more kind than is the substance whence thou art derived, which way soever I divert myself thou seemst to follow with a loving eye. Thee will I therefore hold within my arms as some small comfort to increasing harms. Enter Ferd. Ferd. What means my second self by this long stay? I cannot rest till I be certified what good or bad success my sweet returns. But he is gone, and in fair Catherine's hand I see his picture. What may this pretend? Cath. Thou hast done well indeed, in every part thou shouldst complete and cunning workmanship. His eye, his lip, his cheek are rightly framed, but one thing thou hast grossly overslipped, where is his stub-born unrelenting heart that lurks in secret as his master doth, disdaining to regard or pity me? Pain. Madam, his heart must be imagined by the description of the outward parts. Cath. Oh no, for then it would be tractable, mild and applausive as the others be. Ferd. No prince but Pembroke dwells in Catherine's eye. Cath. Who's that disturbs our pleasing solitude? Ferd. Know you not me? My name is Ferdinand, whose faithful love Lord Pembroke late commended. Cath. Speak then for Pembroke as he did for you, or else your bootless suite will soon be cold. Ferd. Why, he was orator in my behalf. If I should speak for him, as he for me, then should I breathe forth passions, 117, not mine own. Aye, 'tis so, the villain in my name hath purchased her affection for himself, and therefore was he absent from the feast, and therefore shuns my sight and leaves behind this counterfeit to keep him still in mind. 'Tis so, base traitor, for this wrong my sword shall cut out thy perfidious tongue. Exit. Enter Bowyer. Bow. I have run till I sweat till my shirt cleaves to my back, cried till I am hoarse, and am hoarse till I cannot cry, and yet he will not come back. Cath. No matter, fellow, I have here a pledge which I will zealously devote me to. There's thy reward. Withdraw, my father comes. Exit Painter. Enter Lewis. Lou. Where are these lords? The one hath sate with me and suddenly is risen from the board, the other came not at all. Daughter, saw you the prince or Pembroke which way they are gone? Cath. Back to their tents, my lord, as I suppose? Lou. Back to their tents and take no leave of us? Nay, then I fear their meaning was too smooth and some black treason covered in their smiles, which we will seek immediately to prevent. Exeunt. Actus Secundus. Scene 1. Enter Dick Bowyer and soldiers, with drum and colours. Bow. Stand, give the word along, stand. Lou. Stand there. Bow. Lieutenant. Lou. Captain. Bow. Is the watch set in the king's quarter yet? Lou. An hour ago. Bow. Zounds, what foolish Canaanites were they to run in debt to their eyes for an hour's sleep sooner than they needed. Sergeant. Sir. Anon, sir. Bow. Anon, sir. Eshart the rogue answers like a drawer, but 'tis the trick of most of these sergeants, all clinkum clankum. God's dines, 118. I am an onion if I had not rather served foremost in the forlorn hoop of a battelle or run point blanky against the mouth of a double-charged cannon than come under the arrests of some their pewter pestles. Zounds, 'tis hotter a great deal than helm mouth and dives burning in sulphur, but thou art none of the genealogy of them. Where must we watch tonight? Serg. In the furthest trenches that confront the enemy's camp. Bow. That's the next way to have all our throats cut. Lou. That cannot be, you know, Captain, there's a peace toward. Bow. A pox a peace, it keeps our ancient whole, but as hard our gabardines go to rack. But Foutre. 'Tis well known since Dick Bowyer came to France he hath shewed himself a gentleman and a cavaliero and sets fear at's heels. And I could scape, a pox on it, th other thing, I might haps return safe and sound to England. But what remedy? Our flesh is gras and some of us must needs be scorched in this haute country. Lieutenant Corps, prithee lead my band to their quarter, and the rogues do not as they should, cram thyself, good Corps, down their throats and choke them. Who stands sentinel tonight, sir? Sol. That must I, Captain. Bow. You Rafe nod? Zounds, soldiers, follow my discipline, say your prayers, you are all dead men, all dust and ashes, all worms' meat. Lou. How so, Captain? Bow. Do you make him sentinel? Eshart he'll nod, 119, presently, and he do not sleep sitting upon the point of a Spanish needle, Dick Bowyer's a very shuttlecock. Nod. Zounds, he is one of the 9 sleepers, a very dormouse, and I had a pageant to present of the 7 deadly sins, 120, he should play sloth, and he did not sleep when he should speak his part. 1 am a badger. Sol. That's true, you have half the nature of a badger, for one leg is shorter than another. Bow. Zounds, you rogue, do not you know that? I'll tell you, Eshart and I lie, call me Jebusite. Once as I was fighting in George Fields, and blind Cupid seeing me and taking me for some valiant Achilles, he took his shaft and shot me right into the left heel, and ever since Dick Bowyer hath been lame. But my heart is as sound as a bell, heart of oak, spirit. Lieutenant, discharge nod and let Cricket stand sentinel till I come. Lou. He shall, Captain. Bow. On a 4. Strike drum, march soldiers, keep your place, nod. Lusty, my hearts, for the honour of England and our brave general the Earl of Pembroke. Excellent soldiers, so I have discharged myself of these. Hot shot, 121, now to my love. Some may say the tale of Venus loving Mars is a fable, but he that is a true soldier and a gent, as Dick Bowyer is, and he do not love some varlet or other, zounds he is worse than a gaping oyster without liquor. There's a pretty sweet faced mother, 122, that waits on the princess that I have some mind to, but a horse in architophel, a parasite, a rogue, one whose face looks worse than a tailor's cushion of old shreds and colors, zounds like a weaver's leg in an old ditch feeding horse leeches. And this trotter is my rival and loves Thomasin. His name is Peter de Lyons, but Esheart, I will not swear either, if I do not turn rich. Cor de Lion with him, if I do not tear out his heart and eat it with mustard, let him say Dick Bowyer's a mackerel. Yonder he comes with my property hand in hand. Zounds! I say nothing, but I'll hear what they say and determine afterward. Enter Peter and Thomasin. Pet. Thomasin, you know me, I hate prolixity, in a word, my humor is thus, I love. Bow. And I do not spoil that humor so. Pet. Your answer compendiously and avoid prolixity. Tom. Mary Muff, 123. By Jesu I scorn to humble the least part about me to give answer to such a trothin question, as I live it jolts mine ears worse in hearing than the prince's coach on a broken causey. Pet. Thomasin, leave this pace and take me with you, 124. My lord loves your lady, yet I hear she is this night betrothed to the Prince of France. I love you, and shall I lose you? No, I hate prolixity. In a word, the end is I'll marry you. Though pretty, as God save me! What will Captain Bowyer say to that if he should know it? Bow. A good rogue, by Jesu. Pet. Bowyer a captain? A capon, a button mold, a lame haberdine, 125, a red-beard sprat, a yellowhammer, a bowcase, a very jackdaw with his tongue slit. Bow. Zounds, what a Philistine is this! What a dictionary of proper names hath the rogue got together! Heart, his tongue crawls as fast as the cheese doth in Germany. I'll pierce you for this, ye lobster. Pet. Bowyer? Mordu. Futra, 126, for him. And that sour crab do but leer at thee, I shall squeeze him to Vardes, 127. Bow. And you squeeze me, I mayhaps grow saucy with you, you horse and burn pudding pie, you dry parsnip. Kiss me, Thomasin. So, dare you stand to your word now and squeeze me? Pet. Stumps, I challenge thee for this indignity. Bowyer, I will gwire thee myself with thy guts. I am a soldier and a captain. Bow. Captain? Esheart, and thou hast under thy charge any other than pygmies, I am Agog Magog. Dost thou hear, Soujulder? And I do not with 6 cranes, W.L. marshalled, overrun thee and thy 150, say Dick Bowyer's a coward. Pet. For that word draw. Though. Hold, gentlemen. Bow. Peace, good Thomasin, silence, sweet socket, suck it. Peter, dost see this sword? This sword killed Sarlabas, that was one rogue, now it shall kill thee, that's 2 rogues. Horse and Pudic, 128, no garbage serve you but this? Have at you! As they fight enters Pembroke. Pem. Who's this at enmity within our camps? What? Bowyer and the servant to great Babin? Both sheathe your weapons, by our martial law this act is death. Bow. I'll be hanged then. Dost thou hear, noble general? Dick Bowyer knows what belongs to service, we did not draw of any malice, by this element of iron and steel, but to measure which of our swords were longest. I'll save you for once, you Saracen, because I see you'll hang scurvily, but the next time. Pem. Good Captain Bowyer, let our English troops keep a strong watch tonight. My throbbing heart, like to a scritch-hole in the midnight hour, bodes some black scene of mischief imminent. Bow. Never fear, General, if Julius Caesar rise up against us, ere he do my lord any wrong, zounds I'll be cut smaller than potherbs. I'll to the trenches. Come, Thomasin. Leer not, lobster, lest I thump that russeting, 129, face of yours with my sword hilt till that it look as pied-colored as the rainbow. By Jesu, I'll do it, and therefore follow me not. Exeunt. Pem. Why should this load of grief lie on my heart with such a ponderous weight? I know no cause, unless it be by thinking on the wrong my friend receives in the unmatched love which Catherine bears me. Yet my fate is sound, and like a solid rock shall check her tears. Catherine loves me, yet for my friend's delight, Pembroke will hate her love and fly her sight. Exit. Scene 2. Enter Bourbon, Navarre, Philip, Bellamira, Roderick, and attendants. Burr. Navarre, you sprinkle me with foule reproque and dim the lustre of our royal name with colours of dishonor. Nav. Hear me, Bourbon. Burr. What words can satisfy so great a wrong? Have you not, with consent of all your lords, promised your daughter to this generous prince? Nav. Their true love forced us to it. Burr. True love? 'Tis feigned. Phil. Ha, Bourbon! Bell. Gentle Philip. Phil. With my sword I'll prove my love unfeigned, thee a false lord. Burr. This like a sanctuary frees thy tongue and gives thee childish liberty of speech, which else would fawn and crouch at Bourbon's frown. Phil. Now by St. Denis. Burr. I'll not chat with boys, Navarre, to thee I speak. Thy daughter's looks, like the north star to the sea-tossed mariners, hath brought me through all dangers, made me turn our royal palace to this stage of death, our state and pleasure to a bloody camp, and with the strength and puissance of our force to lift thy falling and decayed state even to her pristine glory. In thy quarrel, Bourbon hath set himself against his king and soiled his greatness with the traitor's name. Now when our worth expected rich reward, fair Bellamira, wonder of her time, must Philip have her? Phil. Bourbon, she is mine. Burr. Mort Dieu! I'll be revenged, by heaven I will, or I will pave these plains with the dead bodies of our dear subjects. We have sworn thy fall, that oath's thy death, our rage thy funeral. Nav. Hear our excuse. Burr. We will not credit heir. Peter, watch Roderick. When the prince is gone, tell him I'd speak with him. Pet. Enough, 'tis done. Burr. Navarre, this setting sun, which sees our wrong, shall ere his morrow's beams go. Did the proud East view Hymen's rights turn to a tragic feast. Exit Bourbon. Nav. His anger bears him hence. Young Prince of France, since, to reduce our enmity to love and thereby like a fair and lovely bride to marry peace to France, we are content to bring the sea-tossed bark of your affects, half shipwrecked with the tempest of these wars, to their desired port, as we agreed. Go to your father and inform him thus. If personally he'll view our friendly tents and seal these articles of peace proposed, this night you shall betroth plight to our child. Phil. Were it to search the furthest northern clime where frosty Hyams with an icy mace strikes dead all living things, I'd find it out, and borrowing fire from those fair sunny and thaw winter's frost and warm that dead cold clime. But this impose is nothing, honored king. I'll to my father and conduct him hither, for whilst my soul is parted from her sight this earth is hell, this day a tedious night. Come, Roderick, you shall bear me company. Exeunt Phil. Pet. And Rod. Pet. He shall not, for I'll stay him instantly. Nav. 'Twere pity to keep two such loves asunder. Daughter, you and your ladies to your tent, and deck you richly to receive the prince. Exit Bella. Enter Pem. After him Ferd. My lord of Pembroke, happily returned. How doth our son? See where he comes himself. Speak, boy, how spedst thou with fair Catherine? Ferd. I know not how. Is trothless Pembroke there? Nav. Be not dismayed, at length she'll pity thee. Son, bid our officers adorn our court in her chief glory, for this happy night shall set a period to this smarting war. Your sisters shall be troth-plight to Prince Philip, and France, and we made friends about it then. Pembroke, have you the charge to see our captains prepare a martial welcome to the king? I'll not be idle. Since Navarre was crowned, our heart with so much joy did Ennery abound. Exit Navarre. Fair. Nor mine with so much hate. Pembroke, a word. Pem. What wills your grace? Fair. That Pembroke is a villain. Look not so strange, I speak it, not your friend, but he that in his soul hath sworn thine end. Pem. A villain? And my death? I am amazed. Art thou awake, or is all this a dream? Fair. A dream of death. Meet me tomorrow morning, as thou art Pembroke and a gentleman, by yon fair river side which parts our camps. You know the place, come armed, and so farewell. Pem. Dear friend. Fair. Push. Meet me. Pem. Ferdinand, I will. Fair. Revenge, smile on, thou shalt drink loud thy fill. Exeunt. Scene 3. Enter Peter standing sentinel. Pet. This is my waiting night, 'tis for no good that I stand sentinel. Well, good or ill, I care not greatly, so I get the gold, therefore, to avoid prolixity here walk I. Here comes the men that must reward my pain. Enter Bubbin and Roderick. Burr. Have you the poison? Rod. And a strong one too. Here's a preservative to save your hand. When Roderick fails your lordship, heaven shall fail to illuminate the world with cheerful light. Burr. Then hereabout should Peter wait for me, for this is the pavilion of the princess. Pet. My lord. Burr. Peter. Pet. Here is the key that opens to the tent, I stole it from my sweetheart Thomasin. Enter without prolixity, woo and win the lady, but give me gold, my lord, and I'll to dice. Burr. Hold, take thy fill. Pet. And it shall go as fast. Burr. Now, gentle Peter, get thee unto rest. My business craves the absence of the world. None but myself and Roderick shall behold the secret complot that I do intend. Pet. I go, my lord. Exit. Burr. Now, blessed key, open unto my love, do more than loving lines or words can do. My letters have been answered with disdain. Her father I have moved to gain my love, but he is frosty in my fervent sweet, and now perforce I will obtain her love or ease her puling hatred by revenge. Rod. You stay too long, I'll help to turn the key. Discover her sitting in a chair asleep. Burr. What do I see? The majesty of heaven sit in a maiden's slumber on the earth? What, is my Bellamira turned a goddess? Within the table of her glorious face methinks the pure extraction of all beauty flows in abundance to my love-sick eye. O Roderick, she is admirably fair, and sleeping if her beauty be so rare how will her eyes enchant me if she wake? Here, take the poison, I'll not stain her face for all the treasure of the western island. Rod. I see no such admired perfection. Waken her, Bubbin, and this loving charm, which now hath led your senses prisoner, will vanish, and her speech, full of reproof, beget a new phantasma all of hate. Thou wilt detest her when she shall deny thee. Burr. Waken her, Roderick, for I want the power. Rod. I hope I am disguised sufficiently that Bellamira cannot know my face. Madam, fair Bellamira. Bell. Here I am, who calls on Bellamira? Burr. Aye, fair love, the Duke of Bubbin that doth honor thee. Bell. The Duke of Bubbin in my tent so late. Where is my guard? What, Peter Thomasin? Rod. Step to her and restrain her lest she call. I'll be a looker on and be unknown. Burr. What needs your highness call for any guard since you are guard with a faithful friend? Behold me, madam, humbly on my knee come to renew my sweet, vouchsafe me love or with this weapon take away my life. Much better 'twere 1,000 times to die than live in torment of your scorching eye. You have inflamed my heroot. O quench that flame, or into cinders turn my hapless trunk, hapless in being unbeloved by you. Bell. My lord of Bubbin, you presume too much on th extremity of passion. Have I not answered many an idle letter with full assurance that I cannot love? Have I not often viva voce checked your courtly kindness, frowned upon your smiles, used you unkindly, all to wean your love? And do you still persever in your sweet? I tell thee, Bubbin, this bold part of thine, to break into my tent at dead of night, deserves severe correction, and the more because it brings mine honor into question. I charge thee, as thou art a gentleman, betake thee to thine own pavilion, and let this answer us satisfy for all. Bubbin, I cannot nor I will not love thee. Burr. Cannot nor will not? Zounds, madam, but you must. Bell. Must I? Brr. And shall. Belle, you will not force me to it? Brr. Or force that sparkling beauty from your face. Look not so fiercely nor cry out for help, for if you do this makes you cry your last. Saying nae words, kind letters, hearty sighs. Humble entreaty nor a world of pain can move you to take pity of my love, but tyrant like your beauty seeks my life. I will blot out that beauty with this juice. Thus I wipe away my passions, thus do I heal the torments of my love, thus do I ransom my enthralled eye, and by depriving of the cause of life kill th effect, which was a world of sorrow. Farewell, Fule Bellamira. I am pleased in this revenge that no way could be eased. Exit. Rod. Zounds, he has don't. Now, Roderick, joy thy fill. Bourbon is thine, the dukedom is thine own, for only he in the inheritance stood as an obstacle to let my claim. This deed of his will take away his life, and then let me alone to enjoy his land. I'll steal away unseen, cause unsuspected. I would not for the world be once detected. Exit. Bell. Poison my face. O most inhuman wretch! Revenge more vile than to abridge my life. What, Thomasin? What, brother Ferdinand? My kingly father! Is there none that hears? Then treason, treason! Let that waken you, for capital is this offence to me. Enter Navarre, Pembroke, Ferdinand, and Thomasin. Though. O Jesu! Mistress, what ails your face? Nav. Her face. Ferd. 'Tis spotted like a panther's skin. Pem. O were those spots as kindly beautiful then were fair Bellamira undeformed. Nav. O what divine power hath sent this leprosy? Ferd. Say, beauteous sister. Pem. Speak, fair Bellamira. Nav. My sweet daughter, speak. Pem. Her silence argues a tormented spirit. Ferd. Thy countenance argues a deceitful soul. Enter Louis, Philip, Roderick, and Flanders. Lou. Where is Navarre? Phil. Where is fair Bellamira? Bell. My Philip! O give leave to fly his sight. Nav. Stay, gentle daughter, he'll not injure thee. Lou. Here are the articles concluded on. I could not rest till I had signed them and brought them to your highness. A month hence the marriage shall be fully solemnized, so please your majesty, and your fair daughter. Are you content? Nav. To live in discontent. Phil. Methinks this royal presence hath dim looks. Is it because they are in the arms of night, which sets a leaden lustre in the eye? Or hath some accident accosted sick them that troubles their aspect with melancholy? Is Navarre well? Is Ferdinando well? Is Pembroke well? Is Bellamira well? 0 Where is Bellamira? Tell me, princes, for now my tongue hath struck upon her name I feel a kind of killing ecstasy. Where is she? In her tent? Bell. Deny me, father. I would not see Prince Philip with this face. Phil. Why speak you not? What, have I touched the string whereon the burden of your sorrow lies? Father, look round about, see you my love? Roderick, look round about, see you my love? Lou. I see her not. Rod. Nor I. Phil. I say not so, the garments that she wears mine I should know. What lady's this that hides her heavenly face? Here are no basilisks with killing eyes, you need not hide your beauty, sweet, look up, methinks I have an interest in these looks. What's here? A leper amongst noble men? What creature's these? Why stays she in this place? Oh, 'tis no marvel though she hide her face, for 'tis infectious. Let her leave the presence, or leprosy will cleave unto us all. Bell. Oh, let me leave the presence, gentle father, when Philip bids his Bellamira go. Phil. My Bellamira! Lou. How? My son's beloved. Phil. Is this my love? Was this your beauteous child? Nav. My child. Ferd. My sister. Pem. Beauteous Bellamira. Nav. Spotted. Ferd. Disfigured. Pem. Made a loathsome leper. Rod. How came this sudden alteration? For she was comely, lovely, beautiful, when the day left his chariot to the night. Nav. That heaven doth know, and onely Belmira. Daughter, I charge thee, tell me how it came. Bel. Babin, O Babin. Lu. Did he do the deed? Bel. He came into my tent at dead of night, and rubbed my face with an infectious herb because I would not grunt unto his love. I cried for help, but none did succor me. Rod. I know he did and laugh to think on it. Lu. And he shall rue his treason. Phil. Threaten not, leave the revenge to me whom it concerns. 'Tis I am robbed of a delicious look, a heavenly sparkling brow, a starry eye, a countenance fairer than Aurore's looks when all the east is gilded with her blush. 'Tis I will be revenged, but not before I have espoused my lovely Bellamira. Lu. Espoused her. Nav. How? Marry a face deformed. Ferd. A leprous creature. Pem. An infectious maid. Rod. One whose sores are perchance incurable. Phil. Be they incurable, it is my love, and for my sake she hath endured this wrong, and should I now forsake her thus distressed I could not merit a true lover's name. To shew I love her I will marry her before the moneth expire, nay in the morn, delays, perchance, may make her think I scorn. Bell. Marry with me? Fetch me a looking glass that I may see how sweet a bride I am. Oh, I detest myself. Dear, hate me, too, I am not to be married but to death. Though I were empress of the spacious world I'd lay myself and kingdom at thy feet. Live, noble Philip, joy some happy match, 'tis my unworthiness makes me deny thee. Phil. Think'st thou, because thy face is spotted, so thou art not worthy of thy Philip's love? Thy face to me was but a hall to lodge thy sacred person in my mind, which long ago is surely chambered there. And now what needs an outward harbinger? I do affect, not superficially, my love extendeth further than the skin. The inward Bellamira 'tis I seek, and unto her will Philip be espoused. Nav. O admirable love! Lu. O my dear son, thou makest me famous by thy loyalty. Rod. I never heard the like. Pem. Pen never writ a worthier story to posterity. Ferd. Pen never writ of a more treacherous friend than, Pembroke, thou hast proved to Ferdinand. Phil. Sweet love, prepare thee to be Philip's bride, for here I swear, as I am royal born, I'll marry thee before the morning's sun hath run the third part of his glorious course. Father, good night, dear friends, dear love, good night. Marriage, I hope, will make my spirits more light. Exit. Nav. Good night, sweet son. King Louis, stay with me, be thou my comforter, I'll comfort thee. Exit kings. Ferd. Pembroke, remember that thou fail me not. Exit. Pem. O God, what may these moody looks intend? Methinks I should have better from my friend. Exit. Bell. Now, Bellamira, thou hast time to think upon these troublous matters. Should I suffer so brave a gentleman as Philip is to wed himself to my unworthy self, it would be counted virtue in the prince, but I were worthy of a world of blame. No, Philip, no, thou shalt not wrong thine honor nor be impeached by Bellamira's spots. In some disguise I'll steal away tonight and any reappear more in my Philip's sight. Exit. Actus Tertius. Scene 1. Enter Dick Bowyer. Bow. There is no toil to this walking of the round. Eshart, I have been stumbling up and down all this night like a brewer's horse that has any good eye in his head. 'Tis as dark as pitch, I can resemble our camp to nothing better than hell, save that in hell they are always waking and here the villains are as drowsy as swine. Lieutenant Nod. Why, you might have shot a double cannon in his ear and never have whacked him. I jogged and I jogged, I shoted and I shoted, and yet the mongrel snorted, you might hear him to Dover. At last I dragged him by the heels into a ditch of water, and there left the lobster crawling. The Tatha side, being appointed to stand sentinel upon the Wallon's quarter, Eshart the loach gets me into a sutler's bath, and there sits me drinking for Joan's best cap. But by this hand, and as Dick Bowyer is a soldier and a cavaliero, he shall sit in the bolts for it tomorrow. My comfort is in these extremities that I brought Thomason to her lady's tent, leaving her new-come lover to pick straws. But soft, Cavola, 130. Enter Ferdinand. Ferd. My name is Ferdinand. Bow. Stand. Ferd. Why, Captain, thou dost know me well enough. Bow. Know or not know, without the word you passe not. Ferd. Solomon. Bow. So Ali Mansour. Ferd. First, tell me, sawest thou Pembroke come this way? Bow. I saw him not. Ferd. Farewell. Exit. Bow. As much to you. Zounds, these French think to outface us with a card of 10, 131, but, and his beard were made of brass, Dick Bowyer will make him know the discipline of war. Here comes another. Enter Pembroke. Pem. Who's there? Dick Bowyer? Bow. Some call me so, what then? Pem. Pembroke salutes thee. Bow. Oh, good morrow, my lord, good morrow. Pem. I pry thee, Captain, saw'st thou Ferdinand, Saint Navarre, as thou didst walk the round? Bow. Even now, my lord, he passed along this way. Pem. Himself alone? Or had he company? Bow. Nay, questionless, he was alone, my lord. Pem. Couldst thou discern his face? How did he look? Bow. Faith, scurvily, my lord, like a green cheese or the inside of a rotten pumpion. 132. Pem. There is crowns for thee to drink. Exit Pem. Bow. I thank your lordship. To see the difference between these Frenchcas and our English cavaliers. There's as much bounty in them as there's marchpane in a dish of almond butter. I might have stood here till my teeth chatter and my head ere the Tathalon Spressado, 133, would have said, Here, Captain Bowyer, there's a cardicue, 134, to wash down melancholy. But had I known as much, I would have basted him till his bones had rattled in his skin. Enter corps and other soldiers bringing in the clown. All. Come, sir, you shall answer your walking before our captain. Clow. Well, sirs, take heed what you do. I am a prince's man. If you stay me upon the king's highway, I can lay fellowship to your charge. Corps. But, sirrah, we can lay treason to thine for being without the word. Clow. Without the word? O pernicious Frenchman! Without the word? Why, I have called thee villain, him rascal, this slave, that rogue, and am I still without the word? Corps. Aye, sir, the word that must serve your turn, the watchword. Clow. Fate, why are like to watch this 12-month ere you have any other words at my hands? Bow. How now, masters? What calf are you dragging to the slaughter-house there, ha? Corps. A straggler and a spy, Captain, I pray examine him. Bow. So, Lieutenant Corps, you are crept from your cups at last. I'll talk with you anon. But, sirrah, to you, from whence come you? Clow. I came, sir, from the King of France's camp. Bow. So, what's your name? Clow. My name, sir, is Bow Wow. Bow. Heart, what a name's that? The hedgehog mocks us. Bow wow, quotha! What kin art thou to the generation of dogs? Clow. No dog, sir, would you should know it, though I be encompassed with cuz. Bow. Zounds, he calls us cuz. Hang the hotchpotch up in a fathom or two of match. Clow. Not you, sir, I call not you so. I know you to be a very insufficient ill-spoken gentleman. Bow. Well, sirrah, whom do you serve? Clow. My master, sir, is the Lady Catherine, the French king's daughter. I have been abroad about some business of hers, and am now going back again. Bow. An honorable lady, sir. Let him go, 'tis against the law of arms to stay him. Clow. Stand of. But soft, I do not know your name, sir, that my lady may give you thanks. Bow. My name's Dick Bowyer. Clow. Then, Master Dick Bowyer, after my hearty commendations, adieu. But as for the rest I say no more, I shall. Exit. Bow. How now, Corps? How can you answer your being a tippling when you should stand sentinel? Cor. Believe me, Captain, I had but a whiff or two, for I was passing dry. Bow. Thou art always dry. The whoreson maltworm has a throat like the burning clime, or a glassmaker's furnace. But your remove from thence has saved you from the bolts. How now? What water spaniel have we here? Enter Nod. Cor. 'Tis Lieutenant Nod. Nod. Captain, deride me not. I protest I came by this mischance by good service, by following a spy that came to discover our army. Bow. O notable rogue! Did not I find thee asleep and threw thee into a ditch? Nod. Was you? By this light I took you for a spy. Bow. Yet saw me not no more than a molewarp. This is an egregious rogue. Nod. Yes, I saw you well enough, and I did but try how you would use me. Bow. By this flesh and blood many one that lies in his grave was not half so senseless. But the watch breaks up, every one to his quarter, away! Exeunt. Scene 2. Enter Clown. Clow. 'Tis true, they are gone together, and I am sent to watch Prince Ferdinand and the Earl of Pembroke. This way they went, but they are got out of sight. I were very bad to be a hound, that have no better a scent. If they were hares as they are men, I should think them squatted. But hushed! Here comes one of them. Enter Ferdinand. Ferd. The morn looks red, red morns do thread a storm. That storm shall light on Pembroke, or myself. This is our meeting place, here runs the stream that parts our camps, the time consorts the place, and Pembroke, if thy reputation hold, it is thy cue to enter. Enter Pembroke. Clow. Here comes the tother. This is Lukey upon Lukey. Now will I run and fetch my mistress the Lady Catherine to part their fray. Exit. Pem. Good end succeed my early heaviness. 3 times my feet, as loath to guide me hither, have stumbled in a plain and even way. My sword forsook his scabbard once or twice. Blood from my nostrils thrice hath spouted forth, and such a dimness overruns my sight that I have ta'en a tree to be a man and questioned with it about serious things. This is the place where I must meet my friend, yonder he stands. Good morrow, Ferdinand. Ferd. Good morrow to thy death. Draw, Pembroke, draw, the ground thou treadst upon must be thy grave. Pem. Draw upon Ferdinand? Ferd. Aye, upon me. Dally not, Pembroke, I am bent to fight, and that with thee for the best blood thou bearest. Pem. You have some reason for this resolution. Ferd. My will. Pem. A sorry argument to kill your friend. I must have better reason than your will, or I'll not draw upon my Ferdinand. Our love is older than of one day's growth. A year's continuance hath united us. Have we not made an interchange of oaths, sworn love to one another 20 times, confirmed that friendship by society, increased it with the sympathy of mind, making one pleasure unto both? And shall this bond be broken upon will? Ferd. Then you'll not draw? Pem. Yes, nearer to thy person in friendly sort to embrace thee, Ferdinand. Ferd. Thou art a coward and thou darest not fight. Pem. Thou know'st the contrary, for we have fought at every weapon to approve our skill. Ferd. Go to, you are a villain and a coward, and by the royal blood that gave me life I'll kill thee, Pembroke, though thou do not draw. Pem. Kill me? Thou wilt not wrong thine honor so? Ferd. Zounds, but I will, and traitor, take thou that. Wounds him. Pem. Wound me so desperately? Nay, then, I'll draw, not to offend but to defend myself. Now I perceive it is my blood thou seek'st. Witness, you heavens and all you gracious powers that stand auspicious to this enterprise, that Pembroke draws forth an unwilling sword. Ferd. Why, so, now manfully defend thyself. Pem. Another wound? Then, Pembroke, rouse thy spirit and bear no longer with this harebrained man. Yet, Ferdinand, resolve me of the cause that moves thee to this unkind enterprise, and if I satisfy thee not in words, this double wound shall please thee with my blood. Nay, with my sword I'll make a score of wounds rather than want of blood divorce thy love. Ferd. I hate thee deadly and I seek thy life. What other reason, Pembroke, wouldst thou have? Prepare, prepare, in this conflict to show thou art a knight, and canst overcome thy foe. Pem. And if I spare thee not, impute the cause to thine own rations and mine aching wounds. Fight, and hurt each other, both fall down as dead. Ferd. I hope I have slain thee. Pem. Oh, I fear thy life. How fares my Ferdinand? Ferd. What? Livest thou yet? Then my fare is ill. Pem. I am marked for death, I feel a general faintness through my limbs. Expensive blood will soon expend my life. Ferd. The like debility my joints do feel. Pem. Then we must both die. In the latest of death tell me, oh tell me, whence proceeds this hate? Ferd. I fear not, Pembroke, to discover now. Thou wert my spokesman unto Catherine, and treacherously thou stolest away her heart. Oh, I can say no more, my spirits do faint. Pembroke, farewell. I have revenged my wrong. Pem. Oh, yet a little longer, gracious time, detain his princely spirit in his breast, that I may tell him he is misinformed, and purge myself unto my dying friend. But death hath laid his number cold hand upon me. I am arrested to depart this life. Dear Ferdinand, although thou be my death, on thee I'll friendly breathe my latest breath. Enter Forester. 4. How full of pleasure is this forest life! My park I liken to a commonwealth, in which my bucks and does are citizens. The hunters lodge the court, from whence is sent sentence of life or death, as please the king. Only our government's a tyranny. 135, in that we kill our subjects upon sport. But stay, what gentlemen do here lie slain? If any spark of life do yet remain, I'll help to fund it with a nimble hand. The organ of his hand doth play apace. He is not so far spent but that with help he may recover to his former state. How is the other? I do feel soft breath break from between his lips. Oh, for some aid to bear them to the forest to my lodge, but as I am I'll try my utmost strength to save their lives. First scene shall be the first, patience, and I'll return and fetch the other. Exit. Enter Fisherman. Fisher. My angle rod is broke, my sport is done, but I will fetch my net to catch some fish. To lose both fish and pleasure is too much. Oh, what contentment lives there in the brook! What pretty trains are made by cunning hands to entrap the wily watery citizens. 136. But what art thou that liest on the ground? Sleepst thou, or art thou slain? Hath breath his last? No spark of life appears, yet from his eye methinks I see a glimmering light break forth, which, wanting strength, is like a twilight glims. If there be any hope to save his life, I'll try my utmost cunning. To my house, poor gentleman, I'll bear thee as a guest, and either cure thy wounds or make thy grave. Exit. Enter Forester, missing the other taken away, speaks anything, and exit. Enter Clown and Catherine. Clow. Just in this circle I left the two princes ready to draw, for I read the whole discourse of the comate in their red eyes. Cath. Here lie their weapons, and here flows their blood. Clow. Have they not slain one another and buried themselves? Cath. Peaceful. It is too sure that they are slain. Clow. O Lord, then let me turn myself into a ballad and mourn for them? Cath. Thou unrest me with jesting at my sorrow. Hence from my sight. My heart is full of grief, and it will break, the burthen is so great. Clow. Go from your sight? Then let me go out of your company, for I had as lieve leave your sight as your company. Is this my reward for watching and watching? Oh, mistress, do not kill me with unkindness. 137. I shall. Cath. What shall you? Clow. Weep out mine eyes and fill the holes with salt water. Cath. I pry thee leave me, I am not displeased, but fain would vent my sorrow from my heart. Hold, take my purse, spend that and leave my presence. Go everywhere, inquire my Pembroke out, and if thou bringst me to his breathless trunk I will reward thee with a treble gift. Clow. Well, I were best be going, now I am so fairly off-read. Mistress, your reward hath stopped my ears and enticum my legs to be walking. Farewell, I will go, God knows whither, to seek and to find both and neither. Farewell, sweet mistress. Exit. Cath. O Pembroke, let me kneel unto thy bloud, and yet I know not whether be thy bloud, save that my soul by a divine instinct tells me it is the treasure of thy veins. If thou beest dead, thou mirror of all men, I vow to die with thee. This field, this grove, shall be my receptacle till my last. My pillow shall be made a bank of moss, and what I drink the silver brook shall yield. No other camp nor court will Catherine have till fates do limit her a common grave. Scene 3. Enter France, Navarre, Philip, Flanders, Thomasin, and attendants. N.A.V. Our daughter fled? When? Whither? Which way? How? Though I know not. Phil. Bellamira, my life's joy. Upon those pinions that support her flight hovers my heart, you bear away my soul. Turn, turn again, and give this earthly frame essential power, which for thine absence dies. Thou art the sweet of sweets, the joy of joys, for thee was Philip born. O turn again, and Philip is the blessedest of men. Lou. We are glad she's gone though we dissemble it. Son, bridle this affection, cease these laments, she did not value them. N.A.V. Louis, she did, till savage hate that shape disfigured. Phil. Oh, she was worthy to be queen of heaven, her beauty, ere it suffered violence, was like the sun in his meridian throne, too splendent for weak eyes to gaze upon. She was too bright before, till being hid under that envious cloud, it took the place of a dark ground to show a lovelier face. That leprosy in her seemed perfect beauty, and she did gild her imperfections o'er with virtue, which no foule calumnious breath could ever soil. True virtue's dye is such that malice cannot stain nor envy touch. Then say not but her worth surmounts these woes. N.A.V. She grieved to tie you to a hated bed, and therefore followed Bourbon for revenge. Phil. Bourbon! Who names him? That same verbal sound is like a thunderclap to Philip's ears, frighting my very soul. Sure you said Bourbon, and to that prodigy you joined revenge, revenge that like a shadow follows him. 'Twas he that made me bankrupt of all bliss, sued the divorce of that pure white and red which decked my Bellamery's lovely cheeks, and shall he scape unpunished? Lou. Join your hands and all with us swear vengeance on the Duke. Phil. Not for the world. Who prosecutes his hate on Bourbon injures me. I am his foe, and none but I will work his overthrow. Lou. What means our son? Phil. To hunt him for revenge. The darkest angle of this universe shall not contain him. Through the bounded world I'll prosecute his flight with ceaseless steps, and when long travel makes them dull or faint, baiting, 138, them fresh with Bellamery's wrongs, like eagles they shall cut the flaxen air and in an instant bring me where he is. Lou. Where goes our son? Phil. To hell, so that in that kingdom fate would ascertain me to meet with Bourbon. Wherever I confront him, this shall kill him. N.A.V. Thou shalt have aid to compass thy revenge. Phil. No aid but this strong arm. Farewell, farewell. Since Bellamira hath forsook her friend, I seek destruction, Bourbon, and mine endy. Exit. Lou. Stay him. This fury will betray thy life. N.A.V. Poor king made wretched by thy daughter's loss. Lou. Poor king made wretched by thy desperate son. Enter messenger. Mess. Spend not your woes too fast, but save some tears to do the obsequies of your dead son. N.A.V. What? Ferdinand? Mess. He's slain by Pembroke's hands, and Pembroke left breathless by Ferdinand. Their quarrel is uncertain, and their bodies by some uncivil hands conveyed away, and no inquiry can discover them. N.A.V. Our son slain? Bellamira poisoned? Navarre, tear off these hairs and raging die. Enter Roderick. Lou. More tragedies at hand? What news brings Roderick? Rod. Such as will make the hearer's senseless trunks. Why doth your hinds in your foemen's tents revel away the time and yield your person to the known malice of your enemies, whilst in your own tents rapine and foule lust grasps your fair daughter to dishonor her? Lou. Our daughter? Rod. She is slyly stolen from thence, yet none knows whither save one sentinel, who doth report he heard a wretched lady exclaim false Ferdinand would ravish her. Lou. That was my child, dishonored by thy son. Nav. You wrong him, France. Lou. Thou hast betrayed us, king, and trained us to a loathed festival, the marriage of thy stained and leprous child, whilst in our absence Ferdinand unjust hath stained our daughter's both eye with vilt lust. Flawn. If you remember, he and English Pembroke last day forsook your camp as discontent. Lou. That proved their loves were feigned, and of set malice he came to view our camp, how he might act that deed of obloquy and scape with life. Nav. 'Tis France hath done the wrong, you have commenced this deed of death on Pembroke and our son, and now, to cover it, suggest and feign our guiltless son a guilty ravisher. But render me their bodies. Lou. Where's our child? Nav. Seek her. Lou. Seek Ferdinand. Nav. France. Lou. Petty king, for this our wrong Luke to be underling. Nav. What drum is this? Lou. Are we entrapped, Navarre? Rod. Fear not. On yonder hill, whose lofty head o'erlooks the undervalleys, royal Bourbon, attended by 10,000 soldiers, craves peace and fair accord with mighty France. Nav. Bourbon, that was the Rhine of my child. Summon our forces straight, and charge the slave. Lou. What means the King of France? Rod. To join with him. Nav. What? With a traitor and a murderer? Lou. He did a deed of merit and of fame, poisoned the sister of a ravisher, a Tarquin, an incestuous Tyrus, and our poor child the wronged Philomel. Arraign our battalions straight and join with Bourbon. Nav. Hear what we'll urge. Lou. Speak then in war and death, in other terms our rage will spend no breath. Nav. And we will speak so low that heaven itself shall echo with the clangor. Both our children will raise from our remembrance, and advance no other thought but how to plague proud France. Conjoin with Bourbon. Ere 3 suns shall set in the vast kingdom of Oceanus, in a pitched field will meet the King of France, and that false traitor Duke. Lou. Navarre, thou darest not. Nav. Now by Saint Denis and our grandsire's tomb will meet thee. Lou. Welcome. O bring valiant men, we'll think on naught but graves and tombs till then. Exeunt. Rod. Ha ha! I laugh to see these kings ajar. How civil discord, like a raging flood swelling above her banks, shall drown this land whilst Roderick on her ruins builds his hopes. The King of France, through my suggestion, thinks Catherine his daughter ravished, who only, winged with love, is fled the camp. Pembroke and Ferdinand, in mutual strife, slain by each other doth confirm my words, and for revenge whets keen the 2 kings' swords. Exit. Actus Quartus. Scene 1. Enter Pembroke armed and the Forester. Pem. I thank thee, Forester, whose rough-grown walks, wild in aspect, afford more courtesy than places smoother for civility. My life, redeemed by thy industrious hand, remains in love and duty bound to thee. 4. Fair knight, prevention of sad death by health more joys my soul than thanks or rich reward. But is your armor easy? Sits it well? Pem. I never in my life was better fitted. This should be that unlucky fatal place where causeless hate drew blood from Ferdinand. Behold the grass, a purple register still blusheth in remembrance of our fight. Why wither not these trees, those herbs and plants? And every neighbor branch drip out their grief? Poor souls, they do, and have wept out their sap. Yet I have paid no duty to my friend. Where is the tomb I willed you to erect? 4. See, valiant knight, proportioned and set up as well as my poor skill would suffer me, and here his picture hangs. Pem. You have done well, yon hand I see's a perfect architect in sorrow's building. Once more let suffice I quite your painful travel but with thanks. Now leave me to myself, for here I vow to spend the remnant of my hapless days. No knight nor prince shall ever pass this way before his tongue acknowledge Ferdinand the faithful'st lover, and the loving'st friend the world contains. I'll have his sepulchre, as yet but naked and ungarnished, ere many days hang richer with the spoils and vanquished trophies of proud passengers than was the Roman's wealthy capital. So, gentle Forester, bequeath thy prayers and my assistance, that is all I crave. 4. The God of power give power unto your arm that you may prove victorious fortunate. Pem. Farewell, kind host. Exit Forester. And now let me embrace this empty monument of my lost friend. Oh! W. Yard so happy to enshrine his bones, how blessed should Pembroke be! But they are torn by the fierce savage wolf whose filthy maw is made an unfit grave to bury him. But if, without offense, I may desire it, I wish his soul from paradise may see how well his name is kept in memory. These eyes that saw him bleed have wept for him, this heart devised his harm hath sight for him, and now this hand, that with ungentle force deprived his life, shall with repentant service make treble satisfaction to his soul. Fortune, thou dost me wrong to suffer me so long uncombated. I pry thee send some stub-born knight, some passenger, whose stout controlling stomach will refuse to yield to my prescription but by force. I hate this idle rest of precious time. Enter Cahar. How now? Deridst thou my devotion, goddess, thou sent'st a woman to encounter me? Henceforth I'll hold thee for a feigned name, and no disposer of my Christian hopes. But soft, I know that face, oh I! 'Tis she was unjust cause of all my misery. Cath. Long have I wandered with unquiet mind to find my Pembroke. That they fought, I hear, that they were wounded both to death, I hear, but whether sea-ride or dead I cannot hear, nor lives there any, if deceased, can tell within what place their bodies are interred. Since therefore all my travel is in vain, here will I take a truce with former care. This cursed nook was that unlucky plot where cursed Ferdinand did kill my love. What knight is this? I'll question him. Perhaps he can resolve me where my Pembroke is. Joy and good fortune, sir, attend your state. Pem. Your wishes come too late. What seek you, madam? Cath. Tell me, sir knight, for so you see me to be, know you this small place you do frequent? Or have you heard of that unhappy fight was here performed by Pembroke and his foe? Pem. Yes, madam, I have heard of it long since, and to my grief knew both the gentlemen. Cath. But can you tell me if they live or no, or, dead, what hand hath given them burial? Pem. Rest you assured, madam, they are dead, the one of them, to whom I was allied and near ally knit in friendship from my youth, by me lies buried here, a braver knight and truer lover never breathed in France. Cath. Oh, tell me, is it Pembroke? If for him you have erected this fair monument, perpetual honor I will do your state. Pem. Not only, madam, have I built this tomb in his memorial, but myself have sworn continual residence within this wood, and for the love I bear him wear these arms, that whatsoever knight, adventurer, or other, making his journey this way and refusing to do knight's homage to my breathless friend, by this assailing steel may be compelled. Cath. Oh, let me know your name, so kindly mov to dignify my Pembroke's high deserts. Pem. You did not hear me say 'twas Pembroke, madam. What is become of him I do not know nor greatly care, since he did wrong my friend and first enkindled this dissentious brawl. This buried here is noble Ferdinand, his father's comfort, and his country's hope. Oh, madam, had you seen him as I did, begirt with wounds that like so many mouths seemed to complain his timeless overthrow, and had before been inward with his virtues, to think that nature should endure such rack and at one time so many precious gifts perish by death, would have dissolved your heart. He was the very pride of fortitude, the house of virtue, and true friendship's mirror. Look on his picture, in the arms of death when he was ready to give up the ghost, I caused it to be drawn. If at that time, in that extremity of bitter pangs, he looked so lovely, had so fresh a color, so quick a moving eye, so red a lip, what was his beauty when he was in health? See with what courage he endured the combat, smiling at death for all his tyranny. Had death been aught but what he was, stern death, he would have been enamored with his looks. Cath. A certain soft remorse creeps to my heart, persuades me he was true, loving and virtuous, but myself unkind coyly to scorn the proffer of his mind. Pem. Oh, that injustice of her former hate she now would hopeless dote on Ferdinand. I'll do the best I can to bring her on, despair and madness fetch her off again. Madam, how say you? Was't not a grievous thing so rich a gem should lie racked up in dust, so sweet a flower be withread in his prime? Cath. Death was a villain for attempting it, and so was Pembroke for effecting it. No bloudy Scythian or inhumane Turk but would ha trembled to ha touched his skin or spilt one drop of his heroic blood. Pem. Had not that lady then an iron heart, a rude ingrateful mind, a savage spirit, that knew this virtuous honorable knight, this gracious shape and unmatched excellence, to be entangled with her fervent love, to serve her in all loyalty of heart, to reverence and adore her very name, to be content to kiss the lowly earth where she did set her foot, and when he sued for grace, to scorn him, to deride his sighs, and hold his tears and torment in contempt? Of all that ever lived deserved she not the world's reproach and time's perpetual blot? Cath. Heard you him ever speak of such a one? Pem. Oft times, but chiefly then when he perceived his hurt was more all and no way but death. At every groan he called upon her name as if that sound were present remedy, and when insulting death drew short his breath and now was ready to close up his eyes, farewell, quoth he, where eerie I find a shrine my soul fly thou to beauteous Catherine. Cath. That ruthless mind, that iron savage heart, so greatly loved and so little loving, breathes in this breast. 'Twas I returned disdain for deep affection, scorn for loyalty, and now compassionless shall pine myself. Oh, Ferdinand, forgive me, Ferdinand, enjoin me any penance for that wrong, say I shall tread a tedious pilgrimage to furthest Palestine, and I will do it. But peace, fond woman! These exclaims are vain. Thy Ferdinand is dead and cannot hear, as thou wast sometimes deaf and wouldst not hear. Pem. A just reward. Come, madam, have you done? Give me the picture I may hang it up. Cath. Oh, take it not away, since I have lost the substance, suffer me to keep the shadow. Methinks, so long as this is in my hand, I clasp my Ferdinand between mine arms, so long as I behold this lively for me, so long am I refreshed by his smiles, so long, methinks, I hear him speak to me. Knew I the painter drew this counterfeit, I would reward him with a mynt of gold. Pem. If such a pleasure you receive by this, I tell you, madam, I shall shortly have his whole proportion cut in alabaster, armd as he was when he encountered here, which kneeling shall be set upon his tomb. Cath. On that condition I will gather flowers and once a day come straw them at his feet, and once a day pay tribute of choice thanks to you the further of my happiness. Till then I place the picture where it was. Enter Clown and Bellamira. Clow. Come on, madam, methinks now a mask would do well. But I perceive your drift, I smell your policy. You think a bold face hath no need of a black mask. Shall I tell you what you look like? A broiled herring or a tortilla image made of plaster work. Bell. So, Sarah, you may scoff my misery. Pem. Still haunted with these women. Are men vanished? Or what occasion leaves the real me of France so void and empty of adventurous nights? Clow. Out of peradventure, madam, the ghost of St. George is come out of England to see what hospitality Dennis keeps in France. Pem. Poor Bellamira, I lament thy state, but I must still suppress my discontent. What are you, so deformed with loathsome spots? And what that antic keeps you company? Clow. Antic, thou liest, and thou wert a knight of gingerbread. I am no antic. The whole parish where I was born will swear that since the reign of Charlemagne there was not a better face bred or brought up amongst them. Pem. Away, ye russeting. Cath. Have patience, knight. However thus deformed, this lady is the daughter of Navarre. Madam, it joys me I have met you here, though much laments me of your heavy plight. There needs no repetition of your wrong. I know the villain Bourbon did the deed, whom my incensed brother will revenge. Bell. For Philip's sake I have been martyred thus, and for his sake left king and courtly life to entertain a pilgrim's painful habit. But on what strange adventure stays this knight within this desolate forsaken wood? Cath. For love of Ferdinand your princely brother, whose hearse he guards in honorable arms. Bell. Is this my brother's hearse? Is this the place where I was shipwrecked of a brother's name? Oh, let me spend a loving sigh for him and sacrifice a sister's holy rites. Forever rest, sweet Ferdinand, in peace until thy body glorified from heaven become immortal by thy soul's return. Pem. Poor Belmira, how I pity thee, yet must forbear to comfort thy distress. Clow. Is my young lord buried here? I say no more, but I pray God send him a joyful insurrection. Cat. Enough, sweet Bellamira. These leper spots 'tis time they were removed. Come, go with me. Since I left Aquitaine and came acquainted with these private walks, it was my happy chance to meet an hermit whose skill in physic warrants present cure and pure refining of your poisoned blood. I'll bring you thither, afterwards select delicious sweets to deck your brother's tomb. Come, Sirrah, follow us. Exeunt. Clow. Do not think, madam, that I'll forsake you. And so, sir, you that walk in pewter vessel, like one of the worthies, will you be RUL'd by me? Pem. Wherein? Clow. To set a GYN for woodcocks, and catch yourself first. Exit. Pem. Hence, Beetlehead. And Pembroke, now bethink how great a tide of miseries breaks in. First, thou art taxed with the loss of him whom equal with thyself thou holdest dear. Next, Bellamira is become a leper, whose absence Philip carefully laments. Then treacherous Bourbon joins himself with France, and both the kings are angrily incensed. But last, which is some comfort to the rest, disdainful Catherine wastes with fruitless love what all so minded like mishap might prove. But by this sign all there are knights at hand, I must provide their valors to withstand. Enter France, Bourbon, Roderick, Peter de Lions, at one door, at the other Navarre, Flanders, Dick Bowyer and soldiers, Pembroke between them. Pem. Stay your intended march. Lou. What peer of France or in the world, so haughty resolute, dare breathe the word of stay to mighty France? Nav. Or what art thou presumes to stay my course? Pem. A knight I am and to adventures bound, this monument erected for my friend by me is guard. If you mean to passe, you must do homage or else fight with me. Lou. Homage of me? No, I am king of France and in subjection to no earthly powers. Nav. Thou know'st not what thou sayst to challenge us of any such inferior privilege. What homage is it thou requirest of us? Pem. First to acknowledge him lies buried here the faithfulest lover and most valiant knight that in this time drew sword or managed horse. Bow. And what was he? Ascapart, 139, or your countryman Gargantua, that stuffed every button of his coat with a load of hay? Hart, we have met a fellow here's all mouth, he speaks nothing but monarch. Doest thou hear, king? Give me leave to encounter this puck-fist, 140, and if I do not make him cry pecavi say Dick Bowyer's a powdered mackerel. Pet. My blood begins to boil. I could be pleased to have this fellow by the ears, but that there's many of my betters here in place. Fland. King of Navarre, let Flanders cope with him. Burb. Imperial France, give Bourbon leave to try the hazard of a combat with this boaster. Pem. Dispatch, Navarre, one of you come forth to interchange a warlike blow or two. Lou. First let us know what penalty thou setst upon thyself if thou be vanquished. Pem. A recantation of my former wards, a servitude to him that conquers me. But whosoever is by me subdued must leave his shield to beautify this shrine. Burr. Let not, Navarre, my lord, rob us of honor. Say Bourbon first shall break a lance with him. Rod. Ascribe that privilege, my lord, to me, and Roderick will have death or victory. Lou. No, noble Roderick, Bourbon shall begin, and as he speeds we will employ your power. Pem. Provide thee, Bourbon, I'll not favor thee. Burr. Be sure I'll shew thee like hostility. Lou. Hold, the advantage is up on thy side. The Duke of Bourbon shall hang up his shield. Pem. I'd rather have his life than all your shells. Who is next? Bow. Zounds, I think he has a patent to take up all the shields of Countre. Hang me, if thou wants work here's for Navarre, the Earl of Pembroke and Cavaliero Bowyer. Fight. £1,000 to a tailor's bodkin this fellow has a familiar, But howsomever, thou mayst thank my lame leg. There's my shield. Lou. Now, Roderick, betake you to your tasky. Fight. Roder. My fortune's answerable to the rest. Lou. Since all miscarry, France will put his chance upon the hazard of the dice for once. Pem. You are an honorable foe, my lord, fight. By law of arms you must hang up your shield. Lou. I yelled to law and thy approved valor. King of Navarre, will one of you sit out? Nav. No, King of France, my blood's as hot as thine, and this my weapon shall confirm my words. Fight. Bow. Navarre down too. Heart this fellow hath the trick of it. If he be not a witch or some devil, let me be slicked into a carbonado. 141. Nav. Thou son of chivalry, let me now entreat to know his name for whom thou reapst this honor, or what he was whose body's here interred. Pem. A valiant knight, his name young Ferdinand, slain by misfortune of a friendly hand. Nav. Is it my son thou mak'st thy valor's prize and strive, to eternize with thy sword? Let me embrace thee. Not alone my shield, but I will leave my heart upon his shrine. My dearest Ferdinand, I would my sighs or sad lamenting tears might have the power like balm to quicken thy benumbed joints. Then would I drown this marble eyrie I went and heat it out with vapor of my breath. Lou. Navarre, this now may testify thy wrong and false accusing me for his remove. Nav. Thou mayst be guilty still for aught I know, for though I find him dead I find not yet the tragic manner of his hapless end. Thou mayst as well have murdered Ferdinand as favor him hath Poisson Bellamira. Lou. Injurious king, it was base Ferdinand, on whom just heavens have shown just vengeance here, ravished my Catherine and conveyed her hence where I shall never more behold her face. Nav. 'Tis false, and we'll maintain it with our swords. Lou. 'Tis true, and we'll maintain it with our swords. Pem. By heaven, the tongue profanes the sacred name of Ferdinand with any villainy. I'll cut it out or stop his throat with blood and so damn in his blasphemous upbraids. Nav. Content thee, knight, I'll ease thee of that labor. Tomorrow is expired the time of truce, France, on with thy battalions to the plain thou wast prepared before to pitch upon. I'll meet thee there. Lou. And I will meet with thee. Sound drums and trumpets. Honored knight, farewell. Who shall survive next morn strange news shall tell. Exeunt. Pem. Thus heady rage, blind in her rash resolve, drew Ferdinand and me into the field as now it doth these hot incensed kings. Yet not my vows prohibit my desire, to stay the inconvenience of this fight. I would discover where their daughters are, to shew the error they are shrouded in. But time hath run a desperate course with me, and desperate let them run to misery. Here comes a straggler of their army. Stand! Enter Philip. Phil. What voice is that presumes to bid me stand? Pem. His that can force thee if thou wilt not stand. Phil. By this bright air reflected on my sword, if the whole army of Navarre had said as much to Philip, yet he would not stand, and thou but one, how darest thou prefer it, knowing how sharp a spur doth prick me on, the death of Bourbon for my Bellamire? Pem. Hang up thy shield, as other knights have done, upon the hearse of noble Ferdinand, and thou mayest freely pass without control. Phil. The hearse of Ferdinand. I honor him, he was the brother of my dearest love. What's this I see? My father's battered shield. The shield of France. Of Flanders. Bourbon's too? It cannot then impeach or prejudice the name of Philip to consort with such, especially being done for Ferdinand. There is my shield, and knight, but for my haste I would expostulate of other things. But after traitorous Bourbon I have slain, knight, look for me, I'll visit thee again. Now, Roderick, keep thy word, and I am blessed, but if thou fail I'll forward with the rest. Exit. Pem. Successful action sit upon thy sword. 142. This net of sorrows, I perceive, entangles not only Pembroke but the court of France. Navarre and his associates are all touched. Time look upon us and at last determine these heart-dissevering tumults with a peace. Enter Ferdinand. Ferd. Since, Ferdinand, by gracious providence thou art recovered of thy mortal wounds, with the new life thy body is revived, revive the ancient passions of thy mind. Think on thy friend, on Pembroke take remorse, whose honoured life thy hasty hand cut off. This is the place, as I remember me. What's here? A tomb? Who hath prevented me in my religious duty to my friend? Yon knight, I doubt not, can resolve me. Pem. What art thou? Stand. Ferd. A knight, and fain would know what sacred monument and tomb this is. Pem. His, whilst he lived, that of the world's increase was the most loyal friend and valiant knight, which thou must likewise ratify with me and hang thy shield up to adorn his hearse or venture co-mate for denying it. Ferd. His name, I pray thee. Pem. Ferdinand. Ferd. What's he acquainted with my name? Belike some one loved Pembroke, and supposing, wrongfully, me slain by him, to satisfy for that observes this honour in my memory. Be not thou, Ferdinand, ingrateful then, but stand for Pembroke as this knight for thee. Pem. What answer givest thou? Shall I homage have? Ferd. Not for his sake thou nam'st, not for Ferdinand. There lived a knight excelled his petty fame as far as costly pearl the coarsest pebble, an English knight called Pembroke. Were his bones interred here, I would confess of him much more than thou requirest, and be content to hang both shield and sword upon his hearse. Pem. How comes this stranger by my name? Belike he was affected unto Ferdinand, and for his sake, hearing he did me wrong, covets to make amends, or means to prove if I embrace him with unfeigned love. He shall not doubt of that. Once more I say 'twas Ferdinand was the renowned knight of all the world. Ferd. But I deny that saying, giving to Pembroke that preeminence. Pem. For Ferdinand my valour will I try. Ferd. In Pembroke's valour I will fight and die. Discover each other in fighting. Pem. Aether I dream, or this is Ferdinand. Ferd. My sight deludes me, or stout Pembroke lives. Pem. Thrice happy hour, 143. I do embrace my friend. Ferd. Welcome, oh welcome, Pembroke, to mine arms, whom I imagined death had ta'en from me. Pem. The like did I by princely Ferdinand, but that he lives my soul confounds with joy. Ferd. Tell me, dear friend, since our unlucky fight have you heard aught of my disdainful love? Pem. Of her and all the rest. Her father lives. This is his shield, and this is great Navarre's, this Roderic's, this, the Duke of Orleans, and this malicious Bourbon's, all the which I forked from them to beautify thy shrine. But 'tis of Catherine thou desert'st to hear, she likewise hath been here. Her flinty heart, so much before inclined to cruelty, now waxeth tender. She no sooner saw thy picture here, but by heaven's providence, or how I know not, she so dotes on it as I suppose she would have died for love. Ferd. Has then my shadow and supposed death brought that to pass my living substance could not? Pem. It hath, and never lady more enamoured than now is Catherine of her Ferdinand. I told her, and no more than truth I told, a cunning carver had cut out thy shape and whole proportion in white alabaster, which I intended here should be set up. She earnestly entreated she might have a sight of it, and daily be permitted to deck thy tomb and statue with sweet flowers. She's but even now departed to that end, and will, I know, be quickly here again. Now, for assurance I dissemble not, instead of thy resemblance cut in stone kneel here, thyself, and hear her piteous moan. Ferd. Content. I hold your counsel for the best. We'll once conclude our sorrows with a jest. Pem. Soft, there's a cushion, nay, and you must be bare and hold your hands up, as the manner is. Ferd. What if I held a book as if I prayed? Pem. 'Twere best of all, and now I think upon here is a book, so, keep your countenance, you must imagine now you are transformed. Yonder she comes, in any case stir not. Enter Catherine. Cath. I fear I have detracted time too long in my determined service to my love, but I'll redeem my fault with double care. See where his statue is set up, kind knight, forever Catherine will record thy truth. Pem. How say you, madam, is't not very like him? Cath. as like as if it were himself indeed. And would to God my prayers might be heard, that, as the image of Pygmalion once, life might descend into this senseless stone. But that was feigned, as my desire is fond. Relentless death withholds my Ferdinand, and no entreaty may recover him. In token, then, I do repent my scorn that I was cruel to so kind a friend. Thou, the presenter of his absent person, receive these sweets. Thy temples be adorned with this fresh garland. Thy white ivory hand boast of this ring, which, if thou wert alive, should bind our fates up in a nuptial knot. But for thou canst not be revived again, he dwell with thee in death. And, as my spirit mounts to the happy mansion of thy spirit, so, to accompany thy shadow here, I'll turn my body to a shadow too, and kneeling thus, confront thy silent looks with my sad looks. This is the instrument. Now, Ferdinand, behold thy Catherine comes. Ferd. And she is welcome unto Ferdinand. Pem. I'll play the dark for both and say amen. Nay, muse not, madam, 'tis no senseless image, but the true essence of your wished love. Cath. I am ashamed to look him in the face. Ferd. Hide not those splendid lights, hereafter be a constant wife, it shall suffice for me. Cath. Heaven cast her off if Catherine prove not so. Pem. Of that no more, now let us haste from hence to quiet the dissension lately sprung between your parents. Philip, likewise gone to be revenged on Bourbon's treachery, perhaps may stand in need of friendly aid. To him and them our vows must next be paid. Ferd. What Pembroke counsels we consent unto. Exeunt. Actus Quintus. Scene 1. Enter Roderick and Philip. Rod. Now whilst our armies wearied with the heat that the bright sun cast from his midday throne, abstain from bloody intercourse of war, he lead thee, Philip, unto Bourbon's tent. Phil. Roderick, thou highly favourest me in this, and doubt not, if my complot take effect, I'll make thee Duke of Bourbon. Enter Louis, Flanders, and Bourbon. Rod. Stay your speech, here comes King Louis. Phil. They cannot know me, I am so disguised. Burr. Follow my counsel and immediately begin the battle. Lou. Why, the heat's so great it burns us in our armor as we march. Flan. It burns the enemy as well as we. Burr. It warms our soldiers' spirits and makes them fire. I had rather die than, when my blood is hot, be awed by counsel till it freeze like ice. He is no soldier that for fear of heat will suffer victory to fly the field. Rod. My lord of Bourbon, ye are more hot than wise. Burr. Roderick, methinks you are very peremptory. Rod. It is in zeal of the general good. Go to your tent, refresh your unscorched 144 limps, there draw your battle's model, and as soon as the cool winds have fanned the burning sun and made it tractable for travelers, arm you and mount upon your barbed steed, lead forth your soldiers and in good array charge bravely on the army of our foe. Lou. The Duke of Orleans hath counselled well. I'll in and recreate me in my tent. Farewell, my lord, when you resolve to fight, proclaim your meaning by a cannon's mouth, and with a volley I will answer you. Exeunt Louis and Flanders. Burr. If you will needs retire, farewell, my lord. Ha, Roderick, are not we fine politicians that have so quaintly wrought the King of France unto our faction that he threatens war against the almost reconciled Navarre? Rod. But this is nothing to the axe we'll do. Come, come, my lord, you trifle time with words, sit down, and make your warlike plot. But wherefore stand these murderous glaives so nigh? Phil. Touch them not, Roderick, prithee let them stand. Burr. Some paper, pen, and ink. Enter Peter. Pet. My lord. Burr. Post to the master gunner, and bid him plant his demi-culverins against the king's pavilion. Peter. Presently. Burr. But first bring pen and ink and paper straight. Peter sets pen, ink, and see, before Bourbon, and exit 145. Roderick, thou shalt assist me in this plot. Rod. Do it yourself, my lord. I have a charge of soldiers that are very mutinous, and long I dare not stay for fear my absence be cause of their revolt unto Navarre. Burr. Then to your soldiers, I will to my plot. Phil. Away, my lord, leave me unto the Duke. Rod. Kill you the Duke, and after I'll kill thee. Exit Rod. Burr. This pen is stabbed and it will not write. The ink that's in the standage, 146, doth look black. This in my pen is turned as red as blood. Phil. The reason that the platform, 147, you would make must by this hand be written with thy blood. Burr. Zounds, what art thou that threatens Bubbin so? Phil. One that's as desperate careless of his life as thou art timorous and fears to die. Burr. Comest thou to kill me? Phil. If I should say no, this weapon would condemn me, which I seized of purpose, Bubbin, to bereave thy life. Burr. Why, fond man, mad man, know'st thou what thou doest? Phil. I know it, Bubbin, and I know besides what thou wouldst say to daunt my resolution. Burr. What would I say? Phil. Why, that this place is death, as being thy tent, environed with thy slaves, where if I kill thee 'tis impossible to scape with life. This, Bubbin, thou wouldst say. But Philip is not be moved with words. Burr. Philip. Phil. I, Philip, Belamri's love, whose beauty, villain, thou hast poisoned, for which I have vowed thy death, and thou shalt die. Therefore betake you to what fence you will. Amongst this bundle choose one weapon forth, and like a worthy duke prepare thyself in knightly manner to defend thy life. For I will fight with thee and kill thee, too, or thou shalt give an end unto my life. But if thou call unto thy slaves for help, Bubbin, my sword shall nail thee to the wall. And think Prince Philip is a prince indeed to give thee this advantage for thy life. Burr. Boy, I will scourge your insolence with death. Phil. Come on. Fight, and kill Bubbin. Burr. Oh, I am slain. Enter Roderick. Rod. Murder! Murder! Bubbin the Duke is slain. Phil. Peace, Roderick, I am Philip thy dear friend. Rod. Thou art a counterfeit, I know thee not. Phil. Didst not thou guide me unto Bubbin's tent? Rod. I guide thee to the tent? I know thee not. What? Murder! Ho! Will no man hear my voice? Enter Peter and 2 or 3 soldiers. Pet. Yes, here are those that can hear well enough. Where is the murdered and the murderer? Rod. Peter, behold thy master's breathless trunk, and there's Prince Philip that hath murdered him. Pet. To avoid prolixity I'll kill him, yet first give me leave to weep for my master. Rod. First seize the murderer and after weep. Phil. He that first ventures to attach my life, let him be sure he hath a life to spare, for I will send one breathless to the grave. Pet. You that have 9 lives assault the gentleman. Rod. What, peasants? Dare you not attach the slave? I'll raise the whole camp, but I'll apprehend him. Alarum, drums! Soldiers, encircle him, and either apprehend or slay the wretch. Enter Pembroke and Ferdinand. Pem. 'Tis princely Philip. Help to rescue him. Rod. What slaves are these that dare oppose themselves in rescue of a murderer against an host? Ferd. Such as will make thee, Roderick, fly for life. Pet. Zounds, men are mortal. To avoid prolixity, my lord of Orleans, your best course is flying, and therein I will be your follower. Rod. Fly before 3, and be thus strong? 'Twere madness. Pem. We trifle time, let's drive them from the tent. Alarum and drive away Peter and Roderick. Pem. Live, worthy Philip. Pembroke bids thee live, that did suspect this complot at the tomb when in the honor of Prince Ferdinand you did resign your shield. Phil. The Earl of Pembroke. Ferd. And Ferdinand that loves thee as his soul. Phil. 2 lives I owe my stars beside mine own in sending me 2 friends of such import. Durst you adventure o'er the enemy's camp and put your lives in danger to save mine? Pem. The rumor of the Duke of Bubbin's death hath so posseused the camp with admiration that they regardless suffer all to pass. Only this Roderick wakens them a little, but cannot wean them from their wondering minds. Phil. That Roderick is a perfect villain turned, for though he guided me unto his tent and gave his liking that the Duke should die, Yet how the villain cried to murder me! But come, in this confusion let's be gone, 'tis dangerous to abide in Bibin's tent. Roderick, thou art the next must taste of death, that task you once done, we shall with little pain our angry fathers reconcile again. Exeunt. Scene 2. Alarum. Enter Navarre, bowyer, nod, corps, soldiers, with drum and colors. N.A.V. The alarum sounded in the enemy's camp. Now for Navarre and fame stand to it, sirs. Bow. Heart, stand to it? Here's some of us knows how to run away, and they be put to it. Though we have left our brave general, the Earl of Pembroke, yet here's Cavaliero Bowyer, corps and nod, by Jesu, sound cards, and Mahound and Termagant, 148, come against us, we'll fight with them. Courageous, my hearts! S. George, for the honor of England. N.A.V. The adverse part comes on. Fight gallantly. Enter France, Flanders and soldiers, with drum and colors. Lou. Is false Navarre so thirsty to drink blood that he must join the squadron of his troops before the signal of the battle's given? Belike you thought to take us unprepared. No, king, our wrong hangs like a watch before us, and makes us number every short lived minute till your lives answer for our daughter's death. Charge, brave spirits! Saint Denis now for France. N.A.V. Saint Denis for Navarre. Alarum, drums! Alarum, they fight, France put to the worst. Enter Roderick and Peter. The fight continued, and Navarre driven in. Lou. Navarre and his weak forces make retire. Pursue them, sirs, the victory is ours. Rod. Be like starved lions mongst a herd of beasts, ruthless and blouty. Slaughter, 149, all you meet till proud Navarre be slain or kiss your feet. Saint Denis! And cry murder through the host. Alarum. Enter Pembroke, Ferdinand and Philip. Pem. He that steps forward with a murdering thought, marries himself to death. France, cease the fight, they are Frenchmen you pursue, Frenchmen you should save, dig not for traitors love your subjects' graves. Lou. What frantic knights are those that dare oppose their single force against our multitudes? Phil. Those that wish you and France bright fame's increase, so you would chase hence war and welcome peace. Rod. That was the traitor that slew Royal Bourbon. Pet. Down with the villains. Rod. Soldiers, seize on him and then pursue Navarre with sudden death. Ferd. Ere the least hair fall from his kingly head, Roderick, thy base trunk shall be butchered. Pem. Will you accept of peace? Lou. Follow Navarre. Pet. Down with that murderer. Fair. Zounds then, in spite we'll save Navarre and chase you hence in fight. All. Ha ha! Pem. Nay, smile not, though our numbers few our great hearts tell us we shall conquer you. Alarum and S. George. Alarum, they fight. Enter Navarre and his forces, France chased away. N.A.V. France and his daunted forces gives us ground. Charge, charge again, and we are conquerors. Phil. Stand or any stir again. N.A.V. What mean these knights? Pem. To stop your passage this way, great Navarre. I charge thee by the duty of a king, thy love to justice and thy subjects' lives, you sound retreat and make a peace with France. N.A.V. A peace. And have the vantage of the day. Bow. That's a trick by Jesu to mock an ape, we'll none of that. N.A.V. We'll have no peace but what our swords can make. Follow the chase. Phil. Are you grown insolent? For one light puff of fortune proves it so? Nay, then our swords turn to your overthrow. Alarum, they fight and drive in Navarre. Fair. That was my father that you fought against. Phil. You did as much to mine. Pem. Princes, agree force cannot end this war, but policy. Therefore disperse yourselves, and let our squires with trumpets in their mouths sound loud retreat where you perceive the fight most violent. The strangeness of which act will straight amaze, when they shall hear both peace and war denounced, and one self-instant, they will soon retire to know the issue. Princes, fall to work, 'tis work of charity, 'Twould do me good if we could end this battle without blood. Fair. I hope we shall. Farewell, I'll to my charge. Pem. The like will Pembroke. Phil. Philip is not last, yet though I seek the safety of my friends, Roderick shall lose his blood ere this fight ends. Alarum, excursions. Enter Peter leading Thomasin. Pet. Struggle not, strive not, your sweetheart Bowyer cannot save you. Without prolixity you must go with me. Though. Help, help. Pet. And the god of war come in thy defense, my humor is to kill him. Come away. Enter Bowyer. Bow. By Jesu, and you go this way you must pay custom. Zounds, you pig hatch, 150, Cavaliero Petticoat Munder, can you find time to be catching Thomasin? Come, deliver, or by Sennacherib and the life of King Charlemagne, I'll thrash your coxcomb as they do Hennis at Shrovetide, 151. No, will you not do, you tan fat? Zounds, then have at you. They fight, Bowyer hath the wench, rescued by France, recovered by Navarre. Philip meets Roderick, rescued by Peter. Retreat is sounded, the enemies begin to retire, Roderick chased by Philip. Enter at several doors, after retreat sounded, Pembroke and Ferdinand. Ferd. Are the kings severed? Will they bow to peace? Pem. Peace is a welcome guest unto their hearts, but Roderick, like a greedy envious churl fearing to spend his wealth, still keeps them back. 'Tis he exasperates the prince's hate, and when our trumpets call them to retire he with war's clangor sets them on again. Unless he be removed our labour's lost. Ferd. It shall not, for I'll seek him through the host, and with this sword pare off the traitor's head. Pem. Do, and I'll scour these ranks. If Pembroke's eye encounters his, he meets his tragedy. Alarum. Enter Philip pursuing Roderick. Phil. Stay, warlike friends, and aid me in revenge. Ferd. That is Roderick. Pem. Here's the traitor, strike him down. Phil. Who lifts his arm at him strikes at my breast. Rod. Why have you thus ringed me about with swords? Phil. To shew thee thou must die. Rod. What have I done that thus you labor my destruction? Pem. Thou art a party in all Bourbon's wrongs. Ferd. Falsely termed Ferdinand a ravisher. Pem. Set discord twixt these kings. Phil. Practice my death. Pem. Villain, for this our swords shall stop thy breath. Ferd. Stand not to argue, let's all run at him. Phil. Now as you love my love or prize mine honor, touch not the traitor, he is Philip's foe, and none but I must work his overthrow. Thrice in the battle he was rescued from me, but now he's fallen into the lion's paw from whence the whole world cannot ransom him. Preservers of my life, heroic friends, be you my safety, keep the soldiers off, whilst in the midst by fair and equal fight I send this traitor to eternal night. Ferd. By heaven agreed. Pem. Here Pembroke takes his stand, come France and all the world, I will not start till Philip's knightly sword pierce Roderick's heart. Rod. Accursed, I am betrayed, encompass round, now life and hope and state must kiss the ground. Phil. Roderick, thou sayest, all ways are stopped to fly, be desperate then, fight bravely, and so die. Alarum, they fight. Enter to Pembroke Navarre, Bowyer, and soldiers, to Ferdinand France, Flanders, and soldiers, they fight and keep them back. Roderick would scape, still kept in the midst, and killed by Philip. Phil. Now are his treacheries repaid with death. Philip and Pembroke, sound your retreats with better hope, in him all hatred ends, the kings will now love peace and soon be friends. Exeunt. Enter Peter wounded, Bowyer following. Bow. Zounds, never run for the matter, a scratched face cannot serve your turn, we must have bloody noses. Stand on your guard, and I do not make hagas puddings of your guts, I'll never domineer in the long alleys again. Pet. Simnel, I'll crack you for this. I'll teach you to deal with Peter de Lions, and that without prolixity. Bow. Do, have at you in earnest. George, you rogue. Alarum, fight. Bowyer kills him. Bow. So, there's for your prolixities, there's for Thomason, the Thornbackley's slave. And he were made of anything but gristles, I am a Pompeian. Shart he had no metal in him, yet how the villain cracked, 152, and domineered when he was living, ah, sirrah, never grin for the matter, 'tis Captain Bowyer that speaks it. When thou meet'st the great Deville, commend me to him, and say I sent him thee for a New Year's gift. And there's one Sarlabuz too, as errant a bloodsucker and as notable a coward as ever drew a weapon in a bawdy house, he carries my mark about him. If Dick Bowyer be not rid a bountiful benefactor in hell for my good deeds in sending thither such cannibals, I am a rabbit sucker, 153, yet I scorn to vaunt of my deeds, too. They sound a retreat. Farewell, Peter, and learn hereafter what it is to be rival to an English gentleman, Cavaliero Bowyer, one of the 9 worthies. A retreat. Enter at one door France, Flanders, and soldiers, at the other door Navarre, Bowyer, and soldiers. Lou. Navarre, why have you sounded a retreat? Will your proud heart decline and call us lord? Nav. We thought by the faint language of your drums France would have known his hour and begged peace. Lou. France beg a peace. Nav. Navarre call you his lord. Flan. Why did you cease the fight and sound retreat? Bow. Not we by this beard, not we by the life of Pharaoh, 154. Nav. Your trumpets, guided by your fainting breath, dehort us from war and sounded peace. Lou. Navarre derides us. Nav. France, 'tis you that do't. Lou. Sound war and bravely let us once more toot. Enter in the midst Pembroke, Ferdinand and Philip. Pem. Kings of Navarre and France, why do you thus with civil butchery wound this blessed land, which like a mother from her melting eyes sheds crimson tears to see you enemies? Louis of France, wherein hath great Navarre gird your state that you should prosecute war with her largest ruin? How hath France sowed such inveterate hate within your breast that to confound him you will undergo the orphan's curse, the widow's tears and cries whose husbands in these wars have lost their lives? Ere you contend discourse your grievances. Lou. False Ferdinand, his son, ravished our child. Ferd. Now by my knighthood honor, and this gage, France, I'll approve you wrong that Ferdinand. Phil. Who can accuse him? Lou. That did Roderick. Pem. That traitor for a deed so false, so foule, hath answered it by this even with his soul. Nav. Our son and valor's bloom, the English Pembroke, by Louis' treachery were butchered. Phil. Were the whole world joined in so false a thing, alone I'd combat all and clear the king. Pem. France never had design in their 2 deaths. Nav. He leagued with Bourbon that destroyed my child. Lou. He poisoned her deservedly. Phil. That deed of shame cut off his life and raced out Bourbon's name. Lou. His death shall be thy death, for thy hand slew him. Nav. This other in the battle twice today made us retire. France, shall we join in league till we have venged our malice on these knights? Lou. Navarre agreed. Soldiers, this KYLD your lords. Nav. And this our fame. Let's mangle them with swords. Pem. Take truce a while with rage, hear what we'll urge. This knight slew Bourbon, this enforced you fly, therefore you hate them and for hate they die. Since then true virtue is disfigured, desert trod down, and their heroic worth and justice dimmed on traitors' merits death, behold these 2, which thousands could not daunt, but your ingratitude, on bended knee yield up their swords to bide your tyranny. 'Twas he killed Bourbon, if you love him dead, shew it by paring off this valiant head, do you the like? To this revenge apace, they fear not threats, and scorn to beg for grace. Lou. And they shall find none. Nav. Knights, triumph in death, we are your headsmen, kings shall stop your breath. They take off their helmets. Lou. Philip, my son! Nav. Young Ferdinand, my joy! Pem. Call them not sons, whom you would fain destroy. Nav. Hold not our age too long in deep suspect. Art thou my Ferdinand? Lou. And thou my Philip? Ferd. We are the friendly sounds of adverse parents, your long-lost children, though supposed slain, we live and come to joy your age again. NAV. Welcome all earthly bliss. Lu. Welcome, dear child, thy presence half our sorrow hath exiled. Pem. How soon this scene is changed! Those that even now were sworn wise servants now to peace do bow, then, Pembroke, strive to make their joys more full. See, kingly father to that princely son, Pembroke, the hated murderer of his friend, Pembroke, that did divide thee from his sight and cut so many passages of death in his endeared bosom, humbly thus forgets his honor, and from your high hand invokes revenge for wounding Ferdinand. Ferd. Still he surmounts me in an honored love. Rise, friend, or if thou strivest to have the world, in me as in a glass see a false friend. Behold, I kneel and here proclaim to all my friendships broke but thine substantial. NAV. Model of virtue, honored Pembroke, rise in as dear regard as Ferdinand. O had I Belmira once in hold, age would turn youth, and I should any be old. Lu. Had I my Caterina once again, our joy were then stretched to the highest strain, but she was ravished, and then murdered. Phil. Bear not that hard opinion, Roderic's tongue slandered that prince, and did his virtue wrong. Pem. Louis of France, hear what an English earl speaks in the front and view of all thy host. If ever Ferdinand stained Catherine's honor I was a party, yet in all your camp who dares step forth and call me ravisher? No, France, no Pembroke is an Englishman highly derived, yet higher in my thoughts, and for to register mine axe and brass, which all-devouring time shall any erase out, have I through all the courts of Christendom in knightly trial proved my virtue sound, raised England's fame aloft, and shall I now in her next continent, her neighbor reel me, France, on whose bosom I may stand and see that blessed soil that bred and fostered me. Soil all my late got honor to consent unto a royal prince's ravishment? I'd sooner from a mountain cast myself, or from a hungry lion tear his prey, than dare to act a deed so infamous. Enter Caterina. But words are air. Louis, behold this face, this proves our honor clear from all disgrace. Lou. My Catherine. Phil. My dear sister. Fair. My fair love. Pem. See, princes, love's effect, she flies your hand to live embracked with her dear Ferdinand. Lou. And heaven forbid that we should sunder them. Navarre, reach me thy hand, Grym war is fled and peace shall end the same in a nuptial bed. San Philip, ratify your sister's choice. Phil. Even with my soul, for ever live you blessed. O Bellamira, had not Cursbabin for beauty robbed thy cheeks with leprosy, hadst then but stayed with me, as is their state, so had been mine, happy and fortunate. Enter clown attired like a gentleman, Belmira following with a scarf on her face. Clow. By your leave, sweet Blouds, may a gentleman or so deceive 2 or 3 ounces of words in this assembly? Lou. You may. Clow. Is there not a young king's son amongst you, who treading the steps of his father is called Philip? Phil. I am the man thou seekst. Clow. Then the old saying is verified, he that seeks shall find. Here is a poor kinswoman of mine would desire some private conference with you, or so. Phil. With me, whom see I? Bellamira. NAV. Daughter. Phil. Do not deride my woes, speak, speak, I pray. Pem. Luke, not so strange, it is thy lovely love thus mingled to approve thy constancy. Embrace her then, and now Navarre and France, here end our strife and let all hatred fall and turn this war to Hymen's festival. NAV. This Pembroke's counsel we subscribe unto. Lou. The like doth France. Lovers, embrace your loves and captains, join your bands, mix power with power and let those swords, which late were drawn for death, sleep in their sheaths. You, worthy Pembroke, 155, and all your followers, shall receive our favors in plenteous largesse. So, set unto court, sound drums and trumpets, deaf the air with cries, and fill each subject's heart with joys increased he applaud our children's love and this day's peace. Exeunt. Finus. Footnotes. 1 for TOS. Will. 2. References to the lapwing's subtlety are very common. Cf. Shakespeare, Measure for Measure, I. 432, and c. 3. An old game at cards, it is supposed to have resembled cribbage. 4. To make ready, meaning to dress, is a very common expression in old authors. 5. An obvious reference to Queen Elizabeth. 6. So elbow. My wife, sir, whom I detest before heaven and your honor. And c. M. for M. 2. 1. 7. Ovid Metamorph. I. 1. 8. People who walk with mincing steps. I have not met the word elsewhere. Cf. Dancetive, page 31. 9. A beggar, idle Bisonio, vid. Dice's Glossary Ender, Bisonian. 10. Knight of the Post was the name given to those who gained their living by giving false evidence at law courts. Nares quotes from Nash's Piers Penniless. A knight of the post, quoth he, for so I am Tirmed, a fellow that will swear anything for 12 pence. 11. Cf. Lear, 3. 2. Von Couriers to Oak Cleaving Thunderbolts. First Folio. 12. Division was a technical term in music for the running a simple strain into a great variety of shorter notes to the same modulation. Nares. The plain song was the simple air without variations. 13. Sir Thomas Overbury says, in his character of a very woman, that her lightness gets her to swim at top of the table, where her wee little finger bewrays carving. 14. For TOS. Ladies. 15. For TOS. Eternesses. 16. To do anything with a wet finger is to do it easily. It seems not very improbable that it alluded to the vulgar, and very inelegant custom of wetting the finger to turn over a book with more ease. Nares. 17. Ov. Medum. I. LL 322-23. 18. Edition 1606, 1. Edition 1636, on. 19. The 1606 edition marks Exit, Penelope. 20. Here Montfort retires to the back of the stage, where Clarence is waiting. The 4 TOS. Mark. Exit. I thought the lines mens est, etc. were Horace's, but cannot find them. Menturnk destroys sense and meter. An obvious correction would be et nomen. 21. Falsus hanos juvat, et mendax infamia territ quem, nisi mendosum et medicandum. Hor EPL, 16, LL 3940. 22. A card that cools a player's courage I. High. 6. V. 3 1, 83 NC. 23. The Family of Love was the name given to a fanatical sect. David George, of Delft, Obiat 1556, was the founder. 24. The reference is to the visit of the Maréchal de Biron and his suite in the autumn of 1601. 25. For TOS. Fowl. 26. Pick-thatched, edition 1606. 27. A term in card playing, to vie, was to cover a stake. 28. The name of a famous bear. Cf. Epigrams by J. D. Leaving old Plowden, Dyer and Brooke alone, to see old Harry Hanks and Sack Arson. Master Slender. Merry Wives. I. 1 Told and Page. I have seen Sack Arson loose 20 times and have taken him by the chain. 29. For TOS. King. 30. The reference is, I suppose, to Roger Bacon's Libellus de retardandis senectudis accidentibus et de sensibus conservandis. Oxonii, 1590. 31. Qui. Inframed, F.G. Flea. 32. Edition 1636. State. 33. Edition 1636 makes sad work of the text here. Mary clad in ink is but a manner. N.C. 34. Qui. Thridless, S.C. that cannot be pierced. Mr. Flea suggests. Rhymeless. 35. Edition 1636 reads. Anthem. 36. White boy was a common term of endearment for a favorite son. 37. Qui. Hot. 38. I.e. companions. 39. Doubtless the writer was thinking of Dogberries. Comparisons are odorous. 40. A pun is intended. Cast of merlins equals a flight of merlins, small hawks, and cast of equals cast off. 41. Foisting hound. A small lapdog with an evil smell. Catellus griveolens. 42. The clapdish which beggars used to beat in order to attract the attention of the charitable. 43. Both quartos give. All. 44. Ovid Metum, I. 523. 45. Edition 1606. Antivenet sortum moribus. 46. Virtuos. Weaned. 47. That most lovely and fervid of all imaginative panegyrics. Swinburne's Study of Shakespeare. Page 141. 48. Dr. Dodipole is a very rare play, to be found only in the libraries of wealthy collectors. The copy in the library of the British Museum is catalogued as imperfect, wanting Siga 2, but it corresponds in all respects with Mr. Huth's. Perhaps an address to the reader, or a dedication, was cancelled. 49. Before the reader goes further, let him turn to Sonnet 17. In Mr. Swinburne's series of Sonnets on English Dramatic Poets. 50. The author was doubtless thinking of Romeo and Juliet 3. 2. And when he shall die, take him and cut him out in little stars, and he will make the face of heaven so fine, that all the world will be in love with night, and pay no worship to the garish Sunday. 51.42. Form. 52.42. Adorning. Possibly there is the same confusion in Antony and Cleopatra too. 2. And made their bends adornings. 53. See notes of the commentators on Hamlet I. 1, 165. Then no planets strike. 54. See the commentators on As You Like It 3. 2. I was never so berimed since Pythagoras' time that I was an Irish rat. A short time ago the subject of rhyming rats to death was discussed anew in Notes and Queries. 55. To Cockfrome and Coney. The word incony, meaning sweet, delicate, occurs twice in Love's Labor Lost. Its derivation is uncertain. 56.42. With. 57. This word is found in Holland's Ammianus and Harrington's Epigrams, see Nares. Glossary. Edition Halliwell. A similar compound, of more common occurrence, is smell smock. 58. The reader will remember the punning lines in 3 Henry VI, v. 1. Why, what a peevish fool was that of Crete, that taught his son the office of a fowl! And yet, for all his wings, the fool was drowned. 59.42. Wilt it. 60.42. Floor. 61. A perfumed ball worn round the neck or carried in the pocket. 62. The trials of the Scotch witches in 1590, for practicing to shipwreck James VI. On his return with his bride from Denmark, were too horrible to be soon forgotten. 63. For to ape. 64. Qui. Cliff. 65. I suspect that we should read. What rock hath bred this savage-minded man that such true love and such rare boat I shuns? 66.42. Climb. 67. Qui. Lead. 68.42. Alp. 69. V. Note on Volume 1, page 117. 70. The direction in the 4-2 is Enter Florus and Homer. 71. V. Note 16. 72.42. Cranes. 73. Compare Midsummer Night's Dream, 2. 1:15. And hang a pearl on every cowslip's ear. 74.42. Where. 75. Not marked in the 4-2. 76.42. Rake. 77.42. Sorrowed tired. 78. The 4-2 Prince the lines thus. Where since he found you not, he asked of me the place of your abode, and here I have brought him. In other passages I have restored the meter silently. 79. To visit Ion. 80. I regret to say that Mr. Flea was misled by a mistake of mine. In my first hasty reading of the play I took the long double S to be a double F. The character is La Bussy. 81. Mr. C.H. Herford, to whom I showed the MS, writes as follows. The first two words make it highly probable that the whole inscription is, like them, in Italian. In that case, the first two Greek letters give very easily the word fidelta, equals phi delta, which combines naturally with the nella. The second part is more difficult, but perhaps not hopeless. Greek, FNR, may, perhaps be read phi New York, as Latinese spelling of Greek, new ro or phaneiro. Then, for the lobby, suppose that the words form, as emblems often do, a rhymed couplet, then B would stand for belta, and naturally fall in with la. The whole would then read Nella fidelta, phaneiro la belta. This does not seem to me very excellent Italian, but we need not suppose the author was necessarily a good scholar, and in that case we might extract from it the fairly good sense. I will make fidelity the end, the accomplishment, of beauty. This explanation seems to me very satisfactory. La busa suits my explanation as well as, if not better than la buffa. The meaning now is, I will end my task faithfully, with an equivoque on I will end la bussi, or the play containing him as a character, faithfully. There is no shadow of reason for supposing a rhyme, or for Field's thinking that any reader would interpret la b by la belta. Moreover, no other name but Field's out of the 200 known names of dramatic writers anterior to 1640 can be found in the letters. There are other works of Field than those commonly attributed to him still extant, as will be seen in a forthcoming paper of mine. F. G. Flea. 82. So the MS. But I suspect that we should read Rhine, which gives better sense and better meter. 83. The next line, as in many instances, has been cut away at the foot of the page. 84. The close contriver of all harms. Macbeth 3. 5. 85. The glowworm shows the matin to be near, and gins to pale his ineffectual fire. Hamlet I. 5. 86. Black and blue, i.e., first as a kitchen drudge and afterwards as a personal attendant. Blue was the livery of serving men. 87. It is not always easy to distinguish between final S and E in the MS. I printed Blessing _E_ in the appendix to Volume 2. 88. Devices on shields. 89. A baser sort of hawk kestrel. 90. A word before or after These seems wanted to complete the line. Yet Richard These, or Yet These disgrace. 91. Gervas Markham in the second part, cap. 6. Of the English husbandman, gives the following explanation of the term plashing. This plashing is a half-cutting or deviating of the quick growth, almost to the outward bark, and then laying it orderly in a sloped manner, as you see a cunning hedger lay a dead hedge, and then with the smaller and more pliant branches to wreathe and bind in the tops, making a fence as strong as a wall, for the root which is more than half cut in sunder, putting forth new branches which run and entangle themselves amongst the old stalks, do so thicken and fortify the hedge that it is against the force of beasts impregnable. Edition 1635, pages 68 to 9. 92. The first 5 lines of this speech are crossed through in the MS. 93. In the MS, Reverend Prelates, is crossed out and praests, written above. To make sure that the correction was understood, the author or reviser has written in the left-hand margin Red praests. 94. I.e. star. 95. Brawl was the name of a dance. 96. Old terms in the art of fencing. 97. In Halliwell's Nares, 2 instances of the transitive use of stoop. To lower, humiliate, are given, and both are from Chapman. 98. On the upper stage, a balcony raised a few feet from the ground. Cf. Stage direction in Day's Humor Out of Breath, 4. 3. Enter a sparrow, like Hortensio, Florimel, and assistants on the upper stage. Later in the same scene, they renew blind man's buff on the lower stage. See also Dice's note on Milton's Family of Love, I. 3. 99. A correction in the MS. For Misquet. 100. In the appendix to Volume 2. I printed Miss, and so one would naturally read the word before becoming thoroughly acquainted with the handwriting. 101. The words, so beget, are repeated in the MS. 102, i.e. prisons. 103 ms. Good. 104 The expression, fool's paradise, was common long before Milton used it. A writer in Notes and Queries, January 7, 1882, gives instances of its occurrence in Udall's Apothegms of Erasmus, 1542. I have met it in Boulin's Dialogue against the Fever Pestilence, 1564. 105, for the spelling cf. Volume 2. Pages 139, L. 14, 179, L. 12. Deity, for deity, is not uncommon in print as well as ms. Cf. Saltonstall's translation of Ovid's Ars Amoris, 1639, page 14. Oft prayed she to the gods, but all in vain, to appease their deities with blood of beasts thus slain. 106, in the ms. These lines are scored through. 107, the juxtaposition of this anagram with the preceding motto, which did not appear in the appendix to Volume 2, strongly confirms my interpretation of La B as La Busa, for the anagram is a kind of paraphrase on the motto, and should be read doubly in this way: Natanili Field, Illinois Fabro, Nella Fidelta Finiro La Busa. I, Nathaniel Field, the author, will finish the work, terminat octer opus, faithfully, i.e., at the time appointed, terminat ora diem. F. G. Flea. Terminat ora, and c. or some similar tag, is frequently found at the end of old plays. I cannot see that Mr. Flea's interpretation is strongly confirmed, or affected at all, by the presence of the motto. 108. See Henslow's Diary, edition Collier, page 220. Lent unto Thomas Downton the 4 of May 1602 to buy a book of Harry Cheetell and Mr. Smith called The Love Party's Friendship, the sum of 109 King John I. 2. And now instead of bullets wrapped in fire. 110. Another form of the apologetical expression. Save reverence. 111. I.e. cheated, cozened. 112. An echo from King John I. 2. And now instead of bullets wrapped in fire to make a shaking fever of your walls. And c. 113. A common proverbial expression. The dish is the wooden clap dish on which beggars clattered to attract attention. 114. I should prefer true heart his loyalty, for the meter's sake. 115. For to staff. 116. For to strain. 117. For to his passions. 118. A corrupt oath, the origin of which is obscure and not worth inquiring. Nares. 119. The author certainly had in his mind Falstaff's puns on the names of the recruits, Mouldy, Shadow, and C. 2. Henry 4. 3. 2. 120. An extemporal play by the famous Richard Tarleton. The Platt is preserved at Dulwich College. See Collier's Hist. of Dramatic Poetry. 3. 394, first edition. 121. So the 4 2, but I should prefer. So I have discharged myself of these hot shots. The term hot shot seems to have been originally applied to sharpshooters. 122, i.e., maid, an East Anglian usage of the word mother. See Fordyce. Vocabulary of East Anglia. Mother is the commoner form, found in Ben Jonson and others, but mother occurs in Chettle and Day's Blind Beggar and elsewhere. 123. I find this expression of feminine impatience in Decker's Honest Whore, Dramatic Works, 2. 26. Mary Muff, sir, are you grown so dainty? 124. Let me understand you. The expression is of constant occurrence. 125. A term of contempt like pilchard and per John. Haberdine was the name for an inferior kind of cod used for salting. 126. So pistol. A faux tray for the world, and worldlings base. A faux tray for thine office. 2. Henry 4. v. 3. 127. Verjuice was made by pounding crab apples. 128. Kite. 129. Dingy. Russet, or russeting, was the name of the coarse brown dress worn by shepherds. 130 in Henry v. 4. 1. Pistol accosts the king with Che vouloir? According to the first folio. Modern editors correct the intentional blunder. 131. 2. Outface with a card of 10 was just what we mean by browbeat. The expression, which is very common, was no doubt drawn from the game of primero. 132. Old spelling of pumpkin. 133. The officer of lowest rank, now called Lance Corporal. 134. Court DCU. 135. Cf. Des Isles of Gulls 2. 2. But foresters, like images, set forth the tyranny of greatness without pity. Everybody remembers Jacques Moralising in As You Like It, 2. 1. 136. Cf. Des Humor Out of Breath I, 2. Deceive the watery subjects. 137. 2. Kill with kindness was a proverbial saying. 138. A falconer's term, to flap the wings when preparing for flight. 139. A giant who was conquered by Sir Bevis of Southampton. See notes of the commentators on 2 Henry 6. 2. 3. Therefore, Peter, have at thee with a downright blow, as Bevis of Southampton fell upon Ascapart. 140, i.e., a vain boaster. Puckfist is the fungus commonly known as puffball. 141. Carbonade. A carbonado, a rasher on the coals. Cotgrave. 142. Cf. Antony and Cleopatra I, 3. Upon your sword sit laurel victory. The form of expression is common. Cf. Knight of Malta 4. 2. Fletcher's portion. Art thou a knight? Did ever on that sword the Christian cause sit nobly? I make this note because I find Mr. G.C. Macaulay, in his interesting study of Francis Beaumont, choosing the words, victory sits on his sword, Maid's Tragedy I, 1, as one of the special passages which suggest imitation, conscious or unconscious, of Shakespeare. 143 4-2. Honord. The correction, which would occur to most readers, is made by Dice on the flyleaf of his copy in the Dice and Forster Library. 144. If we retain unscorked, we must suppose the construction to be proleptic. But qui sun-scorched. 145. The stage direction is my own. 146. Inkstand, more commonly, Standish. 147. Plan, design. Cf. Arden of Feversham, 2. 1. And I will lay the platform of his death. 148. Termagant, or trivagant, is often coupled with mahound. Cf. Fairy Queen, 6. 7. 47. And oftentimes by termagant and mahound swore. Our ancestors were not accustomed to draw fine distinctions. They regarded Mohammedans as heathens, and termagant and mahound as false gods. 149 4-2. Ruthless and bloody slaughters. 150. Picthatch was a notorious brothel in or near Turnbull Street. 151. See Struts. Sports and Pastimes. Page 212, edition 1801. 152. Swaggart crowed. 153. I.e. sucking rabbit. So Falstaff. Hang me up by the heels for a rabbit sucker. I. Henry 4. 2. 4. 154. A variation of Bobadil's oath. By the foot of Pharaoh. 155. For the sake of the meter I should like to read. You, Pembroke, worthy knight.